Studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This time, Hurts gives it off, and he runs with the football and keeps it and takes it across the 5 and rolls down to the 2. And is he in? Yes!
He is.
Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
That's magic.
A great fake to Sanders, and then he kept it and ran around the right end and took it 26 yards for a touchdown.
God.
That voice.
I want the touchdown for the Philadelphia Eagles. On the Eagles, and Jalen Hurts is another touchdown.
How does that city deal with these voices of Meryl Reese, Angelo Cataldi, just getting these, man, the East Coast region with the accents is just so bad. It's so terrible. You got to deal with Boston accent, New York, and New York may be the best of the accents. You got Philadelphia as well, and I grew up around that area. I pride myself. I don't think I have too much of an accent. It comes out on certain words, I'm sure, whenever I'm calling the family back home. You know, you guys you guys getting a lot of water? Getting a lot of water there. But man, Meryl Reese, Angelo Cataldi in that city.
Yeah, it's I mean, look, it was the price they had to pay to get Harry Callis for all those years. The price they had Harry Callis, one of the best voices ever. He was that NFL Films voice. You know, they had that the voice of God. That was their deal with the devil. They would get him, but then they would be stuck with Angelo and Meryl Reese.
Well, look. Those performances last night were pretty impressive. Eagles couldn't match what Buffalo did, but let's start off with the game that we care about the most. That was not fun to see, in my opinion, if you're a Cowboys fan or a member of the NFC East. Filthy dominates Minnesota 24-7. I don't even know if the score is really that indicative, as Jalen Hurts on that touchdown shows off the 600-pound squat carrying Minnesota Vikings across the line of scrimmage. All the weapons were on display with Miles Sanders and Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and Dallas Goedert. Defensively, they tortured Kirk Cousins. It was a nightmare for the Minnesota offense as Kirk Cousins continues to be absolutely pitiful when the lights are on. They may as well have the lights turn off when the Vikings play like your kids' game last night.
Yep, lights went out. Middle of the game, lights went out. Game over. I guess run a timer. And see you later, boys.
Cousins has the worst record on Monday Night Football in NFL history with a minimum of 10 starts. He is now 2-10.
I can't believe he has 12 starts on Monday Night Football. That's the surprise thing. Anything outside of noon. I don't know what it is, but like a noon game, Kirk Cousins is magnificent. Outside of a noon game, it gets progressively worse.
They beat him up. They blanketed his receivers. The job that Darius Slay did on Justin Jefferson. Oh, my Lord. And Philadelphia definitely looking like, I picked them before the season to win the NFC East because of the Tyron injury, but they definitely look like the leaders in the clubhouse. They're tied with the Giants at the top of the division at 2-0, and Minnesota all of a sudden with a pump the brakes moment after their opener against the Green Bay Packers, but that was impressive from Filthy, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, look, they are right now, they look like an issue, a major issue. Hurts looks like a real player. If Philadelphia isn't in on Jalen Hurts at this point, I don't know what he really has to show those fans or that team for them to figure out that, maybe he is. Maybe we don't need to give up on him just yet.
It's Lamar Light, in my opinion, still. Now, the passing numbers look incredible. 26 of 31 for 333, but I still got to see him consistently win from the pocket in terms of throwing. But if you just want to win a bunch of regular season games and then roll the dice in the playoffs like Baltimore does, you could copy that formula, but it's hard not to root for the guy. But so far, so good for the Eagles quarterback, who we think is fighting and playing for his life.
There is there's an element to there's a little bit of Dak to his game in terms of the leadership. It seems like the players seem to love playing with him.
Yeah.
And that was just the case with Dak. It still probably is that, especially when Dak first came in, they just loved playing with him. And he's still got, Jalen hasn't been in the league long enough to get poisoned. He's still got that infectious kind of personality, it looks like. So, I mean, who knows what he's going to be in 3 years, but right now he's a big time threat.
Are y'all changing your mind on Jalen Hurts? And are you changing your mind on Filthy? As you look at the NFC and you just ask throughout the first 2 weeks, who's played better? Now, it was the Lions to open up, okay? And that game ended up getting a little bit close. But give me the teams in the NFC who have started off and have played better than Philadelphia. It's not San Francisco because of their opener.
Nope.
It's not the Rams because of the way they got worked by Buffalo. Again, it was the Bills. We'll get to them in a second. There's no one in the NFC South. There is no one in the NFC North. And there's no one in the NFC East. I think you have to say the Eagles have looked the most impressive throughout the first 2 games in the conference.
Easily in the conference. Nobody in the West. Like you said, the Rams did not look great. San Fran, when they obviously lost to Chicago. Arizona did not look good at all against Kansas City. So yeah, I don't think there's any question about it that the Eagles have looked the best of the conference. There's no doubt. The only team in the NFL, there's 2 teams in the NFL. That's it. 2 in the NFL that look better. That's Kansas City and Buffalo.
Meanwhile, the Buffalo Bills and what they did to the Tennessee Titans at home in their home opener in front of the Mafia.
Bills have McKenzie and Kumaro lined up left side on second down. The snap to Josh. Going to throw it to Diggs. Bobbles makes the catch into the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo. Stephon Diggs, the hat trick. His 3rd touchdown for the Bills. And they are rolling now.
Oh, my. 41-7. Tennessee answered the opening Bills TD with a Derrick Henry touchdown, and they were shut out the rest of the way. Special teams issues. Tannehill getting put over there on the sideline for Malik Willis because the game was out of hand. And my guy, Stephon Diggs, suck on that Wolchuk, putting up a crazy night. 12 for 148 and 3. And Peyton, Josh Allen, and Chiafalo making you look bad again. 4 total touchdowns for Josh Allen. The Bills roll Tennessee, who is 0-2.
This was, let's put it this way. This was ugly. This was an unwatchable game after about halftime. And
halftime is when Buffalo scored 24 in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, it put it right to bed. What a performance. Statement, like the absolute statement. If last week wasn't a statement, this couldn't be worse, but it somehow was.
They've beaten the Super Bowl champs and the number 1 seed in the AFC 72-17.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. This team is insane right now.
And their schedule doesn't get I'm waiting for like a little bit of a break in the schedule. Look at the beginning of Buffalo's schedule. Rams, Titans, you're at Miami and at Baltimore next, then Pittsburgh, at Kansas City, Green Bay. We haven't talked about this enough. A brutal 7-game stretch to open up for the Bills, and it looks like they're just ready to roll everybody.
Dude, that at Kansas City game is I mean, I wish that game was in like early December. To have this game in the first 2 weeks of October, that's kind of cool because the weather still should be good. And it's not so late that you're going to see a repeat of that 2 weeks later in the playoffs like we did with Cincinnati and Kansas City last year. So it might actually be the perfect time, and I may just look like an idiot for saying that, but I kind of wish it had a little bit later in the season with more stakes because that would be, I mean, it's going to be a must-watch anyway, but then you put that game like in December where it's like, all right, this is for the 1 seed. You have no more margin for error after this one. That'd have been really cool.
And I can't believe that game's not a primetime game because that's week 6, I believe, that 7:20 game on Sunday Night Football, Cowboys and Eagles.
3 o'clock Romo game for Chiefs-Bills.
Yeah, they threw CBS a bone there.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. Jalen Smith is back to face the Cowboys. And who else celebrated on a horse after the Cowboys beat Cincy on Sunday after the viral video that came out in DFW? Plus, we got Stephen Jones yesterday on the station. We got Jerry Jones live at 8:30. It's a Tolo Tuesday, just getting started on The Fan.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell.
Workers on the Sean and RJ show. RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell turning Choppy
43.
43 for RJ. Peyton,
I'm a little below that. I'm 26.
Oh my God, I hate you.
What's that? 17 years?
Yeah, that should remind me there, man. We can't have this. We can't. I can't share a birthday with somebody else.
Peyton with the interesting move of walking in and saying, don't go too hard on me today. Take it easy because it is my birthday. The self-announcement. And then RJ saying, well, it's my birthday as well, so it cannot be your birthday.
Be yours.
Stealing your shine.
I have to be all alone here at the top. This is my day.
Should I take tomorrow then? Because
Yes.
CA had yesterday.
Yeah, CA had yesterday. That's also National Top like a Pirate Day. Yesterday was.
Was it?
Yeah, I saw it this morning.
Did we figure out Chris Arnold's age yesterday? I heard KMC like reading old articles to try to figure it out. Any idea? Any guesses?
I'm going to guess he is 50.
Not even close. That was my initial guess. Peyton?
I know he's older. I'm going to go 60.
60?
I think Chris is 64.
Yeah, he's in his 60s.
Is this the best birthday music you could pick?
Yeah, what is this?
What are you doing?
Sad music?
Yeah, it's sad music.
Sad.
Although 43, sad. 26. When you're that young, I wonder what these kids nowadays start viewing as like the depressing birthday. Even when you're that young, right? We'd kill to be 26 again. How are you viewing it? Is it 30? You're good till 30, and then you're gonna be like, oh, there's a time in my life I need to reevaluate. Blah blah blah.
I mean, yeah, maybe 30 when I get there. I still feel like after 21, it's all felt the same. It's all felt like I just haven't felt any older. I still not necessarily a kid, but like it. I'm 26. I feel the same as I was when I was 21.
And you've seemed to have a nice little, reset button on life. You're doing well.
I'm doing good. I'm happy. The birthday thing, it's just the getting old. Like I'm gonna start to get really, really depressed though. As I get into this is my last year of my early 40s. If I get in my mid 40s and then late 40s and then 50, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough because then it's like, okay, there's no more fun. There's no more youth. You're just the next big thing is death.
Well, I thought that there you go. This is better. I thought they say 50 is the new 40.
40, yeah.
I mean, when you dance like this and keep up with TikTok as you do, I wonder who. I think you probably surpassed Troy in terms of acting much younger than your age. Troy just did it with his jeans, but I think you've lapped him.
He definitely did it with his jeans.
Multiple times.
I don't know. Like my girlfriend's 33. Maybe that helps because she like keeps me in the style that is somewhat, relevant today. But I have no idea what I'm doing. I guess I just, I refuse to want to be old.
What are y'all doing for the birthday? What's the plans?
Ooh, I'm thinking going out to dinner with the family, maybe some sake hibachi. Really?
Yes.
Maybe we should just join.
We should.
He doesn't even want to acknowledge the same
I know.
day as you.
Right,
You want to share a dinner?
We'll go for your birthday today, but then tomorrow
we
we'll go for
tomorrow.
my birthday.
Yes.
Sean, you're invited.
Thank you. But no thank you. Sake hibachi?
You don't like?
Are you a hibachi fan?
I don't know if I've heard it referred to that. I love hibachi. I love sake. So you're talking about going to like a
Benihana?
Benihana type place?
Yeah. Where they cook all the food in front of you and stuff.
Yeah.
Give you the
I don't think those places get frequented enough.
I agree.
They're fantastic.
God, tremendous.
Excellent. And you?
Well, we had plans, and then the kids have they have conflicts tonight, so I've got to take one to practice while the other one goes to their game. So we're doing nothing. So I'm kind of bummed.
It's hard to do something on Tuesday.
But what is the plan going to be?
Well, it was going to be dinner tonight. Now it's nothing.
But you're going to. I'm sure you're going to do it another day.
Yes. Oh, just go to dinner. We'll just go grab something to eat.
All right.
Nothing major. You just at this
now
age.
You laid out big for her gift. So
I did.
Reciprocation was?
I haven't got it yet.
Okay. All right. You have any ideas?
I have no idea.
Are you going to money comp it?
No.
Yeah, right. Hell, yeah, right.
No.
Go dollar for dollar.
Yeah. You know what you laid out for that purse.
I asked her, I said, really, she asked me, she goes, what do you want for your birthday? And I said, I want to just sit there. I just want to drink. I just want to drink.
I mean,
classic RJ.
That's the same.
That's the same.
As always.
Yeah. I was like, just give me a nice bottle of something.
Okay.
That's all. I don't need anything. Just give me a bottle of liquor.
All right. There you go. Jalen Smith is back to face the Cowboys. His agent tweeted yesterday that Jalen is rejoining the Giants. How old is Jalen Smith, RJ?
27.
On the dot.
Woo!
27. Played 4 games for the Cowboys, 2 with the Packers, before joining the Giants at the end of the season. This wasn't last year. Did he play 4 games for us last year? No.
Yeah, right.
Jalen Smith was on the Cowboys last year. That feels like it was like 3 years ago.
That was the year with the sled.
Oh yeah, when I got him in Oxnard training camp
because we were in COVID protocol still, so they put us on the other side of the field.
The Giants reporters said he played well for them in the 2 games. 19 tackles, 1 for loss, a sack, and a quarterback hit. So Jalen Smith returning to face the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on the show. And we have some ratings that came in for the football weekend. Let's start with Saturday. NCAA Act. It was a bad college football weekend.
Oh, it was one of those weekends where it's like, okay, because the weekends are going to start getting good in college football now. This was the one where you tell the wife, the girlfriend, let's
go do something.
Yeah. You go Home Goods?
Yeah.
At home? Home Depot? What do you want? Where do you want to go?
Penn State Auburn, a 2.2. Cal Notre Dame, a 2.1. OU Nebraska, 3.9. This is the percentage of people in the Metroplex watching. BYU Oregon, a 2.2. A&M Miami, a 3.3. Those are pretty low across the board.
Yeah, considerably. Considering that the Texas Bama game got in the 9s. The A&M game against App State got 6 and 7s. These were pretty low.
And I think this Cowboys rating is lower. Cowboys Cincy, a 25.
I think all the NFL ratings were low too. When we usually see double-digit games, at least one double-digit game a week.
But how could the Cowboys game not get a 29 or low 30s?
They were saying this is nerdy stuff, but there's problems with the amount of people that are having these samples of these TV monitors. We're having the same issues in radio a lot of times, and so it's giving it a lower number across the board. Dallas, one of the markets most affected.
Pats Steelers, a 4.3.
We see college games regularly get more than that. Look at, for crying out loud, the OU Nebraska game, which was a blowout, got virtually the same exact rating as a 3-point NFL game.
Very weird with this weekend. Saints Tampa Bay got a 9, and then Sunday Night Football Packers Bears got a 9.8. It's just Sunday Night Football. They just have a gold mine with that time slot. So those are the football ratings. Very, very low.
Yeah. And I looked at the Rangers rating against the Rays. That was a 0.4 on Saturday and on Sunday for that matter. It was not very good ratings at all.
Astros and Mets clinch.
Mm-hmm.
That is 5 out of the last 6 American League West titles for the armpit. And Max Scherzer on the mound as New York gets in as well.
Yep. So Scherzer gets back, gets the 200, and they clinch obviously, but Houston they also clinch a first round bye. That's what Houston did. So the way baseball's playoffs work with the extra wild card, the 1 and 2 seed will get a bye to the second round to the division series, to the best of 5. Everybody else will have to play a best of 3 series to start off with. And it's weird. The baseball season is going to end on like a Wednesday this year. And they're going to have, this is going to be interesting, they're going to have their game 3, if necessary, going right up against the NFL on Sunday. And that is a place that you do not want to be. If TV shows go to die against the National Football League.
And the Astros clinched the West. The Mets just got into the playoffs.
Right.
They're only up 1 game on the Braves. That is the tightest division race by far in the National League East. AL East is separated by 5.5. The Yankees are going to win that. The Guardians are up 4 on the White Sox. Astros up 15 on the Mariners. Cardinals are up 8.5 on the Brewers. And the Dodgers are up 21.5 on the Padres, who are 15 over.
Yeah.
15 over. What do you get? Nice prize. I'll be in 21.5 back of LA.
How about this Dodgers stat that I saw yesterday? The Dodgers have beat the San Francisco Giants 15 times this year. 15 out of like 18 games. That's stupid.
Their run differential's plus 332.
Yeah.
Plus 332. For perspective, the Rangers is minus 22.
Yeah. And Joey Gallo hit another home run last night.
Oh, look at that. Nobody else is more than plus 209. They're over 100 run differential higher than the next number than the number 2 team.
All right, we have some Cowboys news to update you on. Is Michael Gallup finally getting ready to play? Is Dalton Schultz going to be out? The Commanders pick up a former Cowboy and Michael Irvin. Oh, my gosh. It's getting worse and worse with what he said about Cooper Rush. Inside the Star on the home of the 1-on-1 Cowboys next.
We're taking over your... From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
I absolutely love all the questions that the KMC Masterpiece asked Stephen Jones. I mean, these are incredible questions. Clarify Dak's return. Is Micah already the best defender in the league? Is this more of what you hoped for with CeeDee Lamb? How entertaining would a Jerry Collins show be? Would Steven volunteer to do one? Did the Bengal game give you a chance to say I told you so to the Randy Gregory critics? Like, phenomenal questions from the KMC Masterpiece. Before we get to their interview with Steven, Jerry Jones is going to join us live at 8:30, but injury updates first. Certainly Gallup has a chance to work back in. That is something that Steven said yesterday. Certainly possible for him to be up against the Giants this week. Dalton Schultz underwent an MRI yesterday, and it showed a PCL injury. Now, a lot of people were comparing this to Zeke. Wasn't Zeke dealing with a PCL? Michael Gelkin reports that the injury will not cost him significant time, but his status, according to Mike McCarthy, it's up in the air. Won't know until later in the week. We'll ask him Friday when Coach joins us as part of the 6 a.m. club at 6:30. Now, you feel good about the depth, at least in training camp, with Jake Ferguson, Peyton Hendershot, next guys up, but I think it was Zeke that was dealing with a similar issue last year. Whatever it was that Zeke had, it certainly slowed him down.
Yeah, he had a partially torn PCL last year. That happened late, and they announced it after the year was over.
Yeah.
So they didn't really say that until it was. I think the article I seen is January 16th.
This worries me a little bit. I'm going to need Bobby Belt to come on at 7:20 and downplay it and say it's much different and it's fine, but we don't need this game 2. You're getting Gallup back, and then all of a sudden Schultz may be compromised. That's not good.
No, it's not good because, when you get Gallup back, Dalton Schultz becomes a much bigger threat.
Yeah.
You could key on him as the number 2 guy and not really worry about, Noah Brown as much. But when you've got CD and Gallup healthy and ready to go, that's where Dalton Schultz to me really becomes effective.
What do you think about Schultz's start to the year?
Not much.
We all had him on pace to have 100 catches, especially with Gallup out to begin, Washington out as well. Where are we with the man who was ticked off over getting franchise tagged?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got 9 for 90. 9 for 90 right now. Or not, sorry, 9 for 80. 9 for 80 right now. That's
a fumble.
And a fumble. That's a little bit below his career average.
Okay.
His career average is 10 yards a carry, 10 yards a catch. He's at just under 9. Just a tick below his career average. I mean, it's different though. You could tell. In game 1 with Dak, who utilizes him quite a bit, he had 7 for 62. And in this one, he has at 2 for 18. So you could tell, it's a different style of player, and his value probably isn't there without Dak Prescott right now because Dak likes to use the tight ends an awful lot.
Over on the Giants side, their monster D-tackle Leonard Williams suffered a sprained MCL, and he may miss some time. Not expected to be much, and Brian Daboll said it was better than it could be, so we'll see if Leonard Williams misses this Monday night game. And the Commanders claimed former Cowboy 5th-round pick John Ridgeway, the defensive tackle, to give D.C. some D-line depth. So John Ridgeway is in D.C. All right, let's get on over to Stephen Jones. He's the one who told our pregame show Sunday with Christy Scales, Dak could be back in another week or 2. Line him up for the Commanders game. KMC asked Stephen to clarify Dak's timetable yesterday.
Oh, against the Giants this week? Absolutely, he's out. I think where I got misconstrued there is it's 3 to 4 weeks from the time of injury.
Okay, so
the best, I think the very best it would be Washington or the Rams.
Look, let's just say they beat the Giants here, okay, this week. I'm feeling confident enough to keep them out for Washington, just because Washington I think is terrible. But, like, that's knowing you're doing that only to get him back for the Rams game. Right? You know, like that's the one that, you know, you got a potential playoff seeding matchup. I know that's a brutal front to go against when you're going to be you're going to have guys in your face. That hand might get hit again. It's dangerous. Like, you're going to have to play with that. He's going to have to play with that the entire season.
It's going to be fascinating to see. We know the reputation the Cowboys have with injuries, lying to us. It'll be fascinating to see if this one time in which they totally reverse things on us and tell us a medical miracle is going to happen, of whether it actually can come true. If they're actually going to be right. Schefter was on last night in the Monday night pregame, and he's like, yeah, people around the league still think at least 6 weeks. So everyone's kind of chuckling at this, kind of laughing and smiling at it. But Steven doubled down on Jerry, and of course, you know that Dak believes it. So here we go. Best case scenario, the Commanders.
Best case. Oh, yeah. I would be stunned. I would be stunned if he is back for the Commanders game. That would be blow my mind.
Is it crazy to think that Micah Parsons is already the best defender in the National Football League?
Well, I think his performances are speaking for themselves right now. You know, he doesn't. I don't think anyone needs to give him or especially internally, need to add on the pressure there. But he's just doing an outstanding job, and certainly, you know, he's one of those players in our league that when they break the huddle, they certainly are looking to see where number 11 is. And you know, I think we've got a great complement of guys that go with him. You know, D-Law had a big day yesterday. Certainly Dorrance Armstrong and Fowler had big days. I thought Diggs made some big plays when we needed it. And, you know, that's one of the best receivers in the league in Chase. You know, he's one of the best in the business, and thought we did a good job. We knew going into the game that was going to be one of the boxes we need to check, is at least hold him somewhat in check. You don't ever just totally stop guys like that. And then I thought we did a nice job in the running game, too, against Mixon, who's a very talented back and certainly been productive for the Bengals.
So Micah Parsons is now getting the national attention. I mean, he was getting some last year, but now every show was talking about Micah yesterday, along with Cooper Rush. He's quickly becoming a national superstar across the landscape. So there's Stephen Jones talking about the Cowboys star defender. He talked about other guys, right? Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong, 6 sacks against Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Is this a game where you can kind of say, I told you so, to Bobby Belt and the critics who were ticked off that they lost Randy Gregory?
Well, you throw Sam Mills in that mix. I mean, Sam Williams in that mix. And I hope Sam Williams is as good as Sam Mills. But throw Sam Williams in that mix, making a big play for a, tackle for a loss on their end of the field. We just, that was the philosophy that we took when we decided to pass on Randy's last demands. And certainly, it's well documented what we think of Randy, but we also think we ended up with 3 or 4 good football players instead of 1.
Now, look, Randy Gregory has a 78.8 PFF grade so far.
Okay.
Second forced fumble in as many games against the Texans. And he got a sack, plus 3 quarterback hits, and a tackle for loss. So I told you I was going to keep you updated with the Cowboys that left or got away. So 2 forced fumbles and a sack for the start of Randy Gregory's Denver Bronco career.
Ooh. Now, that's not the worst start. I mean, it really isn't.
No.
That's really not that bad. The difference is that, we could look back at Randy Gregory and his time here and compare it to what he's doing now, or just understand, this is the NFL, right? You're going to have to lose some guys at some point. You can't keep everybody. And you just want to make sure that the guy that you replaced, the player you lost with, is not that much worse. Well, I think the guy replaced with him is the best defensive player in the NFL. Even though we didn't technically replace him with him,
yeah,
he is filling that void.
And will Armstrong and Fowler combine to give you Randy's production? Probably. And you can rotate them in terms of depth.
Wasn't Fowler.
I mean, Dorrance is a third of the way to replacing Randy's sack production.
Wasn't Fowler the highest graded Cowboy? at PFF in week 2? I do believe he was.
The highest graded.
Yep.
Wow.
Fowler was the highest graded Cowboy in week number 2 on defense.
All right. Highest graded on offense is Terrence Steele with an 84.4. We'll get to the PFF grades coming up in a little bit on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ, Peyton Russell, the birthday boys, Peyton and Choppy. Hit them up on social media or the TrotWreck.com text line. I thought Jerry Jones, after the game, went out of his way to pat CeeDee Lamb on the back verbally. They wanted to send a little message to Lamb last week. Mm-hmm. You got to step up. This is what life is like as the number 1. Michael Irvin, I told you, when he called me and hit me up, he's talking about CeeDee Lamb. He came on the show and talked about CeeDee Lamb needing to step up. And I thought Jerry went out of his way to kind of pick CeeDee back up after Steven told KMC, we need a little bit more out of our number 1.
Yeah.
What did he think of CeeDee after game 2?
Absolutely. I mean, he's just you get him going early is important. Get him a few balls, get him in rhythm, and then I think we're going to continue to see that CeeDee Lamb can be a really solid number 1 receiver in this league, and certainly be a great one for that matter. But and then Noah had a big game yesterday. Certainly, Gallup now has a chance to start working back in. Certainly possible for him to get to be up against the Giants this week. So this core, I think, is going to come together. And as I mentioned earlier, I think Tolbert's going to really start working into the mix, and kind of is the vision that we ultimately had for this receiving core, with certainly Semi and Houston being a part of that mix as well. So I think it's a good group that's only going to get better as people get healthier, and look forward to seeing how it comes together.
Tremendous questions from the KMC Masterpiece, in my opinion. We'll do the Jerry Steven call-in show at 6:40. 6:40, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Let's knock out the PFF grades just for some different perspective. I'll do the highest graded defensive players. Okay? I'm sorry. I have the offensive players.
All right.
You can do the defensive players.
Okie doke. 5
highest graded Cowboys on offense. Terrence Steele coming in at number 1. Yesterday we said, didn't even realize Steele played. No penalty, no highlight showing him getting beat. That's a good thing. 84.2 for Steele. Number 2, Noah Brown, 79. Number 3, CeeDee Lamb, basically a 79. Zach Martin was 4th, and Tyler Smith was 5th. And PFF tweeted, Tyler Smith getting a 70-plus grade in his second career game after not spending any time at left tackle during camp and preseason while going up against Trey Hendrickson is insane. Looks like the Cowboys hit on another first-round pick. By the way, the number 1 highest-graded tackle in the NFL right now per Pro Football Focus is Andrew Thomas off of the
Giants.
Off of the Giants.
Yeah, they took him like the 4th pick a couple years ago, and he turned out to be. He was kind of trending down towards being a bust.
Yes.
Early on, so good for him to turn that around. Defensively, Sean, I had already said the number 1 guy was Dante Fowler, a 92.8 grade. He had a 92.9 pass rush. Number 2 was Micah, the 92.6. So right there, his pass rush grade was a 91.8. He was in. We had asked about how many times he was in coverage in this game.
Yes.
Care to take a guess on how many snaps he was in coverage?
8.
3.
Good.
Yeah. So this is his breakdown. He had 58 total snaps, which, comparatively speaking, Diggs, Wilson, Anthony Brown, they all had 69.
How many did Fowler have? Because I kind of want to challenge this grading system based upon Fowler's snap total.
Gotcha. Okay, so he had 21.
Okay, so this is where people say that PFF, they get it wrong. There's no way that Micah Parsons could not have the best defensive grade for the Cowboys. They have Dante Fowler number 1 playing in a third of the snaps. That seems a little unfair.
It's different. I mean, it's all like, they're basically doing this per play kind of thing.
Yep.
They do put a little asterisk next to your name if you're a starter. So that's that. So you could go by. So Micah was the highest graded starter.
Okay.
In fact, after Fowler, the next 6 players in the grading scale were all starters. Micah, McQuamu, Van Der Esch. So, by the way, Fowler 92.8, Micah 92.6, McQuamu, although he was third, 76.5. That was the gap between 2 and 3. Van Der Esch at a 75, Hooker is 72, and then nobody else above a 65. We had Tank at a 64.1. So Micah, the way it broke down for him, 36 snaps in pass rush of 58, 19 in run defense, and then 3 in coverage.
So there you go. Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ, usually at 6 a.m. every day for the 6 a.m. club. But we had a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Are we officially worried about Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles after what they did last night in the start of their season? Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Second down and 8. This time, he's back again. He's looking. He is going deep for Quez Watkins, who has it, goes in for the touchdown. The strike to Quez Watkins. He hit him in stride for 53 yards.
I don't know what the hell the Minnesota Vikings plan was defensively, but Troy Aikman was calling them out throughout the entire night. It started off early as you had the Monday Night Football doubleheader. That was the call on Eagles radio. Minnesota was just like playing the shell soft coverage, like allowing Eagles receivers to be wide open, and then Troy called them out in the second half for saying there's been no adjustments. Quez Watkins right there was wide open for the bomb. A.J. Brown late in this game had one particular catch over the middle. It looked like Emmitt Smith's running lanes from the 90s. So the Minnesota Vikings being brought back down to earth real quick after their Packers opener, and the Eagles win 24-7. Game 2 of Monday Night Football. Jalen Hurts, 26-31 for 333. The QBR was a 78. Miles Sanders had 17 for 80. Hurts ran it 11 times for 57 yards and 2 touchdowns. So 3 total touchdowns for the highly drafted fantasy football quarterback. Goddard, 5 for 82. Devontae Smith, 7 for 80. Watkins, 2 for 70. AJ, 5 for 70. They kicked Minnesota's rear end. And Kirk Cousins continues to suck when the lights are on. He is now an all-time worst 2-10 playing in prime time. That is the worst for any quarterback in NFL history with a minimum of 10 starts. And the Eagles blitzed him. They brought the pressure. They beat him up. And Cousins was just throwing balls up. 3 interceptions. It could have been 4 or 5. And Darius Slay put the lockdown on Justin Jefferson, who ended it with 6 for 48. And some of that was in garbage time. Beginning to end, dominant performance from the team that, unfortunately for us, is playing the best in the NFC, in my opinion, through the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. And look, you're right. I mean, Kirk Cousins, everything seemed like it was off his back foot.
Yep.
He had absolutely no time. It was very reminiscent of Joe Burrow, where even though Burrow probably held the ball a little bit longer, even before he even got to his drop back, they were on him. It was that bad for Cousins last night. And he was that bad even when he had time. He was overthrowing guys or missing guys. And he kept trying to pick on Darius Slay. It's like, what are you doing? That guy has completely blanketed your number one. I guess that's what they wanted to do, though, right? So we talked about last year. Force your ball to your number one, even if they're covered by a shutdown corner or as close to a shutdown as you're going to get. He kept trying to force it to Jefferson. Maybe that's the right move to make. I don't know.
So Philadelphia, are they getting your respect? Along with Jalen Hurts on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. James Harden was in attendance. Darius Slay ran over and gave him one of his interceptions. Bradley Cooper was standing up in his Iverson shirt, giving applause. They were loving life last night. The crowd was into it. You have more respect for the Eagles as a team or Hurts as a quarterback? Which one's increasing more?
Man, the Eagles team looks really, really good. But, man, I don't know how I cannot sit here and say I've got a ton of respect for Jalen Hurts as a quarterback. He is showing that he is a very good passer. He's so much better of a passer than he was at Alabama. When he went to Oklahoma, it really kind of changed. But it seems like he has even taken another step beyond that. And then the team itself, I mean, even though you got guys like Fletcher Cox that are like 1 million years old, they're still playing. They're still performing. Like that is a very, very good roster. Howie's done a really nice job. And that's with the absolute miss of Jalen Reagor.
They were booing him last night on every return.
Man, I was so hoping.
He broke one.
That Reagor broke one and did like the double middle finger to the crowd. Or like go over, find an Eagles flag and just like rip it down, shower yourself, grab your crotch, rub your crotch with it, wipe your butt, do whatever you want to do. I was so hoping he would do something like that.
Travis Kelce was drinking Mick Ultras with his sunglasses on, wearing the Eagles jersey, supporting his brother.
Yep.
It was not a fun performance.
I mean, he shouldn't be drinking. It's the season. It's in the season. Just saying, right? That's what these crazy people say.
Was not a fun performance to sit through if you are a Cowboy fan. I love this recommendation from D on Twitter. And Peyton, you're gonna have to start getting well versed in this. We should have spied on Philly this morning just to hear their Super Bowl preparation. Well, that would have been a fun opposite approach. To spy on Angelo and see if they're playing the parade in Filthy and seeing how much they're going crazy over this win against the Vikings. It's funny watching some Tolos react to Slay versus Jefferson on my timeline. All the excuses. And now, no one said this when Diggs shut down Jamar Chase in our game. But here are the excuses I have, or the reasons to disagree with Slay versus Jefferson. Cousins was just throwing it up. Jefferson was beating him. Kirk just couldn't get it out on time. Slay was getting routed up. It was the Minnesota offensive line that was the problem. So I got all these different reasons why Slay didn't truly shut down. Darius Slay may be the defensive player of the week. He may have taken that from Micah last night with the coverage that he had. They were angry. They were aggressive. They were physical. Whew. I didn't like to see it. I did not like to see it at all. And just for the heck of it, I went and pulled up the odds last week, and I wanted to see where Philly was along with the Cowboys. So Philly was 14-1 to win it all. 14-1. The Cowboys, obviously they dropped. They went down to 50-1. NFC East, this is last week before the games. Philly was 1-2 to win the division. Then the Commanders. And then we were tied with the Giants. So just some perspective last week, and then we'll get you the updated odds this week after the actual games were played.
Real quick, I went and looked. Justin Jefferson last night had 2.4 yards of separation on average. Comparatively speaking, I'll just look. Dallas Goedert, who also plays in the Eagles, had 5.3 yards of separation. Now, tight end, different. Debo, 4.5. Hayden Hurst on us had 4.2. Jamar Chase on Diggs or on Brown, whoever you want to say, because it depends on who it was. He had 3.4 yards of separation. So there you go. That's what you need to look at. Comparing Chase's yard separation to Jefferson's.
And what was it? I'm sorry, Peyton was talking to me about some breaking news.
So Jamar Chase had 3.4 yards of separation in the Cowboys game on average. Jefferson had 2.4 yards of separation.
Okay.
CD had 2.8.
Okay. Thanks to Uncle Jay, Kobe has been sending me a bunch of different things. D was dominant over the weekend with the amount of news that y'all hook us up with. We want to get it to you quickly. Unlike, other shows have a philosophy. We'll cover it 48 hours later. We want to keep you in the know instantly. NFL Network tweeting, the Buccaneers are bringing back a receiver. Cole Beasley is joining Tampa Bay, elevated to the active roster very soon. So there's Cole teaming up with Tom Brady to try to give him some receivers after Mike Evans was suspended for a game by the NFL for getting into it with Marshawn Lattimore again.
Sometimes I'm in my feelings. Oh, is this a different one? Haven't heard this one.
Oh, yeah, I've heard this one. This is good. This is good. So Cole Beasley going to Tampa Bay. And look, I don't like Cole personally. I can't stand him. I think he gets himself in trouble on social media. But talent and skill-wise, he deserved a job.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe he can still play.
I do, too.
I think this will be a good addition for them.
Dude, if you don't think Tom Brady is going to turn Cole Beasley into Julian Edelman or some poor man's version of Danny Amendola.
Yeah, whatever white comparison you can make.
Whatever. Just give me a 5'7" white dude Brady's had on his roster at some point. From Amendola to Edelman, Manning used like Austin Collie. You had Brady and Manning, both at Wes Welker. Like, Cole Beasley is going to become some poor version of that. Like, that's exactly
want to talk about the Cowboys.
That's exactly what it's going to happen. This is a fantastic pickup for Tampa. Assuming Cole's in shape, ready to go.
You surprised the Evans suspension is only a game?
I am, for one reason. This is the second incident where he has attacked another player. He was suspended in 2017 for basically the same exact thing. With the same guy. So I don't know how it's only one game. Like, isn't like repeat offenses usually higher? I don't know. Maybe it isn't. Who knows?
They're investigating Arians as well.
Yeah.
Florida reported they are going to investigate if they can do anything to Arians, who was walking the sidelines, and they're trying to see if he told Mike Evans to go after Lattimore.
Dude, get him off the side. Like, if I'm Todd Bowles, I'm
clown.
like, bro, this is my team now. You gave it up.
It's like, yeah, I gave it to you. I hooked you up. I don't think Bowles can say anything back to Arians.
I know, but if I'm Todd Bowles and it's Bruce Arians, I'll be like, yeah, and Brady hooked you up. All right. So chill. We're both in the same boat. We're riding Tom right now.
I agree. Arians down there he's limping around talking smack to Lattimore. Lattimore should have gone over there and drop kicked his ass.
Yeah, he should have.
Right in the Kangol.
Yep. Right in that Kangol.
Hit
him in that goofy hat he's got.
So Mike Evans suspended for one game. Tampa Bay goes out and brings in the former Cowboy in Cole Beasley. Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. We got Jerry Jones live at 8:30, and the subject that KMC started on Friday went viral, went national. Is Jerry Jones going to actually take your phone calls during his interviews on this radio station? And will Steven follow up? We'll talk about it next.
Well, let's get you over to carsforkids.org.
Buffalo Tuesday with Jerry Jones live at 8:30 for the weekly appearance that he has, which may get a lot spicier after he went on the KMC Masterpiece on Friday. Bobby Belt at 7:20, headlines at 7 a.m. I don't know why I just went backwards. I could have just said 7 a.m. headlines, Bobby Belt 7:20, and Jerry Jones at 8:30. But this all started on Friday on KMC when Jerry was asked if he was open to the idea of taking questions from fans.
Sure would welcome the segment, and not at any way. I live with it. I live with it every day, and you know. And I let me say this: I am so sensitive to our fans. But everything I do it. But I will tell you, you look around and rehiring or shuffling out general managers on top of shuffling out coaches. I haven't seen that be the secret to success in the league.
This go-to that he always has. I haven't seen that be the success. Okay, so the modern dynasty that we all witnessed that is probably never going to be replicated again in the salary cap era is who?
Tom Brady.
The Patriots. Mm-hmm. What's their setup?
Have an elite quarterback and figure out how to get rid of guys a year before they fall apart.
And what's their front office setup?
Oh, I could not tell. I assume it's Bill Belichick. I could not tell you who their GM is right now.
Yeah, I don't think Robert Kraft is as involved as Jerry Jones when it comes to football.
Right.
So when he keeps saying this, oh, I haven't seen, the owner just write the check and it work in other places. Clark Hunt talks more in DFW
about FC Dallas.
About FC Dallas. So
right.
You're just wrong. You're just flat out wrong. I don't think the Bills owners. Now look, we've had NFL insiders come on and tell us, like especially in New York, that Jerry catches too much heat because other owners are involved to a degree.
It's not in the media.
It's just not publicized. There's not as much media. But I think that the Buffalo Bills had a general manager who the New York Giants then hired who ran the football stuff.
Yeah, he was like the assistant GM, I think, in Buffalo.
And look, in reality, I've seen executives say Will McClay is the GM here. It's Will McClay and Steven. So I don't think that Jerry just wants to be included, right? He wants to get. It's like when you call your uncle or your grandparent and you just let them know. Just check in with me. Just let me know what's going on in life. But his argument, I'm so sick and tired of hearing his argument and his retort to the way that every other NFL team does it by saying it doesn't work. Green Bay doesn't have an owner. And they win every single year because they set it up with their GM and Gutekunst or whoever Aaron Rodgers usually hates from year to year.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be fair. The Green Bay has won for every year because of like Rodgers and Favre. And they have, good, smart people in the front office that understand putting guys and pieces around those players, except for, Aaron Rodgers when they don't give him a first-round draft pick on the offensive side of the ball for basically his entire career.
I mean, the Ravens. I grew up around it. Ozzie Newsome is a living legend in Baltimore. He was the GM. And, Steve Bisciotti and Modell were there. Modell was there before. But so Jerry's counter to the formula not working for everyone else is just wrong. It's been his go-to for 25, 30 years. It's old and it's tired. But here he is saying, yeah, I'd be open to it. Stephen Jones was on yesterday, and they asked him, how entertaining do you think a Jerry Collins show would be?
Well, I think it'd be great. He would handle it just fine. And, whether it's a week like last week or a week like this week, he's seen it all. And I think it'd be entertaining to answer your question, but I think he'd do a nice job with it.
I'll say this. I'll say this in defense of Jerry on this. If Jerry had Tom Brady for the last 20 years, they would have won a couple of Super Bowls. Same if they had Aaron Rodgers or Peyton Manning or Brett Favre.
Well, they had a near Hall of Fame quarterback in Romo.
Yeah, but
but why you keep taking it to this quarterback argument versus like the way these other front offices are all set up and run.
Okay, well,
like Baltimore didn't have any of those guys, and they've been, a model franchise.
They've been very good. We're pointing to Buffalo.
Any successful team. The point, I think, is they all have the setup where the owner writes the checks. And they have a football man as the general manager and then his ops people.
Yeah, I think Baltimore is a rare exception. Like Buffalo.
Who's San Francisco's owner?
Is it the York family? Are they out of it now?
I don't know anymore.
I have no
DeBartolo,
idea.
York.
Bartolo.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Can you name the other owners instantly? We know the Rooneys, but who's the Eagles owner?
Lurie?
Yeah, maybe because it's in the NFC East.
Yeah, NFC East. I just look, like I said, we were looking at Buffalo's on TV. Like, Buffalo when their owners took over, maybe less than a decade ago, Josh Allen is the culture there. It's not the owners, not the GMs, not the coach. Josh Allen, they're not where they are without him. To me, yeah, if obviously Tony Romo was a borderline Hall of Fame guy, but they've basically for the last 20 years staked their team on a fourth rounder and an undrafted free agent. It's tough to do. It's tough to find Tom Brady. It's very, very difficult. They haven't taken a first round quarterback since Troy Aikman. That is insanity to me. Like, that is downright malpractice.
I just think you can boil it down to this. If I haven't made a conference title game in 25 years, you should remove yourself, and I would look at myself as part of the problem. It's that simple. 25 years not getting in the conference title game. Now, they've done a decent amount of winning. You pointed out the stat of over 500 compared to others, but I have more of a problem with his answer back and his explanation back to it of, I don't see it working out for these other teams. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. I would guess, I don't know this, but I would guess that most teams' owners are not as involved as Jerry, or not even close to as involved as Jerry. Bob Kraft is involved when there's a massage parlor nearby. The Haslams seem to be involved. That doesn't always work out too well.
Snyder
seems to be involved. Now a lot of guys I'm sure are involved on a much larger scale than the perception is. But then again, none of them are on the radio.
So let's take you behind the curtain here, okay? When I first heard this, I was like, ooh, Bassick was like that. He said on Friday, as Kevin and Corey were bringing the heat. The reason that a lot of fans want this to happen is because they feel like when we have Jerry and Steven on, we don't give it to them harshly enough. And yesterday after the show, I asked the bosses in our meeting, I'm just going to be fully transparent with it. I said, where are we with this? Is this like going to happen? Or is Jerry, just feeling pressure to agree to it publicly? Because that's what I initially thought it was. I'm like, Jerry wants no part of this.
No.
and look, one of two things is going to happen, right? There's two things that the majority of Tolos want to say to Jerry Jones. Get a GM, step aside, and you only care about money. You only care about ratings, relevance, merchandise sales. That's it. So I was asking, I'm like, what good can really come of this? Those are the two things that everyone wants to say. Once two callers say that to Jerry over the air, then where do we go? Where do we go from there? But the Cowboys apparently reached out to some of our guys to possibly set this up. I was stunned. I was pretty stunned that the Cowboys were like, yeah, this is something that I think we're up for. And I was like, okay. And Atolo sent me a clip of Jerry taking a call like 15 years ago, and I played it for everyone yesterday. And I was like, is this what we want? It would be great, uncomfortable.
You sold me. Awkward radio, uncomfortable radio, awkward silence. That to me, that is.
I agree.
Let's do it.
I agree. But what would be the staying power of it after you said your two things of you need to get a real GM and you only care about money? Then where are we taking it? I don't know.
Yeah, I've always thought that.
I said, KNC, you started it.
Yep.
Y'all do the weekly Friday call-ins.
Ooh.
It's not going to, and I'm sure that, first off, they deserve to have it.
They would love it.
They got Jerry to commit verbally, and I think Tuesday more for game reaction, and Friday a little preview stuff, and you go ahead and you have a caller that Peyton.
Yeah.
Really, this is bad news for our producers.
Yeah, it is.
It's terrible news for our producers because they would have to screen the caller, and then the caller gets on, and producer is responsible for wherever that individual takes it.
Absolutely are.
Where Jerry goes with it too. What if he gets pissed off?
He might.
He will.
Yeah.
He will.
That's certainly in the cards, man. Like there's no doubt about that. This is going to be one of those. Okay, like this is. I'm here for this.
I think it's going to happen. Again, Friday, I just thought, Jerry, publicly pressured. They're never going to do it. But after what I heard yesterday from the bosses, I think it's more likely to happen than not. And then KMC with the follow-up to Steven.
Well, we don't want to leave anybody out on this show. Would you also like to volunteer for the fan phone call segment that we're trying to set up here?
Certainly. Sign me up. If he'll go, I'll go.
See? It's like you have to say yes publicly. But great job by the KMC masterpiece of starting this thing that went crazy all over the news cycles. What are the Tolos saying? 877-881-1053.
Let's see. In terms of the Jerry aspect, I'd ask Jerry if he's going to let another generation miss out on a great Cowboys team like I have. Will be good if it's actually, if these fans call in are actually unfiltered and not like, feel like they're neutered.
Yeah.
So, stuff like that coming through. This sounds like something a head coach or GM would do. Let's do it. And then, obviously, when it comes to other owners, fans are like, yeah, I can name like 10 owners, 5 owners, 8 owners, 11, 12, 14, 2.
Well, I think it's a lot easier in the NFL because of the popularity as well.
It is. I think it is.
You compare it to, I think, baseball or basketball, and you would come up really, really empty. But no GM talks after every football game like ours does. No general manager talks. I bet you could name more owners than GMs. Think about that for the National Football League. I bet we can name more owners than general managers easily, as a matter of fact.
I think so.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Bobby Belt at 720. But we have our highest rated segment of the show in headlines. Jalen Smith is back. Is it just for this Monday Night Football matchup against his former team? Cole Beasley is back as well. Mike Evans suspended. And what about what Buffalo did to Tennessee in the Monday Night Football doubleheader? Plus Cowboy injury updates with Gallup and Mike and Schultz. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday next.
Well, let's get you over to K-Post.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Josh will take another shotgun snap. Fakes the handoff, going to throw it. Looks downfield, fires downfield, looking for Diggs inside the 5. Dives for it, makes the catch, and it is caught. Touchdown Buffalo. Josh Allen to Stephon Diggs.
That was the call on Bills radio. My Lord. All the preseason hype is being matched right now. The Bills look invincible. Excuse me. They have now beaten the defending Super Bowl champs and the number 1 seed in the AFC 72-17 after they humiliated the Titans 41-7 last night. Josh Allen with 4 more touchdowns. My boy Stephon Diggs, I am him, 12 for 148 and 3. The defense limited Derrick Henry to 13 for 25. They were in the backfield tripping him up. The longest run of the night for Henry was 9 yards, 13 carries, 25 yards, and Ryan Tannehill was eventually put on over there on the sideline for Malik Willis after going 11 of 20 for 117 and 2 interceptions. Any Vrabel or Tannehill fallout from the way this season is starting? That's what I tweeted last night.
It's tough to do that this early. Like that to me.
Like, how hot is it going to start getting for Tannehill and Vrabel? Now, last week I said it's ridiculous that Vrabel would even be put in that discussion. But I'm just going off of Vegas and what they send me, and he has the 5th highest odds of a coach to be run. I don't know.
If something happens to those guys, this would be where the NFL to me jumps the shark on this whole.
Tannehill's more likely because of Willis. Although Malik Willis, supposedly needs a lot of time.
A lot of time, yeah. We're talking about a kid coming from Liberty. Like that's not exactly a big time.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything, Trey Lance's background.
I know, right? We're Trey,
through 17 passes compared to Malik.
I know, right? To me, it's week 2, and I mean, when you have
and their schedule's going to soften up, and you're in that division.
You're in that division. They're a game out of Jacksonville. That's it. It's the only team ahead of them. They're a game out of Jacksonville. And when you have a history of the last 3 years, AFC Championship game, playoffs, 1 seed, to me, you get more than a couple of games before those things even creep. That is lunacy. I'm not getting rid of a coach, a quarterback combo who has gone to a conference championship game and a 1 seed and a playoff in the last 3 years.
Here's the upcoming schedule. They're going to host the Raiders. Talk about it. That's the desperation game. 0-2 against 0-2. This will be blood on the field in Tennessee for that one. Then at Indianapolis, at the Commanders, Colts at home, at Texans.
Tell you what I would do.
You're about to get the South.
But do you consider trade old number 22? Derrick Henry, who's averaging 3 yards a carry for the year in 2 games. He's got 34 carries for 107 yards on the year. 28
years old.
He's 28. And it's an old 28. It'll be 29 in January.
Yeah.
Like this is the time. It probably already was the time, but this is the time. This is the time to move on. And bring somebody else in, let them do the job. More often than not, you're right. You're usually right on running backs when you get rid of them. You find the next guy. The next guy's young. He'll be able to do the job. Not everybody's Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's kind of a freak in nature. 6'3", 250, runs a 4.5. Those guys don't grow on trees. Okay, they're not easy to find. But is that something you might do? To me, not yet, because the division's so bad. They know they're going to go. The Titans know today they're still going to the postseason. They know that. Because it ain't the Colts.
They know that.
Because they're the only one in the division that has a quarterback with a pulse that isn't a baby, like Trevor Lawrence. They know the Colts stink. Matt Ryan's washed. The Texans stink. And the Jags are what? They're the Jags.
All right. So is there going to be any Tennessee heat being turned up after what Buffalo did to them? So you could switch that game off with the Monday Night Football doubleheader but unfortunately, you would be tuning in to absolute dominance from Filthy.
This time, Hurts gives it off, and he runs with the football and keeps it and takes it across the 5 and rolls down to the 2. And is he in? Yes!
He is.
Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
That's magic.
A great fake to Sanders, and then he kept it and ran around the right end and took it 26 yards for a touchdown.
Good touchdown for the Eagles. Lord. Meyer Reese, Eagles radio with the call as Philadelphia beat up Minnesota. My Lord, 24-7. Jalen Hurts, all the weapons, the receivers, Darius Slay, maybe NFC Defensive Player of the Week with what he did against Justin Jefferson. Kirk Cousins continues to stink under the lights, throwing 3 interceptions. All Minnesota had to do is get points on their final possession. I would have lost in my college fantasy league, but I ended up winning like 78-77 because of the Eagles' defense in an ugly, hideous matchup.
Oh, God. What a low-scoring game that was.
Kirk Cousins saved me.
Oh, yeah, of course. This is primetime Kirk. This is Big Ten Kirk. Those noon kickoffs, those 11 a.m. noon kickoffs that they have every week in the Big Ten, Kirk can't play outside of noon. That's just been his MO his entire career. Noon game, fantastic. Anything outside of that, it's like outside of his circadian sleep rhythm, and his mind is mush.
What are the Tolos saying about Hurts and Philly respect after the way they've started the season? 2-0.
They are saying there's some egg on the face of those who are not buying in to Hurts as an NFL quarterback. And we can't.
And I'm raising my hand to that.
Can't really say much about it today, right? Yep, there is some egg on the face. If you did not think that Jalen Hurts was an NFL quarterback, and neither one of us were really that super high on him at all. That is, he is making us look stupid today.
I mean, this is the poor man's Lamar Jackson formula. I still don't know about him throwing it. He threw for 243 in week 1 against the Lions, and last night, I don't know what Minnesota was doing in their secondary. I mean, Troy Aikman was calling them out all night long. But are you convinced that Hurts, are you making that decision right now that Hurts should get the next big contract? Peyton, where do you stand on Jalen Hurts?
I mean, before the season, I was thinking he's at least the second best quarterback in the division. I didn't really take him seriously outside the top 10, maybe closer to 15 than 10. But right now, what I've seen the first 2 games, I mean, and
but is he doing anything that different with his style, or like the Eagles are just playing better as a team? Is he?
His throws look a lot better so far through the first 2 weeks than his first 2 years.
Okay,
really, I mean, and he has better weapons. He has AJ Brown, who I thought he was kind of not washed, but on the downside going into this season, and now it looks like he's back to being elite.
He does not take shots downfield still.
I mean, AJ's 25. You think he thought he was washed?
Well, I thought maybe that's why Tennessee was giving him up. Maybe they thought he was going to start falling on a downhill.
Yeah, he had 2 pass attempts over 17 yards. One of them was an incomplete pass at 40, and then the other one was the touchdown at 48. Other than that, I mean, if you look
he was wide open.
Yeah, if you look at his spray chart, look at where all the majority of the passes went. They were short left. Very odd. Like they were like of the 31 pass attempts, or I'm sorry, the 26 completions that he had. I'm just counting 2, 4, 6, 7. Every single 19 of them were inside 15 yards on the left side, and a majority of them were inside 5 yards on the left side. It was a very, I mean, you could tell their game plan was simple. We are going to throw screens and short passes left. That was it.
Stephen Jones was on with the KMC Masterpiece yesterday. Jerry will join us live at 8:30, and they asked him to give an update on the Dak Prescott return timeline.
Oh, against the Giants this week? Absolutely, he's out. I think where I got misconstrued there is it's 3 to 4 weeks from the time of injury.
Okay, so
So the best, I think the very best it would be Washington or the Rams.
All right, so we'll see what Jerry says this morning. Maybe we can move this up even further. We've gone from 8 to 6 to 4.
Yep, let's keep going. Let's keep going. 8 to 6 to 4. And keep going down, make it 3. This is not surprising. He was never going to play against the Giants.
Right.
He was never. I mean, and
Commanders would be shocking.
Commanders would be shocking to me still. I know that they can be as optimistic as they want over there.
Like he does have screws in his hand, right?
Though they're yes.
Like he just got multiple screws put in his hand.
Pins, screws, nuts, bolts, all that stuff. Molly bolts.
He might be able to
mollies. No, he didn't have mollies in there. He's got molly bolts maybe.
He might be able to hold the football, but
maybe throw it.
And can he withstand it getting hit?
Yeah.
What happens if he gets hit again at this early stage?
Right, and then grip strength for holding the football is huge. It's not just putting your hand be big enough to be able to hold it. I mean, you got to be able to squeeze.
Tell me about it.
I know, right? Would it surprise you if he wears a glove? Wouldn't surprise me at all.
No.
In fact, I'd be like, dude, wear that glove. Put that glove on and roll. Who cares if it doesn't look good?
Meanwhile, Jalen Smith returns to the New York Giants. So Jalen is going to their practice squad right before the Cowboys and the Giants play on Monday Night Football. Mike Evans suspended 1 game by the league for his second altercation with Marshawn Lattimore. He got suspended a game the first time around. And because Tom Brady is going to be missing Mike Evans, and who knows about Julio and Godwin, Cole Beasley is joining the Tampa Bay Buccaneers today. That news coming out this morning. So the former Cowboy and Bill will be a Buck for the time being.
Joining them today. And then, of course, he won't see Tom until Thursday because Tom doesn't practice on Wednesdays anymore.
That's right.
So he won't catch a pass to Tom until Thursday this week.
As you said with that story coming out, it's like everyone missed Cowboys coverage.
Yeah, because Romo Wednesdays. We had Romo Wednesdays here for 8 years. Tony Romo just didn't practice on Wednesdays. It was Romo Wednesday. It's a veteran day off. It happens a lot around the National Football League.
For the 5th time in 6 years, the Armpit wins the American League West. The Houston Astros clinched the division, and the New York Mets clinched a playoff berth yesterday.
Yep, and the Astros, when they clinched that division, they also clinched a first-round bye. So, and they're going to win they're going to be the 1 seed in the American League. They're like 6 or 7 games up on the Yankees for that 1 seed. So they're going to wind up winning that. So they'll have home field throughout the postseason in the American League. Dodgers are going to have it for the whole playoffs. They're going to wind up getting that number, but and then the Mets, of course, clinching a playoff spot, not the division, because they are still being chased by Atlanta.
Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday, our highest rated segment of the show. It's our radio newspaper to get you set for your day and your week here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Is Dalton Schultz dealing with the Zeke injury from last year? Is Gallup going to play on Monday night? And I want to do a little Cowboys clarification with Bobby Belt. I want to do a little Cowboys clarify on Kellen Moore needing to be smarter, according to Mike McCarthy. And what did Stephen Jones say about spending all the Cowboys cap money? Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, next on The Fan. edition with Jerry Jones due 1 hour from now, 8:30 here on DFW Sports Station, and he should be in a fantastic mood after the win they got over the Bengals on Sunday, airing on this radio station. Apparently, communism wins.
That's what the footage I've seen.
That's what happened at the beginning of yesterday's press conference. Bobby Bell, were you there for this?
Yeah, they it's a Russian takeover here in Dallas, and so they're just somebody sticks their head in real quick, screams communism win, ducks out. It was an odd return for David Hellman. He's been in LA. I don't know why. I don't know why he just came back to scream that. It was a little weird.
So
but,
what happened? For those
everybody
that don't
bounced
know.
back.
What happened?
I didn't see the after effects, but yeah, somebody ran in, just screamed communism wins real quick. We've had a couple instances of people popping in and yelling stuff before.
Okay, so this is for
so
those
that's not totally
for those that are familiar or not familiar. This is you walk into the Star,
First room on the right.
and right on the right you can see through
Yep.
the press conference room, right?
Yep. So you can walk right in, and then you can, just to the right when you come into the lobby, you've got all glass, and there's, you can see McCarthy up there. A lot of times people will stand up there and just look through the glass and watch him do his press conference. And, it's just right out there in the open. So anybody who sees them there, if you really want to troll and, catch the ire of security, then you can just walk right up there. But, I'm imagining that the guy was apprehended pretty quickly. I just didn't see the after effects of what happened.
What is up with the health status of Dalton Schultz and Michael Gallup?
So Michael Gallup, according to Mike McCarthy, should get a kind of a full, workload here at practice this week. So he hasn't had that yet, hasn't had a full practice week, but Mike McCarthy expects him to get that and ramp him up. So you remember it's similar to what Chris Godwin went through leading up to the Dallas game where, he was still questionable even though he kind of went through that entire week of practice work. I think that'll be similar to Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup will have full practice opportunities this week, and then they'll just kind of look at where he is and how much he'll be able to handle. My expectation is he plays against the Giants. I think that, this has been their target date all along. I think he probably will be on somewhat of a pitch count if he plays. So I don't think we're seeing, 90% snaps or anything from Michael Gallup. But my guess at this point is that he will be out there. He is going to play. Dalton Schultz is a PCL sprain in his right knee, and he's a little bit more questionable. It sounds like just for this game. It sounds like he's kind of day-to-day, week-to-week. But I think the expectation is if he were to miss this week, that would be it. That I think everybody's pretty confident he'd be back the following week when Washington comes to town. But Cowboys have liked to run a lot of 12 personnel, which is 2 tight end sets. So without Dalton Schultz and the fact that they didn't keep Sean McEwen, that keeps them just with 2 tight ends total on the roster, 2 rookies, Peyton Hendershot and Jake Ferguson. But Kellen Moore, talked about how they have a lot of confidence in those 2 guys, that those 2 guys got a ton of work this offseason. Hendershot, the undrafted free agent, pushed veterans off the roster. So they like both those guys a lot, and I imagine we'd still see a lot of 12 personnel, but just sounds like a little bit shaky on Schultz's availability against the Giants on Monday, but Gallup trending in the right direction.
In terms of the tight ends, Dak has always used the tight ends quite well. Is that a Dak thing, or is that this offense is very kind of conducive to tight ends performing?
Oh, that's Dallas for the last, 30 years? Honestly, Novacek up through, even when they had struggles during the early 2000s with Dave Campo, they loved bringing in guys like Jackie Smith and having a lot of success there, and then Jason Witten. But I think it's just naturally the coaches that they've had here have been big fans of incorporating tight ends into the offense, whether it's Zampese, Jason Garrett, Scott Linehan, all the way up through Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore's a big fan of tight end usage. But specifically in 12 personnel, they like the ability, the flexibility of, hey, we've got these guys who can be receiving threats and can do different things, but they can also provide run support. And Kellen Moore talked yesterday about how he thought they got a lot of help early on in the run game from that package specifically, and the help from the tight ends and being able to clear some space. So I think they just like the flexibility of, hey, look, we can run block with this, or it provides a nice little fail-safe if things aren't developing the way we like with the receivers down the field. And a lot of times it's just an easy check down, or it's a safe read, and they like to, of course, run those Y options. In fact, in 2 tight end sets, they typically like a guy who's a little bit more vertical and then a guy who can sort of play stuff underneath. So in this instance, it would be Ferguson would be the guy functioning as a Jason Witten type, running the option route, which is he either does the curl or he breaks to the inside. And then the other option route on the other side would be a guy like Peyton Hendershot, who's a little more vertical. And so his read would be you either run up the seam, or depending on how the safeties are playing it, you would bend it inside as a post route. So that they like incorporating those into a lot of their route concepts, and I think that's just why they like to design it that way.
Take that, Kurt Warner. Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. What else did the coordinators have to say yesterday? Were Dan Quinn and Kellen Moore talking?
Yeah, we'll start with Kellen Moore since, it's just kind of talking about his concepts there. A lot of praise for Noah Brown. Noah Brown, a guy who we all talked about as he's the personal protector and he's kind of a run blocker and everything else. Kellen Moore had a lot of praise for him just, about how he's adjusted his body type in the 6 years that he's been here. He's slimmed down. He's worked really hard at receiver and talked about how he's no longer a guy that we have to create specific packages for. He's an every down receiver. That's a guy who, no matter what we're doing, Noah can have a role in it if we need to ask him to step up. And really had a lot of praise for him in terms of how he's been able to finish contested catches, how he's able to complete catches in traffic. And that's honestly been a problem. We saw that was a problem for CeeDee Lamb. The first couple of years, he's had issues finishing in traffic. Jalen Tolbert, that was one of the issues we saw from him a lot in training camp. So it's nice that they have a guy who they feel like can make those catches in congested areas. And, of course, Noah Brown on Sunday, that was his first touchdown catch of his career, and Kellen Moore talked about how that was one of the cooler moments for them, was just seeing 6 years into this, Noah finally gets his first touchdown, and he said Robert Prince, the receivers coach, was just screaming on the sideline to make sure somebody picked up the football so that it didn't get taken away, that Noah Brown would be able to take it. And he said it was Ezekiel Elliott who ran in there and made sure to scoop it up and save it for Noah Brown, his old Ohio State teammate. So cool stuff for Noah Brown there. And then I thought it was interesting also him talking about the 4th down call, where he said that they were getting up there into the 3rd down. They were huddling up for that 3rd and 2 on the opening drive. And Kellen said Mike McCarthy told him, like, hey, have a call behind this one for 4th down because we're probably going for it.
Wow.
And so they went into that third. That was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Good. That was something that heading into that 3rd down, Kellen Moore said Mike McCarthy had kind of made up his mind, like, hey, draw something up here. We need to have a play ready for 4th down because we're going for it.
Which is normal around the league, or at least becoming more normal, right? Where, if you get to the, like, I know Brandon Staley was talking about this in The Athletic, where if they get to a certain yardage to go on 2nd down, that they're going for it on 4th.
Yeah, it's been normal across the league. I don't know how normal it's been in Dallas over the years. How many times did we see, not to throw, more dirt on somebody's grave, but how many times did we see Jason Garrett, kind of, it seemed like trying to make a decision there as 4th down was coming up, and then you're having to call a timeout, or you're having to do this or do that. So it's nice to see that they're getting ahead of those things and thinking, 1 or 2 steps ahead. And credit to Mike McCarthy for having the guts to go ahead and make that type of a call early in the game. And like we mentioned yesterday, having the confidence in the defense, Dan Quinn's side of the ball, to trust that if we give the ball over here, that we know those guys are going to stop them.
Headset malfunction, and what else did Dan Quinn have to say?
Yeah, that was one of probably the most interesting story we got out of the coordinator discussion yesterday. Was he said that last play where Diggs made the tackle, their communications were down. He wasn't able to send a call in to Malik Hooker. Now he could still talk down to the sideline, so it created an extra layer of communication where he has to send a call down to the sideline, and the sideline's got to kind of hand signal over to the guys on the field, to Malik Hooker, who specifically was calling the defense in the huddle. So he said that he could tell Cincinnati looked like they were having headset problems too, that they were having to get calls from the sideline, so there's a little bit of a scramble. But he says if you go back and watch it, everybody's kind of a little late getting to their position and scrambling to where they need to get because they were having trouble getting the play called in. So he said it was just a good thing to see from the defense that they kept their composure. Had a lot of praise for Malik Hooker for how he handled the situation. and getting the play call in, and praise for the entire defense for how they kind of kept their cool. He said that's something that they practice routinely during training camp and other things that, he and Mike McCarthy they'll randomly call out during a practice session. They'll just say headsets down. And so they basically tell the guys, we're communicating here as if we don't have headsets. Let's practice a scenario where we don't have headset communication. And so he said that's where you see the benefit of that, is that they've gotten in those reps before where they have to lean on that communication. And he also talked about how, the defense is incredibly unselfish, and specifically the defensive line. He talked about, with all the depth that they have there, sometimes guys aren't getting the type of workload that they want. And they're not getting the opportunities that they want. And Dan Quinn said, that's a concern at every level, but particularly when you're talking at the NFL level, you're talking about guys who are playing for contracts or want opportunities because they're looking for certain paydays, and so money's involved and their future's involved. And so it tends to get, the stakes are risen even a little bit more, and there's a little bit more frustration. And he said that this defense, and that defensive line in particular, does a really great job at playing unselfish and playing for each other and recognizing the bigger goal. And even though, he didn't mention this guy by name, but even though maybe a Dante Fowler is frustrated that he gets 10 snaps in week 1 or whoever, Tristan Hill's upset he doesn't get as much rotation in week 2 as he did in week 1, that he says when that game ends and they have that success with a big stop and they win the game, everybody just forgets about that stuff, and that those moments where everybody's just happy and coming together and building that connection in the locker room after a big win. He says that's where, all that, patience and hard work to keep everybody's egos in check and something that everybody individually tries to work on. That's where you see the results of that. And so the only criticism he seemed to have yesterday for his defense, and I think it's one that everybody's a little curious about right now, he'd like to see more turnovers. Obviously, the defense last year, that was a big part of their success. In fact, I think a lot of people, including, fans here in Dallas, felt like a lot of Dallas' success was a little bit of smoke and mirrors just because they were opportunistic and they got the takeaways. And those are a little tough to predict from year to year. So it's nice to see that the defense is having the success they are without turnovers. But Dan Quinn seems to think, look, we can generate some more of these opportunities. And if we generate some more of these opportunities, our defense is going to be able to go to a new level and an elite level.
Bobby Belt here on The Fan. I want to do, a little Cowboys clarification with a couple storylines that kind of, simmered over the weekend. The first is Stephen Jones on G-Bag when they asked him why they haven't used all of their cap space.
Well, we spend every bit of our cap at the end of the day. You get to move your cap forward. We move it all if we have room, because we're trying to figure out how we want to assign a player in the future. Then we can certainly move that forward, because, as you know, we rework, and we did rework multitude of contracts to get the room in the first place. So what you're doing is you're pushing money that was scheduled to go against the cap this year and push it forward. And so we want to be able to have that ability if the right situation arises. But if we don't, we didn't necessarily have to rework a contract. So misleading at times, because you rework a contract and create space, but what you really did is you pushed forward, cap liability that you're going to have maybe on an older player that probably is going to hit you at some point, not unlike it's done with Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin. What we want to do is create and have available cap space in case the right situation arises, whether it's before camp, during the season. We want to have that ability. If not, we will push it forward, and we will spend every available dollar that we have to spend over the cap.
Okay, many, including myself, were confused, and many were not satisfied with that answer. Please translate.
So what he's talking about is, when they have a lot of cap space right now, and he says it allows us to, take advantage of opportunities that may arise, or it's still spoken for in the future. It gets spent regardless. A good example of that is whatever cap space you don't use, you get to roll over into the next year. So, for instance, when the salary cap after the COVID year, 2021 last year, the salary cap space was $182 million, and they would have been in a tough spot had they not rolled space from 2020 into the next year. So they ended up rolling over about $25 million from 2020, space they didn't use that year, and that gave them an extra $25 million on the salary cap last year during a tight COVID year. And so they bumped right up against the salary cap last year. So what Steven's point is, or what he's saying is that in 2020, when they didn't spend all that space, it's because it was space that was spoken for into 2021 to make sure they were going to have enough room to function, especially with the Dak Prescott deal trying to get done. So what he's saying is that right now, even if we aren't using space at the moment, it gives us flexibility if somebody comes up, or it allows us not to have to restructure a guy next year to create that extra space, because we'll be able to roll it over into the 2023 cap space. So it's a little bit of a numbers game and a little bit of, an accounting trick, but basically he's saying it's spoken for regardless, because we'll roll it over to the following year and use it when we need to get some of these big deals done. Like, CeeDee Lamb's going to come up here soon. Diggs. The year after, they're going to have to pay Micah Parsons. And so it's just an accounting trick, but ultimately he says it's spoken for, and they do use it. Anytime that they bump all the way up against the cap, it's because of stuff that they rolled over from the previous year. And so I think that's more what this is about. The reason why they're probably not spending a lot of that space is because they want the rollover and know, look, Diggs is going to need to get done, Parsons, Lamb, and, as long as things progress the way you hope and think they will with Dak Prescott, he may need an extension here in a couple of years. And so that's more what he means by that.
Are they considered cap savvy?
Yes, I think in general they are. I don't know that they're considered negotiation experts, but in terms of their ability to balance the checkbook, I think a lot of teams around the league think highly of the way they do things. Adam Pacifica does a great job, their salary cap guru.
All right, and then the final one is Kellen Moore needs to be smarter. I think I know what media member I'm going to blame for this getting out of control, but I want to hear it first. This was the original comment from McCarthy late last week.
Kellen and the offensive staff have been working on this since April, with the players since April. So, we just got to trust what we build on our menu, and you got to adjust when you have change in lineup, and and we definitely are working through that, and want to make sure we're helping, but maybe not being as conservative as you'd like to be. And let's be honest. I mean, in Kellen's time as a coordinator, he's been able to play very, very aggressive. But we're in a phase right now that we gotta be a little smarter in certain situations. So I mean, that's all part of growing as a play caller.
That got turned into McCarthy calling out Kellen, and McCarthy was asked to clarify on the pregame show Sunday.
Yeah, that's 100% false. I think just the thing I was referring to is really 2 out of 3 years. If you look back to his time, prior to that, 2019, where they had, I think, 14 games, 13, 14 games of the 16 where the, same offensive line started. So it gives you a chance to be a little more aggressive. But let's be honest, 2020 was not the case, so it's probably more like 2 out of 4 years. 2 out of 3, kind of this year, and we're talking about one game. So I think last year we were able to maintain, a level of aggressiveness, with our perimeter and so forth. So no, I don't even recall the question, but that's not the story. I have great confidence in Kellen. At the end of the day, I get to see him and the staff, work during the course of the week, put the game plan together. The interaction, they're in year 3 as a staff, so that part's really healthy. But coordinators, their most important job in the week is the play calling, and I think Kellen just has to stay the course. I mean, let's be honest, you lose your starting left tackle, left guard, and quarterback, in game 1, that's part of a new challenge that was not part of our training camp process.
Total lack of context from Clarence Hill. I'm blaming Chill, who tweeted out, Kellen Moore needs to be smarter. My friends are sending this to me, and I'm like, what the heck? That was totally overblown, was it not?
Yeah, no, it was completely overblown. Like, I mean, if for instance, I were to say right now, Mike McCarthy said at his press conference, Dak Prescott needs to be smarter, then everybody goes, whoa, that's crazy. But if you then put the context behind it of, Mike McCarthy saying, yeah, Dak's got a thumb injury and he can't grip the ball. So normally where he likes to grip the ball and throw it, he's got to be, Dak needs to be smarter and can't do that. That's more just talking about how you manage an injury. It's the same thing for Kellen.
Yep.
Kellen, the way that he manages the offense with an injury, he has to call it differently. It's not saying, man, Kellen's got to be smarter than he was in week 1. What a dumbass. It's like this is a guy that's got to be, it just adjusts your game plan. But also, I think it's important to note, he didn't say Kellen. He specifically said, we need to be smarter. And so he made it a collective thing in that quote. He said that, hey, with injuries and things changing, we need to be a little bit smarter. And that just means you adjust to the context of what your offense is able to do. So, yeah, I think that, look, there have been plenty of reasons to criticize Mike McCarthy over the, first 3 years. I don't think we need to make any up.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Great report.
I love you all.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
He gets a lot of attention, whether it's sliding the line to him, having the back.
College football!
Oh, my God.
Communism wins.
Man,
That was the clip.
there it is. What a clip that is. College football time, boys and girls. This was not what you would call a banner weekend for the sport. It did not impress. There were not that many good games. In fact, there were really none good games. No good games, none good games. However you want to say it.
Awful.
Very, very awful. There was one game.
And my Red Raiders losing. Texas Tech with the storybook beginning, losing with the awful, scary injury, horrific injury at the beginning of that thing.
Yeah, tough one for the Red Raiders. But the game of the week, it's really the only game of the week this week. It was A&M and Miami. It was basically the only game that had 2 top 25 teams playing in it. A&M, of course, coming off a crushing defeat at App State. And Miami with Van Dyke having arguably the best quarterback, or one of the best quarterbacks in college football. Not the best, one of the better ones. He's probably a top 10 quarterback in college football. A&M, though, came to play defensively, did not allow the Hurricanes into the end zone, Sean. 17-9, A&M wins this one.
Michael Irvin, the hype speech did not work. Michael Irvin was going crazy. Trying to hype up the Canes.
It did not work. And neither did, and we'll just do this one. The A&M yell leaders, Sean.
Uh-oh.
This was, so they of course they got dragged for this stupid story about, App State the week before. And that did not stop Aggie yell leaders from now going after Miami. And this took over social media on Saturday night because everybody was saying, dude, this is so cringy. You got to stop this yell practice, that's a different story. Here is the yell leader trying to trash talk the University of Miami.
Was taking his son, Little Rocky, on a college visit to the greatest university in the world, Texas A&M. And when they got here, they joined a tour. But on this tour was a worthless, good-for-nothing, hanky-panky University of Miami Hurricane. And throughout the entire tour, that Hurricane kept talking about the good old Sunshine State. And even though he was annoyed at first, Old Rock managed to keep his cool. But after about 24 minutes of that Miami Hurricane trying to say how much better the Sunshine State was than Texas A&M, Old Rock couldn't take it anymore. And before that obnoxious Miami Hurricane could utter the words Sunshine State out of his mouth again, Old Rock kicked him in the rear and said, well, if you love your Sunshine State so much, then why don't you just go back?
Does everyone outside of College Station view this as lame?
Yes. And I think everyone inside College Station views it as lame as well. Like the yell leaders are not the cool kids. They're not the cool kids on campus. I'm sorry, they're not. They're not cool. They're not the cool kids. They think they're the cool kids. They're not the cool kids. It's I don't know. They need to get better trash talkers. Okay, they just need better.
So how does this work? They gather up.
Midnight yell practice, and the yell leaders are they're members of the Corps, the cadets, And they do their yell practice, and they try to get the team. It's like a pep rally, right? It's like a high school pep rally, only a little bit different. And it's changed over the years, but it's a great tradition. The idiots saying
why is it a great tradition if it's lame?
Because they like it.
Okay.
And that makes it a great tradition.
I disagree, but you can like something that's tradition, but it's lame. Like
it's still lame. Yeah,
not all traditions need to continue to keep going.
This is probably one of the 5 or 6 best traditions of college football.
One of the 5 or 6 best, or the most consistent?
Well, it's definitely the most consistent.
Okay,
one of the most consistent.
You can't think it's one of the top 5 best if you think it's lame.
Yeah, again,
it's also school spirit. I mean, it's part of the
yeah.
it's part of going to A&M. You get to do this as a student.
I think they do fish camp.
What's that?
That's like
the freshman stuff, right?
Yeah, basically your orientation, but it's a little bit more intricate than most orientations are.
Fish camp?
They call it fish camp. I don't know why they call it fish camp.
What do you do?
You go down there for like 4 days, 5 days, and you basically, I call it indoctrination camp. They basically brainwash you into the cult, but the cult that is Texas A&M. But that they're getting roasted for this. That was stupid lame. Stupid lame.
Was the App State one lame and stupid?
Yes, because they're talking. Well, I guess we could play the App State one if you want to.
None of it's as long.
How long is the App State one? I don't think it's nearly as long, but
it's 55 seconds.
All right, play it.
All right, here we
go. Google this team to make sure that they're even real. I was really confused because Appalachia is definitely not a state. But sure enough, I found them, and they're located deep, and I mean deep in the backwoods. Just like you would think any hillbilly college that names themselves the Mountaineers. I just hope that these guys can get here tomorrow all right, because I know for a fact that half of their football team can barely even read the name on their jerseys, let alone read a map.
Okay.
It's a shame that the only 2 brain cells that all these guys have left are going to get knocked out by our wrecking crew defense tomorrow. Now let's have a Fighting Texas Ag yell practice.
Okay.
All right. So like I said,
that one's a little better.
A little bit better. Yeah. But they, of course, went out and lost to App State. Real quick, App State is where College Game Day was this week, Sean. Luke Combs, country star, was a guest on College Game Day. He did have to take a little shot at A&M.
Jimbo, Texas A&M, I appreciate the $1.5 million donation to my alma mater. I'm riding with Texas A&M at home. Let's go, baby. I like Texas A&M. Let's go.
Dang.
There you go. So that was some audio bits from the weekend. Like I said, it wasn't the greatest weekend. I'll give you some scores around the league. OU destroyed Nebraska 49-14. Oklahoma's got one of the they got an inside track right now at that Final Four spot. They're number 6 in the nation. They will be favored in every single game the rest of the way.
Let's just keep it right here, because the topic I want to talk about the most is the urban chants.
Yes.
That's really what I want to get into. This is the Nebraska fan base with Urban there for FS1 chanting for the new coach they want.
No, I didn't know if Big Red was going to bring it today, and I'll tell you what, they brought it. They brought it. Go, Big
Red! Okay.
All right.
We've been having this discussion.
Yep.
Would somebody welcome him back? More likely in college, more likely in the pros. Would TV even welcome him back? We already saw the answer to that, but we just got an answer from the Cornhusker fan base who is desperate.
And we got another answer because rumor has it that Nebraska has already called Urban Meyer. I don't know how Urban would work there. Ohio State, you can recruit from anywhere in the world.
Because of the women and the bars?
Right, absolutely. Look, Florida, where he won at, it's really easy to recruit at the University of Florida. You walk outside. At Ohio State, it's pretty easy to recruit.
Yep.
They are one of a handful of teams that can get into any living room in America. At Nebraska, I think the biggest thing, and people always ask, why is Nebraska falling? Why is Nebraska falling? 2 reasons. One, they left the Big 12, which means they don't have that inroad to Texas anymore because you can't go into a recruit's house in Texas and say, hey, come to Nebraska. We still go to Lubbock every year. We still go to Austin every year. We still go to A&M every year. We still go to TCU every year. Well, you don't go there anymore because now you go to Illinois and Michigan, so you can't see them. And then the other thing is, who wants to go to Nebraska from the state of Florida? Or Texas or California? It's very hard to go there. So Urban Meyer is going to have what? He's not going to be able to recruit as well as he did at Ohio State? I don't think. Maybe he is.
But what about the moral acceptance or reaction that everyone would have if Urban got another job? You're talking about all the recruiting aspects, but that's not the top concern.
You're right, and I agree with you. But as a college football fan, I will say, morals?
Right, yeah.
Are those the same as grades?
Look,
who cares?
If I was a desperate program,
yeah,
I would have tried to figure out a way to get Patino. I would try to figure out a way to get Urban Meyer.
There are a handful of college football programs that have fallen on hard times. Miami, Nebraska, Tennessee, Virginia Tech, Florida State. What have they accomplished? Where are they? Okay, some of them are on the way back. Some of them still are trying to figure out an inroad. Urban Meyer is an inroad. So that's, like I said, it was not the greatest weekend of college football. Baylor gets a 35-point win over Texas State. We had Kansas beaten. They're 3-0, man, and they're going to be favored this week over a Power 5 opponent for the first time since 2009. You mentioned Texas Tech losing to NC State. TCU was off. SMU got beat by Maryland 34-27.
There it is. The college football kegger every Tuesday at this time during the Expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted radio. Jerry Jones is going to join us live at 8:30, but this blew up yesterday when I asked Tolos if they would want Dak Prescott to borrow any trait, to borrow anything from Cooper Rush. Let's see what y'all said. Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
FitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30. Choppy is already going up and down in the chair. We usually say that for 9 a.m., but it's his birthday. A happy birthday to Ralph James and Peyton Russell.
Oh, man.
43 and 26.
Got to change Peyton's birthday. We can't have the same one. Very disappointed.
I'll take tomorrow.
Maybe we can get Jerry to sing happy birthday.
You know what?
Marilyn Monroe it for you.
Oh, man.
For both of you.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Do you think he would know which one I am?
No.
Sing happy birthday?
No, I don't know. Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30. So yesterday, I wasn't going to do you want Cooper Rush to replace Dak? I just want to know if there was an attribute or a skill that you would want Dak to take from Cooper Rush. And before we get to the, hundreds of responses that came in at 1053SS on Twitter. Follow me, I'll follow you back at 1053SS and on Facebook. Phil Simms, before the Bengals win, was agreeing with Skip Bayless. Cowboys aren't going to suffer that much of a QB drop-off.
Cooper Rush has a good arm. He's got experience. He led the team to a victory last year. He can make the plays. And the biggest thing is, so it's not going to be a huge drop-off to me. Because the team, hold on.
Who is Cooper Rush?
Yeah, I know.
Who is Cooper Rush?
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out.
They're done.
A quarterback change will bring new life, and they know they got to protect him and play different and play better. And look for the Dallas offense to now take it away from Cooper Rush, run the football, and make him a bit player instead of the main focus.
There's no Ray Lewis running out of that running room for that defense. I'm just saying.
That's Edelman. That's Julian Edelman saying, who is Cooper Rush? So Skip, Sims, and Romo, Team Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that they're saying that Cooper is better than Dak, but those are the three national people who have shown a ton of support for Cooper Rush getting this job.
Look,
a ton.
We had talked about, Vegas gives him about a 6-point downgrade per game than Dak Prescott. If you factor that over the course of a season, you're looking at like 3 or 3.5 wins. That's a big number. In the NFL, 3.5 wins. That's the difference between being in the playoffs and a top 12 pick. 10 wins versus 7 wins or 6.5 wins. There's no. The idea that he's almost as good. He's not almost as good. He's not.
So I asked the Tolos, what would you want him to borrow? What would you want Dak to borrow from him? I'm just going to go down the list. Rodney, slow down. Defenses will figure Cooper out now that he's playing 3 to 4 games in a row. Plus, he's horrible with throws to the flat and to the sideline, but I like that he's not afraid to attack down the field. Lorenzo, none. Dak doesn't have to borrow anything. Chansey, borrow Kellen's play calling. Call the game the way he started out with Rush, and when Dak is in there, I think Kellen thinks Dak is Dan Marino at times. K. Lou, these comments are hilarious. Frustrated Cowboy fan, his handle is at Dak Excuses. Dak apologists are like a cult. Everything else to blame. The faster he starts to be held accountable to improve in his poor areas, the better for the team. Stuck with him through 2023. Stop making excuses. He needs to get better with pocket awareness and his reads. TB, I would want him to borrow just making the easy play. Take what's there. Clearly does not need to be a hero every game. Dak can lead the Cowboys to a Super Bowl, confident in saying that. Freddie.
Wait, hang on a second. Did that guy say Dak? He said he wants Dak to take the easy play?
Make the easy play, take what's there. That's what a lot of people criticize him for.
Don't they criticize him for taking the easy play too much?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Colton, throw the ball on time, anticipate the receiver getting open. Tim, get the ball out faster. Todd, I'd like him to borrow throwing accuracy. David, less audibles at the line of scrimmage. Call the play and go. Pick up the pace. Let the football go. Release time. That from First Sturge. Fearless, knowing where the ball is going sooner from John. DGAT, willingness to actually throw the ball when the receiver is not wide open. I'd like for Dak to pick up the be the backup trade attribute from Big Tex. Wanting Cooper Rush to start. David Whitaker, throw the ball in front of receivers on slants and posts, allowing them to rack up some yak. Dak is constantly throwing behind receivers. Darryl, accuracy. Rush was putting the ball where the receivers could catch in stride. That was Bassett's point in crosstalk. Connor from Blogging the Boys. I'd like him to borrow defenses dropping interception luck. That is something we did not talk about a lot yesterday in basking in the glory of the win and celebrating. There was like 3 interceptions that the Bengals dropped of Cooper. There was like 3 or 4 where you were like, hit stick. Want him to trust it and sling it. Tony, anticipation. So accuracy, anticipation, reading defense, poise, staying healthy. I'd like him to borrow that trait. Just great responses with the Tolos understanding what the exercise was. Not, is it time for Cooper to start? It's, what would you want him to borrow trait-wise, if anything?
The staying healthy part, that's an interesting one, because we did have the discussion about injury prone. And, I think it's a fine line between injury prone and unlucky. And, to me, Miles Austin was injury prone, right? You pulling a lot of muscles and tweaks and stuff. When you break bones, are you really unlucky? Who would not have broken their ankle on that play?
Right.
Who would not have broken their thumb on that play? I think just about every quarterback or player in the NFL, would have. Terrell Owens got horse-collared by Roy Williams, broke his ankle. Was he injury prone? Or did somebody who's 240 pounds just land on his ankle? I think it's more likely that that's what happened. And it was the same thing that happened to Dak Prescott. So, staying healthy, that is, though, we've always said it. You've said it a lot. Availability is the number one ability. It is.
Josh, pay rate. Dak is overpaid. Trade Dak for a receiver and a draft pick. Joel, better touch on his throws. Whatever feeling of freedom that Rush has, no pressure, just slinging it like he may never play another snap. That from W. A pass farther than 3 yards from No Pick. Just be himself. So, a lot of good answers and replies from the Tolos when it comes to Cooper Rush versus Dak Prescott. And we played Phil Simms looking right, looking good for a change. Here's Charles Woodson on the Fox pregame show before the Cowboys played.
Yeah, and that's when all the problems started for the Cowboys was this offseason. They made moves. They just didn't make the right moves. I think getting rid of Amari Cooper was a big deal. He was really Dak Prescott's security blanket. And you saw it in this first game. No touchdowns, an interception. But when he went to Amari Cooper, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 68% of the times he was completing passes to Amari Cooper. So this Dallas Cowboys, they got rid of good players, Amari Cooper, Cedric Wilson, Gregory. And this is going to show its ugly head these next couple of games. They're going to have some division games coming up. And I think the Dallas Cowboys, in my opinion, with Dak going down, this is a team that's done for the rest of the season.
Woo! D-O-N.
D-O-N. D-U-N. I say D-U-N.
D-U-N. Jerry Jones is coming up in 20 minutes, but let's talk about the Monday Night Football doubleheader. Kyler Murray getting the Vegas cops involved. And we got to give credit to Eli Manning finally. That's all next with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Q.
should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. It's Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Did Jerry Jones check out filthy last night and that domination of the Minnesota Vikings? We'll ask him in 10 minutes here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Philly, I mean, look, Buffalo crushed Tennessee, but it feels like Philadelphia handled Minnesota kind of the same. I know it sounds weird, 24-7 versus 41-7. But it really never felt like Minnesota was in that game.
No,
in the second half.
No, they didn't. It never felt that way at all. They really had nothing. I mean, Kirk Cousins was under siege. Slay was blanketing his best receiver. I mean, the as most you can blanket somebody.
All right, more regret from last night connected with preseason predictions. Not giving Philadelphia more love, or given too much love to the Vikings, as we both felt forced to make them a playoff team.
Not giving Philly more love, I think, is my bigger regret. That's a really good football team. I mean, they were a good roster anyway. I just didn't think they would have a chance to compete with the Cowboys if, obviously the Dak injury throws a wrench into all that. And I will still say that I do believe if Dak plays the whole year, the Cowboys would win the division. Now, I don't know that. I think that you obviously have to put Philadelphia as the heavy favorite.
You would have them as the heavy favorite to win the East.
Yeah, right now, because look, they could come on here and say all they want that Dak to be ready by Game 4. I mean, let's be fair; it's probably going to be Game 6. And if that's the case, then what are you? Go look at Philly's schedule. They're going to be what, 6-2? That's going to be really, really hard to overcome. Really hard to overcome.
At the Commanders.
Win.
Jacksonville at home.
Win.
At Arizona.
Toss up.
Host the Cowboys and the Steelers.
Okay, well, I mean that.
At the Texans.
Win.
Commanders at home.
Win.
At Indy.
Win. I mean, it doesn't start to get hairy for them until they got Green Bay and Tennessee back-to-back, and that's not exactly murderer's row. Then they have at the Giants, at the Bears, and they finish off with at us, Saints, and the Giants. I mean, that's a cake. That's a cakewalk.
Cardinals, Cowboys, Steelers. Hopefully can be a little bit difficult for them.
Hopefully, yes.
And, of course, you're going to get the Cowboys and the Giants. Man, Eli Manning, that Penn State video was funny.
Yeah, it was.
Eli's places. Now, you're not going to convince me that, not everyone knew what was going on. Obviously, James Franklin did. Eli dressing up to go to the Penn State quarterback tryouts. Still throws ducks like he did when he played. That's what I noticed. But he was funny. He showed some good personality in that.
Oh, yeah. Look, I think he's the funnier one on the Manning cast. I think Peyton's got funnier comedic humor when it comes to commercials and stuff. And I think in this, on the Manning cast, I think Eli just dropping in the, just the one-liners or whatever. I think Eli really kind of shines there. But this was pretty good. You had to know. He has a very unique drop back and throw.
Yep.
It's very unique. And, the cadence,
those kids aren't going to know what Eli Manning looks like.
You don't think it was? I know, but you could tell how old he looked. I mean, was he Scott Bakula in Necessary Roughness?
Scott Bakula.
I mean, what's going on here? Come on.
And then we got a Sunday ticket resolution for everyone who got screwed over by DirecTV.
Yes, we do. So the Sunday ticket, they are going to give everybody a refund and reimburse them for week 2. So if you have the big plan, it's about $400 for the year. So they're going to give you 118, so about $22.
Okay.
And look, I mean, I went back and looked. That's actually $400, $20 a week. That's not a bad deal, considering you pay $75 for a pay-per-view for UFC. And you have one a month.
Yeah, I couldn't do without it. I couldn't live without it. I'm convinced all these analysts have to have it as well in order. They don't miss anything, at least with Andrew Siciliano on my feed. Let's see if Jerry Jones checked out filthy last night, an updated timeline for Dak's return, and does he want to say I told you so to any of us who questioned Cooper Rush, the kicker, or the coaching? Jerry Jones live on Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get that carpet clean.
Time for the Jerry Jones Show. Every Tuesday at 8:30, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. And let's welcome in the Hall of Fame owner and GM of your Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, Sean, RJ, and it's really good to be on this morning. And this is a little different feeling than we had last Monday. So easy to do the show today.
Absolutely. And, man, you took it like a champ with all the bullets last week, so let's have some fun and celebrate this morning. Hell of a win. Your thoughts on your team's overall performance in beating the defending AFC champs?
Well, the things that impressed me the most was how we improved. Let's start with the offensive line. Actually, I want to give them a little slack for how they played the first game. And boy, when the wheels are coming off like that, it's hard to point to areas that played decent. And the facts are the offensive line, when you look at the first two ball games, have played fairly well, but really notable this past week. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about what's on the way in the offensive line. We've really, if there were such a thing, have prepared for some position flexibility in the offensive line. We've done that by adding Peters, by knowing that we've got McGovern just around the corner, and dare I say, on out there, little Tyron Smith. But I'm real pleased with Tyler Smith, how he plays. Certainly this past Sunday. So overall, I want to give it to the offensive line there. Steele had a good game, so yeah. I'm pleased right there. The defense, of course, is obviously an inspiration out there. We're getting better, and that is I think we've got that to look forward to, a better coordinated defense, one that is comfortable in its own skin and capable of making some plays. We didn't get the turnover, but I'm surprised we didn't get the turnover, as we would give them a little bit of credit for not turning that ball over their quarterback. So anyway, I like the way that the team played. I'll get to Cooper. Cooper gives us a chance not to take anything out of our offense. He knows it all. And he really is very, I'm going to use the word again, he's very comfortable in our offense. And he's been working with Kellen Moore for years. He's been working with a receiver like Wilson for years. A lot of those guys have been around him at repetitions in practice, as well as, of course, the time that he did play last year with a win over Minnesota. So I like what we're seeing there. Greer behind him had a good week, a real good week. Greer looked good in training camp. Frankly, I feel good where we are right now with given Dak is out, which we all know what a concern that is, but I feel pretty good about a quarterback.
Yeah, Jerry, you feel any stick your chest out vindication on your backup QB, that your kicker was a humongous storyline, the coaching has been criticized early on with the attention around here. You feel any vindication after that victory? No, I just feel elation. The criticism, that's the way it goes. Isn't that the way it happens? That's the way it goes. And that comes with it. I was disappointed for our fans that first ball game. Did not expect that in any way. Obviously, never would expect losing Prescott, but we really had some glaring things that if you could correct them would get us in the ball game against really top teams, and that's what happened to us Sunday. We just didn't do anything on our third downs when the yardage dictated us keep moving the chains. If you don't move those chains, if you don't get you a first down in a drive, dare I say early, if you don't get that first down, you can't get it going. And, boy, you can do that 3 or 4 times, and all of a sudden you're behind the 8 ball on your possessions for the whole game. That's how you get in games like that and get in trouble. We didn't do that Sunday, and results are that. And I look forward to this team improving under Rush as quarterback and improving with the personnel that we've got to play with right now. I see us getting better. Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know what to ask you anymore about Micah. I kind of had the same problem with Luka Doncic early in his Mavs career. To me, you got two superstars in the Metroplex. I know you always say comparisons get you in trouble. I mean, what new things can you say about this guy who everyone says absolutely wrecked that game on Sunday?
Well, I think, first of all, again, I just, in close, want all of our fans to know how hard he works at it and how intense he is. He's inordinate in his intensity. You can't always get your finger on that when you're evaluating a player, but boy, his intensity, and of course he translates that with his natural athletic ability, which is freakish. And so those combination of things in this game, which is pressure player city, if you can be a pressure player in this game of NFL football, you can do some damage, and he is that.
Is Micah the best pass rusher you've seen in your time here?
Well, let's don't do comparisons, if you will. Let's don't do that to him because we've seen some of the best. Frankly, I thought we had one of the best ever in Charles Haley, and not to leave out DeMarcus Ware, who may be right there in those kinds of conversations. And so those are guys we've seen. Again, a little reluctant to make comparisons here, but I think when you look down the road and you look at how our coaching is utilizing his just him, if you will, and what we did, we've complimented him. We brought in Barr. Well, Barr is a true compliment to him and an outstanding player and pressure player himself, in my mind, can be. But we brought in Barr to add numbers to our opposing offenses to the problem for them, which is dealing with numbers of pressure players out there. And so that's what you get into. I thought it was a real notable thing when their quarterback for Cincinnati said that's one of the best defensive fronts we'll face as far as the pressure goes. And I think we can look forward to getting better, and I don't think that's over-optimistic. I've been accused lately of being too optimistic, and but I do think we've got reason to be optimistic here with our pass rush.
Jerry, it's a nice bounce back, we thought, from CeeDee Lamb from week 1 to week 2. Do you see him? Has he turned the corner and in your eyes become a number one yet?
Well, he has. It's there with him. What is it? The ability to make those big plays when it's time to make those big plays. And he's got that. He's always had that. The thing is that he's a grinder. He will really conscientious. He will work at it, which is really important. He's an intelligent receiver, important, very important. And so it's all there, and we know he's capable of making the big plays. And he's just like all of us. If it works right for you, you'll get better as you go. And he's going to get better and better, and we're going to be the benefactor of it.
Jerry, let's talk about some of your other weapons. How are you feeling about Michael Gallup's return for this Giants game?
Well, I like where Michael is physically, and I don't know if we're going to try to go with him on Sunday or not. I mean Monday. I don't know, but we'll see how this week goes. But he's really doing some good things out there, and we have missed him, and it'll be good to get him back out there. Now, again, I'm not saying at all that we'll use him Monday night, but he'll really add to it. I think we're all giving Wilson, our receiver, a real kudos because you see what he's capable of doing. He makes big plays. He can go get the ball, and he'll get his opportunity to make those big plays after just showing and reminding everybody what he can do for you. So I think you're seeing this receiving core evolve and come together right before your eyes.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. What news did you guys get on Dalton Schultz, and how do you view his status for the game?
I don't have anything definitive there. We'll see how it works. This is the news. This is the plan. We'll see how he works this week. He's got a sprain there, but and the issue is whether he goes this week or not. I don't look for this to be, my assessment of it is not long term, but it would be a question of whether or not he'll be effective this week. And I know that we're all trying to see if he can do that.
And how are you feeling about Dak's progression and his timeline?
Well, I don't know. Don't know that anybody knows, but when he can get away from or get into the strength area where he can grasp, then you'll see probably a real advancement in his timeline. And I don't know when that is. I do know that I think after a good airing out last week, everybody recognizes that he'll be back sooner rather than later as far as the timeline. And it really could be a minimal of 2 weeks up here in my mind. Now, that's very optimistic. That is optimistic, but it could be. And he's got the kind of repair there that will allow him not to have a lot of fear about re-injuring. It's just a question of the grip. But it's a big question.
Jerry, can you tell us anything about the debut of Jason Peters when we're going to get him out there?
Well, I don't know that we'll go this weekend, but he's progressing. He does give us some real position flex, and of course he gives us a all-pro presence. And really pleased we've got him. When I look at what we've got here in him and the coming of McGovern, and then turn around here and look somewhere out there is, dare I say it, Tyrant. And when I look at the way our guys that we have that really are our depth, how they're doing their reps, how they're coming, I really am optimistic that this offensive line is really shaping up and going to be there for the bell when we're in the time of the year when we're trying to get to the playoffs and on beyond that.
Jerry, have you guys decided what you're going to do with Peters when he's ready to go?
Now we've got he's left tackle, obviously, but that creates the fall.
Oh no!
And he can play tackle or the other tackle. So there's some flex there. I throw that out, not that in any way there's a direction for him, but we'll see where we are. See where we are with McGovern. See where we are with. Certainly, we're seeing where we are with the other Smiths and Tyler. So all of that gives us real flexibility. He does give us a unique flexibility with a veteran player that can really still, I use the word still play, that can play. Let's just say that, they can play. I like where we are. I think we're doing some good things about getting this offensive line in shape as we look down the road. Now, we know because it takes 5 to play it, we know that you can have an injury and you can have some things happen and get depleted there pretty quick. But I like where we are today.
Jerry, is the running back carry split kind of about what you expected it to be? Would you like to see more of a balance or more more heavy-handed towards Zeke?
I would say that I'd like to see Zeke because of what he does to the defense, what he physically does. I'm going to make sure that we give Zeke the load that that the team deserves to have from him. Now, you say, well, doesn't that take away from the obvious out there? Pollard made those big plays and can make those big plays. He's juice. You can see what the zip that he adds to the offense. And we've just got to do both. We've just got to take advantage of the fact that we've got both these guys that can really give that defense heck. So I'd like to see a continued use. I'd like to answer your question, I'd like to see both used about 20% more.
Jerry Jones joined us here at 105 through the Fan. I was, last night I was very surprised and kind of upset at how good the Eagles looked. Did they catch your attention a little bit with that performance last night?
Well, Hurd has really evolved and is better than when he came out that you might have thought. I was particularly impressed with his passing and watched every snap last night. So that's what we've got, and he's a guy that has always been able to run, very athletic, very strong, and that's not surprising. So, but it doesn't surprise me or startle me that we're playing a Philadelphia team with a quarterback threat. I don't dream of playing these teams that ultimately don't have a quarterback that they've got a plan to move the ball with. They've certainly done that with him, and they're doing a good job up there. And they're going to be all we can count.
I don't know if you saw this video. There's a Cowboy fan that after the win that rode a horse through a Walmart. What animal would you ride through the lawn and garden section if you had won the Super Bowl?
Did you see it, Jerry?
Hey, I can't tell you. I've literally been on a horse inside before. And it's a dicey thing, because if that horse gets to slipping and sliding and kicking, it's a mess.
Jerry Jones, every Tuesday, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Fantastic win. Congratulations, and let's keep it going Monday against the Giants.
Hey, this is fun. I want to do this some more.
Yeah, we were going to get you to sing. We were going to get you to sing happy. We were going to get you to sing "Happy Birthday" to RJ because we thought you'd be in such a good mood with a little Marilyn Monroe, Jerry.
Well, I'll give you a little happy birthday for sure.
All right.
Happy birthday.
All right. Thank you.
I'll tell you what. What is it? My personality's better when we win. Am I just different?
Everybody is.
Everybody is. Yesterday, we were in a damn good mood.
The sad thing about people around me is that it causes me to think I'm funny, so they get to put up with all that BS.
Hey, we all feel better.
Hey, it feels good, and I would say this, savor it. I've always said this about football. It's 95% getting it handed to you, and it's about 5% for you. We're getting a little of that today. Let's go to town on it.
Heck yeah.
Coach, I'm hot. I'm hot.
Heck yeah. Thank you, Jerry. Enjoy your day. Enjoy the week.
You bet, guys. Bye.
There he is. Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. And, man, the mood swings of an NFL week.
The season's crazy. Right?
Yeah. Because it's one a week.
1 week.
Can't get over it the next day like hoops or hockey or baseball.
Nope. This is I love the meme. This we have now reached the time of year where you let 22-year-olds determine your mood for the next week. Yes. It really is. I mean, it is for a lot of people. It's definitely that way.
877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line. So he didn't sound as optimistic. He made it sound 50-50 on Gallup. I thought he made it sound doubtful on Peters. And then he kind of admitted the Dak 2-week timeline, very optimistic. That's what I took from Jerry in terms of the injury updates on Jason Peters, Michael Gallup, Dak Prescott. Dak, I don't think is playing against the Commanders. Michael Gallup, just judging by Jerry's tone right there, he sounded more doubtful than probable against the Giants. Bobby Belt was guessing that Gallup was going to play. Steven said he may get, start getting some full workload in practice this week. And then Jason Peters sounded doubtful. That was just my ears judging it.
Sounds that way. Are we surprised? We're surprised that he's doubtful.
Who?
Peters.
I mean, what did he do in the offseason? He's 40.
He's 40. Who knows? He was
big
dancing.
Man. How much time does he need? What are they going to do, though? That, to me, is the fascinating thing. Of course, his phone would cut out. I don't think he was giving us the answer. He keeps talking about position flex. What do you do?
He probably said in there exactly what Jason Peters was going to do.
Right.
That's probably what happened, and we missed it. Oh,
what's y'all's best guess as to what happens? Tyler Smith has not been a problem.
No.
His PFF grade is a 69.6.
Yeah, nice.
On the season.
I'd let him go.
You let him go at left tackle?
I'd keep Tyler Smith there, let him go.
So Jason Peters is going to be on your bench.
Keep him there. Emergency use only. After 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because the idea, I do believe that we were kind of a little bit, I don't want to say premature, but the whole notion that they didn't replace this, they didn't replace that. I mean, they spent a 1 on Tyron Smith's replacement. It does not get more
dedicated
to improving or replacing a player than spending a first-round draft pick on him. You cannot get more dedicated. You cannot make the case that they did not have a plan. There is no plan bigger than a first-round draft pick.
And so far, Vegas has been proven correct on the effect it would have on the Cowboys. They did not change the line when Tyron got hurt. You said we were overreacting to it. I had them winning 3 less games. But so far through 2 games, it appears like Vegas is right. It appears that way.
I mean, look, they often are. They're often very right. They sometimes will miss. They will. That is normal. Vegas will sometimes miss, but more often than not, if you just look at what they're doing, they're going to give you the answer. They're giving you the answer. They'll give you the answer on injuries. They'll give you the answer on styles. They'll give you the answer on a lot of things. On who's hyped, who's underhyped, who's overhyped. I do think, though, that they are not always at their best when it comes to futures. I think they're geniuses week to week.
Peyton, what do you think they're going to do when Jason Peters is ready to go? Like right now, my gut is telling me they're going to play Peters at left tackle and move Tyler Smith to guard. Well, I would probably keep it going with Tyler Smith at left tackle and just get ready to rip the Tyron Page out. What do you think they're going to do?
I think they're going to try and force him out there because they got him for that, and they want to make sure people know, hey, we're trying to improve this offensive line. I think they're going to put him out there in some way. Now, who they take out or who they move around, I don't know, but I'm kind of a guy right now where if it ain't broke, don't fix it with the offensive line.
Yeah. And then what about a left guard? I mean, we're not sitting here calling out Farniak, whatever his name is. That's a good thing.
No, it's a very good thing.
So, McGovern, Jerry was very optimistic about the O-line. What are they going to do when Jason Peters is ready to roll? And what would the Tolos do on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053? What would you do when Peters is ready to go?
Let's see what we got here. Let's see. I think that he will have Peters come in on third downs.
What?
I don't think I've seen a third down left tackle.
That's a strategy right there.
I mean, seriously, I don't think I've seen that. Right? Like you see, you have third down, running backs. You have third down pass rushers.
Unless there's some stat where they, do not let someone get past the line on third downs or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, that'd be a tough something to look at.
Maybe.
No, dumb.
I've never heard of that though.
Call
That's
for what is dumb text.
Tyler wasn't a problem because the refs lost yellow flags somewhere.
Someone said, I think Bobby was saying, him and Broda said that Tyler could have been flagged 5 times. Cooper Rush could have had 4 picks, and Tyler apparently could have 5 penalties.
Yeah, they're saying that he had at least 60 yards worth of holds that were missed. How do you guys feel about Connor Williams being a great center in Miami? What about 6 O-line packages with Connor Williams last year? But with Jason Peters this year. Okay. Let Peters play left guard. Left guard. Trade Peters for a receiver.
Well, Jerry did say he's definitely a left tackle.
Yes.
He stressed that.
Keep Tyler in. He's doing good. Peters as a tight end and a jumbo front.
All right, that's enough.
Didn't he play tight end? Isn't that what he got into the league? Yeah, that's what he got in the league for.
40 years ago.
Yep, move Peters to left guard. Trade Peters for a receiver. No backup center, should be a swing guard. Extra lineman on running plays. Don't use Peters till another injury happens. The line is doing fine. Don't fix what ain't broke.
Cole Beasley is back. What does Vegas think about San Francisco now? Monday Night Football doubleheader, and Michael Irvin continues to lose his mind. Final hour of a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ next. But
Studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Josh will take another shotgun snap. Takes, makes a handoff, going to throw it. Looks downfield, fires downfield, looking for Diggs inside the 5. Dives for it, makes the catch, and it is caught. Touchdown Buffalo. Josh Allen to Stephon Diggs.
Fist pump time on the fan cam. 2 dominating performances last night. The Buffalo Bills. What'd you say in the parking garage at 5 a.m.?
Cancel the season. Just might as well stop. I mean, just stop playing. This thing's over. I mean, find a loss. They're going to be favored. They're going to be a dog in one game this year, and that's at Kansas City. It's the only game they're going to be a dog in.
Josh Allen make you rethink the throne that you have Mahomes on?
No.
Why not? Look at what he's done the first 2 weeks last year. 4 touchdowns yesterday.
Very Al Bundy-ish. He has accounted for 4 touchdowns in 4 straight games, which is one shy of the record held by Peyton Manning in 2004. Now, Josh done this over 2 seasons, so I don't really count that. But no, it's still Mahomes. I don't know that I'll ever. I mean, I'm sure I'll come off that someday because someone will come along that's better than him. But no, I still have Pat. You?
I think Mahomes has been so great. It's kind of like with LeBron, you're looking for Kevin Durant. You're looking for someone to take his spot, right? Mahomes, the best. Who can we slide in there? Who can we get into the conversation? And Allen is that guy. But watching
He's
him
the only one that can come in.
But just watching him is so freaking fun. He is. I think he's my most fun quarterback in the league to watch. Like the throws, the ease in which the throws he was made, and Mahomes is, don't get me wrong, fun. Kyler's fun running around. But Josh, with the running and the throwing, watching his cannon with the ease in which he was launching these bombs to Diggs that you just heard on Bills radio, it's a blast. My question is, we need to move Diggs up? Stephon Diggs is a dog. And he right now second in the league in receiving. How about Tyreek? You talk about greatness. Tyreek Hill going from Kansas City to Miami. He's leading the league in receiving yards, 284. Diggs is there at 270 as last night he scored 3 touchdowns. He did it to Jalen Ramsey in week 1. He's got 20 catches, 270 and 4. He's second in the league in receptions, second in yards. He's first in touchdowns. Well, what's our wide receiver list now? I think Stephon Diggs may need to be moving up. Diggs better than Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, who've been getting all the praise and all the hype?
He's definitely not better than Jefferson, I don't think.
Okay.
But, look, I mean.
Devontae Tyreek, 1-2.
Boy, Tyreek looked good, dude.
Tyreek. Listen to Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, talk about Tyreek Hill. He said it's very rare when you get elite speed, freak speed, and freak quickness. It's not hard to see when you watch certain guys. Tyreek Hill just moves differently. He tilts the entire field, and Michael said he makes coaches S their underwear. That's how frightening he is. So Tyreek, Devontae, I just feel like Stephon Diggs needs to start moving up this list. No more just automatic DeAndre, Jefferson, Chase, and then Stephon. Stephon Diggs looks like he cannot be covered. Peyton, you going to rip off your 1, 2, 3, 4?
I don't know. Well, I'm going back to your comments last night. You talking about Stephon Diggs moving him up the list of wide receivers. I mean, is that list, do you mean move it up to top 5 or?
Well, don't let me disrespect Kupp. Cooper Kupp.
Oh, yeah.
Cooper.
Yeah, he's
Cooper Kupp, Tyreek, Devontae. Can I make an argument? For Stephon Diggs getting a 4?
With Carr as his quarterback? Yeah. I mean.
Think about it. Who do
you have number 1?
The most dangerous man in the league is Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I shouldn't separate this, man. This goes back to Mike Dingus's Saturday fan jam topic on is Tyreek Hill a receiver or a weapon? it's hard to go away from Cooper Kupp. I mean, you're seeing it every week on your fantasy team. What's going to happen to Devontae with Carr? Is Devontae going to slip to 3? He came into the season at 1. Woo, it's tough. What do you think? You going Kupp 1?
Kupp is the most consistent. Like, I think every game Kupp will have the most consistent numbers just because of the amount of touches he's going to get. Tyreek is clearly the most dangerous. I think Devontae probably has the most.
Like, he can be the most, like, dominant?
I think Devontae might be the most dominant.
I'm telling you, don't sleep on Diggs.
Jefferson, Diggs. Oh, man, there's a lot. The receiving crop is really, really good right now.
Yeah.
Really good.
What do the Tolos think, real quick? And then, of course, you forget about DeAndre because he's out. But 877-881-1053. Stephon.
Let's see. Jefferson, Adams, Kupp, Hill, Diggs, Chase. Riggs was there.
Who?
Riggs was there for Jefferson's rookie year.
Diggs. Diggs was there. You talking about?
Yeah, they said Riggs. It had to be Diggs. I don't think Diggs was there for Jefferson's rookie year. Was he? I don't remember that.
I don't think so.
Diggs single-handedly beat me in fantasy. Kupp and Hill, both of my fantasy. Chase is overrated at this point. Hill, Adams, Jefferson, Kupp, Diggs are the best. The order doesn't matter. How could you forget Cooper Kupp? Triple Crown guy. We didn't forget Cooper Kupp.
Well, I did in the first.
Watch Waddle ascend the boards this year.
Okay.
Diggs is top 7. Is Diggs better than Brown?
Who's Brown?
A.J. Brown?
Yes, he's better than A.J. Brown.
He is. Yes, he is.
And did Jerry say Wilson during his interview with us?
I think,
what? Was he talking about Cedric?
I think maybe.
Okay.
You still thinking about him?
I don't know. Is he still thinking about Cedric Wilson?
He might be.
I'm not sure. But speaking of receivers, Cole Beasley has a new team. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers go and get Cole. I think it's a great pickup. I can't stand Cole Beasley personally or on social media, but he can still play. He can still ball. Like, this helps me with Tom Brady in my fantasy league. I'm screwed at quarterback. I'm having to, go pick up Goff on waivers. I'm having to go get Garoppolo on waivers because I have Brady and Russell Wilson. And Mike Evans is not going to be there for Tampa's next game. Evans is suspended because of the Marshawn Lattimore incident. So Tampa Bay goes and picks up Cole Beasley. I see that working out very well like you do, Choppy. So Beasley is back. Mike Evans gone for 1 game.
I think this is going to wind up being the undercover pickup of the year.
Whoa! Of the year.
Of the year in the NFL. Brady is going to make Cole Beasley look like Edelman and Amendola and every other, little 5'8" white dude he's had. He is going to make him. Just watch how open he gets Cole Beasley. That team will scheme Cole Beasley. Just watch. It will be like Tom will be throwing a kind of comeback route, and Beasley will be 8 yards from a defender. It'll be sick.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I don't know if I'm going to go pick him up yet, but excited about it for getting Tom a little bit of help. Okay, San Francisco fallout with the Trey Lance injury. So sportsbetting.ag sent me this. Going into the year, San Francisco's Super Bowl odds were 18-1. They were 9-1 for the NFC and plus 155 to win the West. All of those odds have improved.
Are they 12-1 to win the title?
All of those odds have gotten better. San Francisco now is plus 1,600. So that would mean 16-1, right?
Uh-huh.
They went from 18-1 to 16-1.
Yep.
So the odds, as we expected, got better. In terms of winning the NFC West, San Francisco is second now. The Rams are plus 115. The 49ers are plus 140. They came in at plus 155. So Vegas thinks that they got better with Jimmy G taking over.
They definitely have a better chance to win the Super Bowl this year. They're definitely a threat this year. Long term, how does this impact them? Who knows? But they're definitely a threat this year. And there's going to come a point this year, if Jimmy plays well, that they have a decision to make about next year now. Remember, didn't they say they agreed not to tag him in that contract, and then
he's gone next year, I believe,
unless they can re-sign him. But if you're Jimmy,
and then Trey Lance turns into Jordan Love,
right? And then you trade Lance. You trade him
for what? What's Jordan Love's value today? It's not a first-round pick. All of a sudden,
I think you're right, but why?
Why? Because he's just been in the league and he's been sitting on the bench
behind Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
I mean, when Aaron Rodgers was sitting behind Brett Favre, was he not? You don't think you could have gotten a first rounder for him?
I don't remember. I mean, what do you think? Do you think that someone would give up a 1 today for Jordan Love?
I mean, we haven't seen
the reasoning shouldn't really change and knock his value, but what do you think would happen?
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, if you had a first round grade on him coming out of college, not playing for a couple years would hurt that. Even though he's in the league, he hadn't played really. I think if you have a late one, I think you might be able to. It might be okay, but yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you drop him because he hasn't played. It's more that he hasn't played than the ability, because a lot of people had a first round grade on him.
All right, Mark Sanchez, former Cowboy, going viral.
Mark Sanchez was look. This is tremendous stuff. Mark Sanchez is on he's on the call now. He's a color analyst.
Yeah.
And he dropped one of the all-time greatest color analyst lines I've ever heard in my life.
Blocking comparison on Rams-Falcons on Fox.
Toby Shelton's clearing out defenders faster than a teenager clears his search history on his web browser. Holy smokes.
I mean, like, if that isn't a dude who spends his afternoons alone on a computer, then I don't know what is. That is fantastic stuff.
Play it one more time, Peyton. Play it one more time.
Toby Shelton's clearing out defenders faster than a teenager clears his search history on his web browser. Holy smokes.
Sanchez with the search history, and then RG3 with the orgy in the end zone.
Yeah.
RG, you want that more in the game, though? This kind of comparison stuff?
I absolutely want this in the game.
By the way, RG3, he's pretty good on TV.
Yep, he is.
Yeah. He's pretty good on TV.
He really is. He's done a really nice job. I want more of this. I need a line from Sanchez every single week. I would like more of this to happen. But get some fun, get some internet viral fodder out there into the broadcast.
Gus Johnson, he was in the news.
Yeah,
for broadcasting.
He fell ill. He got sick. He probably watched Nebraska play. He probably watched that. Well, he got sick, and he was forced to leave the OU Nebraska game in the middle of it.
Wow.
And Joel Klatt, who he was doing the game with, had to finish it off by himself. Like, finish the whole rest of the game up. Like,
solo.
Yeah. Yep. So basically, as soon as he got sick at halftime, and maybe he was playing hurt in the first half, who knows?
Or would you rather do this show solo for the final half of it, or a game?
Game. Easy. Especially if it's on TV, the picture could tell a million words. And you could just do the Summerall, right? Where Summerall just says, Aikman.
Right.
Touchdown.
Yes.
Irvin. That's all you have to say.
And this show solo?
This show solo, I would quit. So let's say,
would you get nervous? Would you get anxiety over it?
At 8 o'clock, if I had to start from 8 to 10 doing this show by myself, by 8:15, I will have just walked off and said we're gonna put on, Amy Lawrence.
Who do you think
replays.
could just carry 2.5 hours with ease in the building? Just go and go and go.
The security guard downstairs.
Yes, sir.
He could join you. He could be a guest for you.
Yeah. You could do that. Easy.
Yeah, it's not.
You've done that before for years and years and years. I did solo shows when I was doing like a post game.
Yeah.
We have callers and stuff.
Yeah. No, it's definitely much, much worse. Solo.
Oh.
Awful. But I think Bassett could. He'd be awkward with the introductions and getting into it, but once he goes, Corey might be able to. I think Corey loved filling in for me because he
finally got to say a word.
He finally
I think he could.
He finally got to talk.
Yeah, he did.
I was like, sorry, man. I should have just gotten Bobby in. I don't know why they disrupted your show. He said, no, fine. No, fine. Totally. It's fine.
Yeah.
Waking up at 4 a.m. I got an appearance later on tonight.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything good.
Everything's fine.
All
Yeah,
right.
I would go to the phones immediately.
All right. Why is Kyler Murray getting the cops involved? And what is going on with Michael Irvin? He just keeps topping himself every single week in the wrong direction. That and the Monday Night Football doubleheader next with Sean and RJ at Tolo Tuesday continues on The Fan. But
hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
New York Giants have officially signed Jalen Smith to their practice squad, according to Adam Schefter, right ahead of Cowboys-Giants on Monday Night Football. In case you missed Jerry Jones, an hour ago, he was in a fantastic mood talking about riding horses through Walmarts. He sang Choppy and Peyton a little happy birthday as they share the same special day. Now, Stephen Jones, I thought sounded like Michael Gallup was going to play. Jerry didn't sound as optimistic with us. Dalton Schultz dealing with a PCL issue. He sounded very questionable for the Giants game. I thought he made Jason Peters sound more doubtful for making his debut, and he wouldn't tell us if Peters is going to actually start and they're going to move Tyler Smith once he's able to come back. Sounded a little less optimistic selling Dak back in 2 weeks. He said that would be really, really optimistic. So that was Jerry Jones with a recap from about an hour ago. Tolos are also sending us college football news, and Kevin Gray from Brett McMurphy. Bedlam between Oklahoma and Oak State is done when OU joins the SEC. Both athletic directors confirmed that to the Action Network, and McMurphy tweets, Bedlam series latest iconic rivalry destroyed by conference realignment.
You know, that is the one issue with this. The one issue is that you lose the one main thing that sport has to offer. Without rivalries, because college football really is the last kind of hurrah for rivalries. Without rivalries, what is college football? It's just a lesser brand of football than the NFL. Worse quarterback play, less parity, more kind of, coach overlord. Without rivalries, what is it?
I don't know. I mean, I love rivalries. It's disappeared, right, in basically all sports.
Yeah.
So why would it affect college football that much if it's disappeared? What's our real rivalry in the National Football League? There
isn't one, but the difference is that there's every year there's 20 teams that can make the playoffs in the NFL.
Yeah.
There isn't that in college football. There's like 8.
But let me sub out a college football rivalry for like a new one in the SEC, a better matchup, a top 10 matchup, Oklahoma versus someone else now in the SEC versus Oak State, who, they have nice seasons, but they're never really a true contender. So would I rather see, now for those schools, it's better. For someone like me, right? Mm-hmm. I'd rather see Oklahoma against, I don't know, give me a top 10 team in the SEC, top 15. Like
it's almost Tennessee at 11.
9. I'd rather see Oklahoma against Kentucky for like 3 to 5 years than Oklahoma against Oak State. Does that make sense? You trade a better matchup versus the rivalry game. And I love rivalries, but can we just switch it out for a higher ranked matchup?
A lot of times the rivalry game gives you those weird upsets.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. Was it 2001?
Like, is A&M versus Texas for the country worth losing for A&M Bama, A&M Georgia? You know what I mean? Every year.
Yeah.
Not that they play every year, but you know what I'm saying.
I guess my question is, why do they have to end it?
Why do they have to end it?
Why do they have to end Bedlam?
Is Oak State bitter about it?
Well, it'd be an out-of-conference game.
Right, but the way it works now...
It was the Longhorns who ended with the Aggies, right?
Yeah, yes.
Were they bitter that A&M went to the SEC?
Maybe.
Is Oak State bitter? I mean, Gundy has made comments saying, I don't think we should really have them here anymore. You don't have employees that are leaving in 2 months sit in your Monday meetings.
But they're not an employee anymore. It's like
they are an employee.
Yeah, they still have a rule. Like the SEC has a rule, you got to play a Power 5 opponent, non-conference opponent every year. Why isn't Oklahoma's Power 5 non-conference opponent every year just make it Oklahoma State? Right?
Yeah, it's got to be some bitterness.
I would think so. But don't you think Oklahoma State wants to play Oklahoma? You think it benefits their program? You don't think that they can?
How does it benefit?
I mean, they can take recruits in. It's the biggest game of the year when it's at home. You can bring recruits there. It's a fun atmosphere. I mean, I think A&M was benefited recruiting-wise by playing in the SEC and playing that tougher competition. I would assume Oklahoma State would benefit by playing Oklahoma. Maybe they wouldn't.
Kyler Murray getting the cops involved. Did y'all see this fan incident in Vegas? So what happened is the Cardinals win with the walk-off, right? Craziness. Kyler runs over to celebrate with some of his buddies, and like in the they're all high-fiving and everything, right? It's chaos, madness. In the second row, a fan's arm reaches over and kind of whacks Kyler in the head. I've watched this 5 times like you. To me, nothing can be determined by this. Now, Vegas police are like looking into the incident. Kyler like responds, with anger, being ticked off, thinking someone slapped him in the head. And I could see how Kyler thought that. I can also see how this was just a fan like reaching out and accidentally made contact with Kyler. So I have no ruling on this, which would make me, if I'm the Vegas Police Department, not press any charges and not even waste my time on this. It's inconclusive.
Yeah, I had to watch this thing 5-6 times before I even wait a second. Are we sure it was a slap? Looked like he was just trying to hit him on the head, pat him on the head, grab his shoulder pads, hit him on the hair, whatever. Not like slap him in the face. I didn't notice that. Then finally it was like, oh, is that what it is? Okay. They'll investigate and not this way, I think.
Yeah, some people getting on Kyler for being a little bit too sensitive, overreacting.
I'll give him a credit on this. I'll give him a pass on that one because when you go over there to the fans, you don't know who they are. You don't know what they're trying to do. You get somebody that touches your head. It's like, okay, well, what's going on here? So I can give him a little bit of a pass there.
All right, I'm not going to give Mike Irvin any more passes.
Done.
No more. Saying the Chiefs' run was over. The Cowboys would be undefeated if they didn't commit all these penalties under Mike McCarthy. Kirk Cousins is going to win the MVP. We saw what happened against the Eagles last night. And then yesterday, his top playmaker segment on First Take with his number 1 selection, there's no more defense.
My top playmaker, man that traveled the most distance, right here. Nobody, and when I say nobody, I'm talking about nobody. You couldn't find nobody. You could search high in this world, low in this earth. You couldn't find nobody that thought Cooper Rush had a chance to lead the Dallas Cowboys to a win. Nobody thought this right here. Cooper Rush, he stepped in. Distance traveled here. Distance traveled. He's the 8th worst quarterback in the division. In the division alone. And Cooper Rush went in and took a Super Bowl team. Cincinnati went to the Super Bowl. He threw a couple of people. He could. And he won a game. He threw a couple of people. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. That's what we doing. And in the end, when Cooper Rush needed to do it, he looked like Tom Brady. He led that team right on down the field. He looked like Tom Brady. Led that team down the field. And then they took that field goal. And they won the game. And they won the game. And they won the game. After looking like Tom Brady. Cooper Rush, you are my top playmaker of the week.
Oh my God. You're not doing this no more.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Thank you. You playmaker.
Oh no.
So bad.
Yeah, this was unfortunate.
So bad.
This was unfortunate.
He's just following.
Should we ban him? Should we be banned?
I just can't. I can't give preferential treatment anymore.
You know what? He owes dinner now.
First fake script. I tried to give him an excuse by saying, does he really believe it? He's always been a homer, but man, come on. The first fake script has overtaken the playmaker.
This is like when Mad Dog.
I'm not going to take his calls anymore.
No, this is like when Mad Dog Russo goes on there and says, "Well, the top 5 wide receivers ever. I got to put Don Hudson out there at number 2, and then Len Swan number 1."
But that's not even to me trolling,
because he's just trolling to play the old man who's leaving.
But Russo,
never forget the 62 Packers.
But it's not an accident. Russo picked the Cowboys to win the NFC East. That way they can set up Stephen A. getting up, walking off.
Right.
The whole walk off the set thing has now become
say it to somebody.
So played out and so predictable. But it's not an accident they had Russo picking the Cowboys to win the division. And now you got Michael. I mean, Tua's not your top playmaker of the week or somebody else that went crazy in the NFL. It was Cooper Rush. Come on, Mike. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Let's see if KMC is really worried about Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles after what they did last night. Let's crosstalk with the fellas next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80, located just minutes from the Metroplex. It's worth the short drive to Terrell. To save a lot more.
BuyersBarricades.com. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals is BuyersBarricades.com.
2nd down and 8. This time, he's back again. He's looking. He is going deep for Quez Watkins, who has it, goes in for the touchdown. The strike to Quez Watkins. He hit him in stride for 53 yards.
On the touchdown! Eagles radio with the call. Philly dominating the Vikings 24-7.
Now, Sean, you made fun of that call, and I get that, but I'm kind of disappointed in you this morning. I want you to buy in on doing the spooky laugh at the end of DFW Security. I feel like you didn't buy all the way in on that.
Are you part of DFW Security?
No.
Well, then,
so I'm just helping you out.
You're not helping. You're butting your nose in. I would only take that advice from Bassick, a fellow.
Wow, because he's a fellow
DFW Security.
DFW Security protects your home. It also protects my wife's business, and it protects my parents' home, too.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Do you remember that ad where he goes, I dare you to go rob my parents?
Yeah.
That was a weird day.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Yeah,
If you really trusted DFW Security, you'd give out the address, though.
No, that gives out the address to everybody.
Yeah. Even the nice people.
I know. It's like when you give out your social security number to prove that you really have the best security system.
Oh, my God.
Where's Corey?
He's in Cleveland, taking care of little Lucy. He'll be back tomorrow. It was a quick day trip scheduled, so.
I thought he was getting prepared for the biggest series in the AL Central, the Guardians versus the White Sox. That's a big series starting tonight.
You know, maybe. He said it was Lucy, but I guess that is a possibility
White Sox need to sweep, at least win 2 out of 3 to have a chance.
Is La Russa back?
I don't even know.
Okay.
Hit the pacemaker put in.
They have a better chance if he's not there.
Did he get a pacemaker?
That's what I saw. There was a pacemaker that they put in for him.
They're going to need a new manager.
What does that help? Does that help regulate your heartbeat?
Yeah, heart issue. What's coming up on the show?
All right. I know he was joking yesterday, but I kind of think Mike McCarthy is onto something about the Cowboys needing a drama coach. And is that coach out there that is actually good at coaching football?
Did he say that?
Yeah, he was like, and we've got the audio. He's kind of joking. Maybe it's because that guy came in and was like, yelling about communism and stuff. And he goes, I kind of feel like I need to up my drama game and I don't really fit in here. And everyone was like, ha, ha, ha. But then I also thought, man, he's kind of got a point. Is there a good football coach out there that can embrace the drama, or do those two things not really go hand in hand?
I love embracing the drama.
Rex embraced it.
Rex definitely embraced
He's
the
no
drama.
longer around. And then it goes to, I think, a question of whether these players – Jerry does bring up – I don't want to get Bassick going because we've got a lot of other things to discuss, but brings up the point of, like, whether these players do like all the spotlight. You keep talking about, and you're right, Jerry can get away with having any year he wants to be the most popular topic. These players can be on these shows all the time if they go 9-8, right? You're always going to have the spotlight here if that's what you want.
It's really the only team in the NFL that can have this. The Patriots have a lot of jobs after they've been the dynasty for somewhat 2 decades. So those guys that have retired, Jeff Saturday was on with Peyton Manning, and they went to multiple Super Bowls. But it's tough. Like if you're part of the Arizona Cardinals or Philadelphia Eagles or New York Giants. Giants are a bad example because they did win 2 Super Bowls, but like, if you've been part of Washington, it's really darn tough to go get a good national job. They're like, no, you guys at best would make the playoffs once every 3 years. People don't know you.
You get a job from here, no matter what success you did. Elsewhere, you've got to be a part of a team that wins. Like you said, like Jeff Saturday, Reggie Wayne. Obviously,
and look at what happens to the Patriots in terms of how much they get talked about. And I hate this because I wish we would fall out of the talk cycle too. But the second Brady left and they didn't win is oh yeah, and the Patriots are, we'll talk about them later. But did you hear what Jerry said? Yeah. And I kind of wish that would disappear. And so they'd be like, oh, do we have to win again to get talked about?
Did anything about last night change your mind about the Eagles or Jalen Hurts?
The only reason I don't think so, that was an impressive performance, is because they went up against Captain Primetime Letdown. And so, I can't factor that out.
Do you really believe, though, that when they play at night, something happens?
Did you see his record? I couldn't believe this.
2-10 now.
Yeah, and then also on games that are considered the game of the week, he's 2-37.
I still wonder, I would like to know more about who constructed that stat.
He's the Cowboys of NFL quarterbacks.
Wow.
We're not even that bad. Cooper Rush is 2-0 in primetime games now.
Yeah, I'm in the over-under 500 record.
But, I mean, it was impressive for sure. We talked about this game and then the Dolphins-Ravens game as, like, games that could separate teams from the pack. And I do think that the Eagles have separated themselves from, like, the upper tier to the, like, or the mid-tier to the upper tier.
There was a fan on Twitter last night, kind of like, oh, you've been ragging on Jalen Hurts. Look how great he is now. You need to kind of, back off of that. And I will say this, Jalen Hurts had a very good game last night. Very good game. But if I start naming quarterbacks in the NFL, I think even if you're a Jalen Hurts fan, you're going to struggle to get him into like the top 12 or top 15 of this NFL. And I'm not saying he had a very good game. And if he can build on that, if he can keep playing that way, he gets into the conversation at the end of the year of maybe the 10th best quarterback. But
Dak or Hurts next 3 years.
Dang it.
You just combine those. Dak gets hurt.
Yeah. I know. That's
I don't like it, but that's what happens, and it sucks.
That's my issue with Dak is I don't know.
All right, I'm telling you that they're healthy.
Dak for sure.
For sure? Okay. Michael?
Oh, man, I'm surprised. I thought you hated Dak.
Well, I'll lean Dak. I'll lean Dak, but it's a lot closer than I'd like to think.
He's a different player than before the injury. We all agree on that?
Yes.
He doesn't use his feet as much. He's slower. He's like a fullback out there. I still take him.
I got to see Hurts throw it like a little bit more.
That's why it's one game.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
our boss, Gavin Spittle, came to me about Kohei Hara when he got called back up and had a good game. And I said, we need to slow down on this one game that he had.
Stick to hockey, Hawk.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, I know, but
I'm joking.
If you get one game, right, sometimes you get
Tua.
And you get all excited.
Tua's an example.
And you're like, wait a second on this one game. He has a 4.88 ERA in AAA, and he's never shown any type of success at the major league level. And after 3 more starts, it was like, well, designated for assignment.
All right, I'll connect this. Oh, it's perfect. We got 2 in the studio. RJ, at one point in time in life, maybe considering, and today, it is he and Peyton Russell's birthdays.
Yeah, happy birthday,
Chris
Peyton.
Arnold. I mean, RJ Choppy.
Did y'all decide? So Chris is 64.
There's no way. I'm sorry. Yes, I guess.
I mean, he confirmed it, so.
Oh, God.
He's
He looks
just
great
an
for
incredible
64.
physical specimen.
He looks
Like
great.
Benjamin Button.
All right, how old do you think Choppy is?
I mean, I know how old Choppy is.
Mike, guess.
I think you're 43.
Woo.
Yeah.
On
Is
day.
that right?
How old do you think Peyton is?
27.
Good job.
Is he 26 today?
26.
Sorry, that was the.
Because I told you my age like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, because when we were talking, it was like something like, I don't want to put too much of your personal business out here, but it's too late to turn back. Is we were joking about like setting him up with somebody, and I was like, how old are you? And he said 25. And I was like, I'm sorry, Peyton, I don't really know 20-something girls. So.
All right. To pay off the little tease, do you believe that this is legit, that LeBron James has finally done it? He finally shaved it all.
I think he did.
Where is that from? Like who tweeted that?
Bleacher Report.
Oh, that's true.
And I think this is from.
It has to be from somewhere from LeBron, right?
I think it's LeBron's Instagram. I'm guessing. I don't know, but I'm looking at that to be like.
You don't follow LeBron?
I do, but I can't stand it, so I don't
follow.
He's
I don't
pushed
know
to the back.
Why do you follow him then if you hate following him?
I don't know. I wanted to see what he was doing for a while, and now it's so terrible. It's so bad. He's so corny.
I think he did.
Okay,
it's a good look.
I'm proud of him.
Okay, so your guys, in the moment you decided to go bald, how tough was it? And did you just instantly recognize it as the right thing?
I mean, like, I like the way you describe it as if I had an active choice in it. Like,
well, there's a lot of people that hang on.
No, it was happening, and I was like, well, what can you do? And just might as well go for
what
it.
did it get to? Like, what was your worst look where you're like, this is ridiculous? Did you try to hang on?
No. But what I actually did was, and that was just
old
a
were
product of, I was not like mid to maybe late 20s. Maybe. So it's pretty early.
I was 24.
It wasn't so bad because I was also in a phase where, like, at that time in my life, I would wear hats all the time too, just because of like the age I was. And I think that might have been one of my coping mechanisms, but it just got to the point where I was like,
I can remember having another bad game in Norfolk, Virginia, and Aaron Heilman was my roommate, and his wife was with us. And I just went into the room, and I mean, I know this is joking, but also not joking. I was like, I'm either going to kill myself or get better at baseball. One or the other.
Oh, man.
Because
chose the wrong one.
I know,
Oh my
but
God.
I was just
No.
I was like, I remember going, I'm going to rip this damn car into the ocean if I don't start pitching better.
Whoa.
And so I went home and I was balding. And I went into the bathroom and I shaved everything off my body, every hair, remember Tim Dwight? Remember the wide receiver from Iowa?
Atlanta Falcons?
Right? Yeah,
maybe?
they would do this thing on like how he had all his hair shaved. So I was just shaving everything off. I'm like, I got to get rid of all of this.
You know how they say that some people, like you always say this, like they should stay fat, for your own enjoyment.
Yep.
Like Hagelin or Wolchuk. I don't think that some people just look better bigger. I don't think there's ever been someone who has shaved it all off and has looked worse.
Oh, fascinating.
Can you name?
I would have to think about that a little bit more.
Can you name me someone where you're like, that was definitely a mistake? That was definitely a mistake. Now if they have the full head and do it, maybe a mistake. But where it's like
Demi Moore.
Yeah. Did MJ shave it off because he was going bald?
A little bit, yes, a little bit.
Yeah, he just started and just all of a sudden.
But he made it very popular. He was the one that's
popular.
like, because before it was like, hey, you look like Kojak, and then it's like, you look like Michael Jordan. Well, good. That sounds good.
Man, that's good. I think if Wash shaved it all off, he would look worse.
His looks awful.
No, it's great. It's a great look,
it
man.
defines him.
Yeah, that classic horseshoe pattern that he's got there. Like my dad. My dad shaved it off. I think you look way worse.
Jerry dropped that. That's the way things go. That's the way it go.
There you go.
This morning. Good mood.
Doodaloo, things will never be the same. Oh, is that where we were going?
What is that?
Is that
that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
That's just the way. Okay. Thank you, Kevin. We're back tomorrow with the Playmaker, Michael Irvin at 8:40.
Who did that originally?
You just go to break.
It was there was a couple people, right?
Oh my God.
It wasn't like Phil Collins or something, was it?
Bruce Hornsby?
You're 26. What do you know about it?
Reggie told me.
You've never even seen the Cowboys win a game.
We're back. We're back tomorrow morning. KMC next on The Fan.
The app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Gonna have a fun show today. Although Corey is not here, he's up in Cleveland taking care of sweet Lucy and his family, but he should be back tomorrow, and perhaps he'll give us all of the info from that trip. Our prayers, of course, are with the family and are with Lucy. She's doing okay. This was a scheduled trip and everything like that, and if he wants to tell you more, I am sure that he will tomorrow. But a question for you guys to start this off is, I get it. He was probably joking, and I don't want this lost in any of it. But my question is McCarthy right about the kind of coach the Cowboys need, and is that coach out there? So let me set it up for you how it went yesterday. There's a couple of different things. At one point, somebody walked in to Mike McCarthy's press conference and yelled that communism wins, and then ran back out of the building.
As one does.
Sure. Like, I don't know. Although I've started to rethink what people will do in that scenario. Like that guy who walked on the field for the LSU game a week and a half ago and just stood there. Like, he was not trying to evade anybody, and he was just like kind of hanging out. So somebody came in, said that, and that was a thing. And then if I can take you to cut number one, Mike McCarthy also said this, clearly in jest, but I felt like there was some truth in there.
You know, I got to really start working on my drama. Because there's times where I just don't feel like I fit in around here. You know, I just, I guess I did. I guess I'm just going to lie to everybody. Yeah, I took a moment. You know, I mean, no, I went in there and got my press conference done as fast as I could. You know, I got a Shire, and my wife's out of town, so I got home to babysit the girls. So I had a big night.
So he was talking about in the aftermath of the win, but that second part,
I believe him way more than Urban Meyer.
Yes. When Urban Meyer's like, oh yeah, I got to go take care of the kids and stuff. And it's like, I'm going to go to this restaurant.
And take care of this blonde.
Yes, exactly. But the second part, I felt like was one of the most true things he's ever said here is, sometimes I feel like I don't fit in here. And I know he talked about that some last year or coming off the very first year, but so my question was going to be, do you think that Mike McCarthy fits in here? And then probably the far more complicated question to go along with that is there a coach that could fit in with the dramatic environment around here? Because it's a circus, and thrive as a good winning coach. Because I think like Mike Leach could come in here and do bits and stuff, but I don't know if that would pay off like in terms of winning football.
I think it's very hard. You're asking the person who believes it's impossible the way this organization is run to have it. But I guess the closest person that I think could, maybe Sean Payton, because he has kind of this personality where he understands the Joneses and he could get along with them.
Okay.
And also be able to.
And you think he would tolerate all the bull crap that comes here?
I think so.
Okay.
Really, what you need is this. Bill Parcells didn't tolerate it, but he dictated it.
Yeah.
So if you can control it, but then Jerry was miserable during that time. He didn't want to say it, but eventually he got miserable of Bill Parcells. And Bill Parcells got miserable of this situation. And it happened quickly. And so I think you can have those personalities where you're Jimmy Johnson or Bill Parcells and you dictate to the media and you dictate the way things are going to go. I think that Mike McCarthy is very cordial with the media. He tries to play it very Green Bay-like, and that's like, I can kind of lie and get away with it, and you guys are just going to still be happy with me or not call me out on it when he's like preseason football, this guy's going to play this, and then he doesn't do it, and it's like, what the hell, dude? You know, or then he lies, and then Jerry will be like, no, I'll tell you what's going on here, and he's like, damn it. You know, like, who knows how the Dak Prescott injury situation was going to be handled when they found out? Because we saw Mike McCarthy's just disappointment, I'll say the word, if you watched NBC later that night on Sunday night as they told him on the field that Dak Prescott broke his thumb.
Yeah.
And he was like, just totally discouraged and not happy and mad. But it's like, don't worry, Jerry will be out in 1 minute and he'll tell everybody what's going to happen. And
that's exactly what happened.
There's no way we would have a timeline. No way we'd have a timeline of 4 weeks if Mike McCarthy was the one representing the organization on that injury. There would be no timeline. There would be, hey, we're hopeful that he gets back. He's going to miss some time. We'll see how it goes type of deal. That's how you want it as a player too, because right now, if Dak Prescott doesn't get back in 4 weeks, what's wrong with you, Dak?
Do you think that Stephen Jones is the closest to the hybrid of that? Because he still does things like when we had him on yesterday, he was like, no, I think maybe the fourth game in that 4-week window would be more likely. So like maybe he would play week 5 or something like that is closer, because then when you were asking him Michael Gallup, he was like, well, we'll see how that progresses. So sometimes I feel like Steven tells you things that maybe other people wouldn't. And then sometimes I feel like he gives you the stock, well, we'll see how the week goes, which,
Steven's definitely not nearly as entertaining as his dad.
Right.
So if you're asking me the entertainment factor of Steven and Steven giving us information, he gives us very little.
Yeah, because I'm all for
he's doing the Crash Davis. If you've never seen the movie Bull Durham, Crash Davis is telling Nuke LaLoosh, the young stud pitcher, like, this is the way you answer questions. And you give them absolutely nothing while smiling and being cordial.
And I feel like, because yesterday Steven agreed that he would do the call-in show as well. And I know people would still want to be in on that, but I don't know if that would turn out the same way. Like, if he gives a no comment, he'll stick with no comment. Jerry will give you a no comment and then definitely comment about the thing that's happening. So we have a handful of different suggestions. Is Pete Carroll? He would fit right in here. That is actually interesting.
Is it? Because, he's had this weird little back and forth or tete-a-tete or whatever you would like to call it with Russell Wilson over the last few years. And that's like in a place that's not going to light you up about this. And I guess that maybe like I'm not going to be particularly pleased with any answer, because inherently football coaches like being able to control stuff. Yeah. And understanding that like coaching football at this level is already tough enough. There's a lot of like moving parts. So adding the theater and the drama of like a whole different area to this, I'm not sure that you're going to find the person who willingly jumps into that talk less of is capable of handling.
I think you're probably right about that. And I have an example. I want to go back to Bill Parcells in just 1 second, but Pete Carroll's come up a couple of times. Cliff Kingsbury has also come up. My issue with both of them is like, I actually think they could fit in from the more dramatic aspects of it. I just don't know if those are like the guys that take you to where you want to be, as opposed to like where the Cowboys have been sitting for years and years and years and years. And so on the Bill Parcells front, I think the thing that Corey has brought up in the past that I think is probably accurate is Bill Parcells had leeway because that was part of the deal they set up when he came here, but also you get a certain amount of time to make it work. The thing that sucked for Mike McCarthy is if this last year would have been his first year. Like if Mike McCarthy would have come in first year, we were struggling. That's why we had to change coaches. And he went 12-5 and we won the division. Then I think that would have been a different deal. But instead, whether you want to blame it on the pandemic or whatever else, he came in, Dak got hurt, the season sucked, and we didn't make the playoffs. And then I think that leash is so tight that Jerry's like, well, this is why it's got to be the way that I do it. Whereas I truly believe McCarthy would have come in and gone 12-5 straight away, then he would have been like, oh, okay, well, that turned pretty quickly. Maybe I give him one more season. I don't know how many seasons that lasts, because it doesn't last forever. Because hell, we saw, what do we make it, 5 years? And we won 2 Super Bowls, and he's like, I can't do this anymore. So like, I know the leash is not that long, but I wonder if things would have been different with McCarthy if that first year would have been more successful and injury-free and everything like that, if he would have been like, all right, you get another year. But instead, we are where we are.
I think it'll always be this way. It's never going to change.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones has everything he could ever ask for. $10 billion. He gets $500 million per year owning this team, as he gives his kids $100 million check every year for being part of the organization. And then he probably takes home $200 million. So I mean, you're clearing $500 million a year. You are in the Hall of Fame. You have 3 Super Bowl championships. You're the most popular team in the world. You sell your product for more than anybody else. Like when you want to be part of the Cowboys brand, whether it's Smoothie King or Burger King or whatever, I mean, you're paying the premium price to be part of this organization. Hey, you can go pay half the price to be part of the Houston Texans organization and be sponsored by that. Or hell, you can even be a whole NFL thing. But you want to pay the premium and be part of the premium product, it's the Dallas Cowboys. So there's nothing that he needs to sacrifice for. That's where to give yourself a chance to win at this level, at the NFL level, MLB level, NBA level, there's so much sacrifice that it takes from everybody. And when you don't have the sacrifice from up top, you get into the hope situation, and which hope usually loses.
Yeah, no, I think, wow, that is a less inspiring slogan, but I think sometimes that is a true slogan. A couple more suggestions. Bill Belichick, I mean, first of all, I don't know why he would leave. I would be intrigued by that. I wonder if that would be a similar Bill Parcells shelf life where you can do it your way for a couple of years. And then from the 817, I think Dan Quinn could be the guy. And I wonder about Dan Quinn because he gets it now. Like this is another year to stay behind the scenes and see how the nonsense and shenanigans work. So hopefully he's more prepared than Mike McCarthy, because you hear all these stories about the Cowboys and then you come in and you're like, holy crap, it's still different than I thought. And again, Sean Payton. I just wonder about Sean Payton, to your point, if they're willing to Steven, Jerry, Will McClay, whoever you think truly runs the show, if they're willing to take a step back and Sean Payton say, I will be here, I will be your coach, but I will run every aspect of it. Because I don't think Sean Payton would come in and be like, sure, guys, what's our collaboration? Like, I think he'll be like, I'll be there, but I'm going to run everything. I'm going to tell everyone what to do. Do you accept that deal, yes or no? Because that is the most likely scenario if Sean Payton were to come in. And I don't know, it could be successful. But is that what the Jones family wants? I know, and I love having Jerry on, and I know he says he would write the biggest check in the world, but like, what if the check is your ego check, right? What if the check is not monetary? You just have to set your ego aside. Would you write that check too?
And that costs a lot more.
Yeah, that's a great point. And just quick side note, you can take from this whatever you want, but did you see the Pro Football Focus offensive grades for the Cowboys from this past weekend? Now, this is where sometimes I have an issue, and I know other people like Patrick Mahomes said they had an issue, is did you see that Micah Parsons, just barely, but Micah Parsons was the second highest graded Cowboys defender? And
sure, that makes all the sense in the world for pro football fart.
And he was second behind Dante Fowler Jr. Look, I get it. He had a good game, but sometimes I find that hard to believe, so take this for what you will.
Don't you think if you were grading and you get Patrick Mahomes for 5 touchdowns, 360 yards,
I would not put him ninth.
And then you get Micah Parsons, who everybody's like, this is the best defensive player in the NFL so far this season, and he's second on his team to Dante Fowler. Wouldn't we have to sit down if we were the graders of Pro Football Focus and look at our formula and go, guys, we might need to tweak this formula?
I think you're onto something. The positive I was going to talk about from there, if you want to take this as a positive, despite all the caveats we just put on it, highest graded offensive player for the Dallas Cowboys this past weekend, Terrence Steele. So he was even ahead of Zach Martin, which I thought was weird. But yeah, Terrence Steele is your guy. So perhaps that's a positive thing, or perhaps Pro Football Focus needs to have maybe they need to have a team-wide meeting, and maybe they need to reevaluate some of the aspects of their grading perspectives. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little double Monday Night Football. Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. All of it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolo.
105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Texans Canned Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. And right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is time to talk to our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys. What's going on?
Well, I have a very important question for you.
All right.
You were not the person who shouted out in favor of communism in the Mike McCarthy press conference, were you?
I should have chased that guy down.
Well, it is not. It's not unprecedented, Mickey, that we've heard the mic pick up something that you have to say during a press conference. Do you remember that? It was like maybe 2 years ago when you did not care for one individual's question and we heard you on the mic.
I didn't mute my phone?
Yes.
Yeah. No, not me. I don't think those words would come out of my mouth in all these years, by the way.
Okay.
And I don't think I would have been an imposter sitting in a press conference that I didn't belong in.
That's good to know. That is good to know. Now
communism usually wins.
If we have a security guard at the door now.
I figure you would now, right?
Yeah.
That was that caught a lot of people's attention.
We didn't get a chance to bring it up yesterday because we were talking so much about the game. Were you surprised at all? Because I know we've talked about the roster numbers game that the Cowboys had to play. Were you surprised at all that they did cut John Ridgeway, and were they disappointed that they couldn't get him back on the practice squad?
Yeah, I'm sure they were, because that was kind of the idea. They thought they'd be able to get him on the practice squad, and I see where Washington interceded. They had problems on their defensive line depth. Two of the guys that they had been counting on, Daniel Wise, he's getting, I saw where he was supposed to get rechecked today, a high ankle sprain, and John Allen was out with a groin. So they really didn't have hardly anybody behind their two starters, who are pretty good, by the way, defensive tackles. So, yeah, I think they were just – and I had a feeling, if they went that way, that just because of his size, someone was going to grab him. But, yeah, they wanted to put him on the practice squad. But I think they just felt like they didn't want to put another guy on IR and know that he was going to be out 4 more weeks like Basham, because I think they thought, maybe Curse and McGovern were getting closer to being able to get back, and so they didn't want to totally rule those guys out. I don't know that they'll play this week, but maybe next week or the week after, I think they might be ready to go. So yeah, that was kind of the thinking, and it's unfortunate. And again, the other thing is when someone sees a 5th round draft choice released, It's like, well, okay, we'll take a chance on that guy. And when you claim him on waivers, I mean, it's a look-see, right? And if it doesn't work out, you just take out the eraser after a week or two and say, okay, we're going to move forward.
Do you think that the Cowboys, or do you get the sense that the Cowboys are encouraged about, I guess, Dalton Schultz's injury not being worse? Like, Steven seemed, like, we'll see, but it sounds like it could have been worse, and that seems to be the prevailing sentiment around the organization.
Yeah, but if it's, as reported, a sprained PCL, I mean, that's what Zeke had last year. And now he played through it, right?
Yeah.
But he wasn't quite the same. And I think you can see the difference already in him in just 2 games from last year. That's another one, as the head coach might say, check with me on Saturday, and we'll probably know more about just where he's at. I don't, and that's somewhat of a problem, because that leaves, if he can't play, that leaves him with 2 rookies as the 2 tight ends on the 53. And you might have to use a call-up on Sean McEwen, who's on the practice squad. But you used your 2 call-ups out of necessity this past week, so it'll be interesting to see, how they juggle it if he indeed can't go.
How big of a, this is probably a broader question, and I'm not trying to start some ridiculous debate, but like Phil Simms, when he was talking about Cooper Rush, said like, he's got a good arm experience. They won a game, and he said there's not going to be a huge drop-off from Dak to Cooper Rush. And I'm sure you can imagine, because you get the same thing, how people feel on the fan text or on social media and stuff. Like, how big do you think the drop-off is from Dak to Cooper Rush?
Oh, I think from arm talent, experience. I mean, he started 2 games in the NFL, right? You got to give Dak
undefeated,
some credit for
though.
That. Undefeated, right? And it looks like the magic number is score 20 points and you can win.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so, there's a fall off. In the thing that's got to work is the defense keeps holding people to less than 20 points, right? Now, can he go out and score 30, 35? Can he end up after what Dak played 16 games last year with a 104 quarterback rating, 3rd best in the league? That remains to be seen. So, I don't know if I would go that far. But again, it's another former Giant that probably doesn't like the Cowboys very much.
So, wow. So he's feeding into those like, you should just go with Cooper Rush.
Yeah,
he's
right.
Pretty much
please.
just as good.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
He's probably happy that that's what's going to happen on Monday night.
What was your general takeaway from the offensive line? Because we kind of came away from it feeling like maybe in the first game, offensive line was fine in the first half, and then maybe not so much from there. But it seemed like they held up fairly solidly, especially considering the injuries.
Yeah, I thought it was an improvement from the first game. When you consider that Matt Forniak was starting his first NFL game,
and Tyler Smith is second.
Second, right? So you got to kind of put all that into context. That you're not going to throw 2 young guys in there next to each other, by the way, and everything's going to be perfect. But I think they found some things that were working. I like the fact that they had those guys on the move, that there was some pulling going on with both guys, and they were pretty good at it too, by the way. They're pretty athletic. So, maybe they found something like that to use in the running game instead of just, being, bully boys and just going straight ahead and blocking. And so we'll see what the progress is. But I think for Tyler Smith's first 2 starts, I think it's pretty good, actually. Now, was he perfect? No. Was Forniak perfect? No. He had a couple misses, but they only gave up 1 sack, and they did at least run the ball. I think better than they did in the first game. They ended up with 100 yards rushing. So, I think overall, I think it was encouraging, and if they can take the next step, this coming week, assuming Forniak's back out there, I think you can play ball with those guys right now. I don't know if you want to do it over, 17 games, but for just kind of coming in as subs, I think they did their job, and I think it showed up. Kind of what I said yesterday. You needed a lot of people that you didn't know much about step up, and they did to be able to win that game.
Well, we never need to ask you to step up because you're always bringing it. Thank you very much, Mickey. We will catch you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good, guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now we're going to transition because we had double Monday Night Football last night. Now, Mike, don't look at the cut sheet.
Okay.
Do you want cut 8 or do you want cut 10?
I know none of these cuts have Gaby in them.
They do not.
Yeah, he didn't play.
Yeah, Mike.
Stunk. I was like, where is he on the stat sheet right now?
Didn't play. You want cut 8 or cut 10?
Cut 8.
That might have been a bad time for my
Bill
throat
said
to
McKenzie
come
and Kumaro lined up left side on second down. The snap to Josh. Going to throw it to Diggs. Bobbles, makes the catch. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo. Stephon Diggs, the hat trick. His 3rd touchdown for the Bills. And they are rolling now.
Well, yes, that was definitely a bad time for my throat to jump right there. I thought I was going to cough. And
what?
I probably should have coughed. And
it's a tough tough number 8 or number 10 there.
Yeah, that I apologize. I should
You
have
did
just
this to take Sean away from Stephon Diggs.
you know what? Yeah, he
yesterday.
was. And I feel really bad about that. No Gabriel Davis, and I turned into a monster. I guess I'm also mad about that, or I should have just let that cough out. From now on, I'm going to have to come up with a different word and just say play 8 or 10.
Tennessee Titans are horrible.
All right. But also to go along with that, holy crap, do the Bills. It's 2 weeks, but
yeah,
they look awesome.
They do. They're the favorites coming into this season, not by a lot, but I think the favorites in Vegas if you wanted to bet on who is going to win the Super Bowl. And right now they go to L.A., who won the Super Bowl. They blow them out.
Yeah.
Tennessee, who has been a playoff team the last few years. I don't know everything they've done the last 5 years, but it feels like Tennessee's always in the playoffs, losing in the first round. They destroyed them at home, so you would think, hey, they've took on 2 pretty good teams coming into the season and have destroyed both of them.
And this was it was really weird. I hadn't realized this, is the Bills had lost the last 4 Monday Night Football games they had hosted. And so it had been like a really long time. You have to go all the way back to 1994 against the Broncos. And that just shows like how infrequent Buffalo was hosting Monday Night Football games. And obviously they got the win there.
I will say, in Mike Ask All the Football Questions, I'm going to ask maybe a Tennessee Titan question or two.
Okay. Did you see that Spencer Brown from the Bills, the offensive line, he was all of us yesterday, he posted a picture, and I don't know how I thought these players got to the game, but he posted a picture of himself stuck in traffic. He said, Bills Mafia, you're incredible. I might have to bust out the Huffy and pedal next time, because he was stuck in all of this traffic. I don't know if he was late to the game or not. And I also don't know how I thought players like magically got to the game without having to deal with traffic, if they just got there super early or what the deal is. But you know, I'm sure those players have to deal with lots of traffic as well. All right, let's go ahead and go to 10. I'm just going to say 10 because of how that backfired on me last time. Just go to 10, please.
2nd down and 8. This time, he's back again. He's looking. He is going deep for Quez Watkins, who has it, goes in for the touchdown. The strike to Quez Watkins. He hit him in stride for 53 yards.
Now, double Monday Night Football. Jalen Hurts, 333 yards passing, 57 yards rushing, 3 total touchdowns. Is that the story of the game to you, or is it Darius Slay? This is amazing. When covering Justin Jefferson, final tally, Jefferson, 1 catch, Slay, 2 catches.
I will say the story is, to me, overall, Philadelphia looks very good. Second, that defense, what a bounce back, because the first game against Detroit, they looked like you could move the ball. If you're going, hey, when the Cowboys play the Eagles, it might be a little bit tougher to stop them than we thought. Maybe they have a better offense than we thought, especially with Brown and Smith on the outside, even though Devontae didn't do anything that first game. Like, hey, that looks pretty dangerous, especially with Dallas Goedert too. But then you watch last night and you go,
right,
gosh, I thought, Justin Jefferson and Thielen and Cook could score 20-plus points in this game, and they couldn't move the ball at all. But then Corey, sends out the tweet, which I just couldn't believe, that Kirk Cousins is 2-37 in primetime games.
I don't know why that got sent out. I would like to know more about that methodology, just because he started like 120 games in his career.
Is it like if Troy Aikman and Joe Buck did the game, or if Tony Romo and Jim Nantz did the game, that's considered the prime
But even
time?
then, I think that's inaccurate. That would be 1/3 of his career starts. So I'm going to dispute that stat. But the point, you're right, is it's terrible.
I'm dead serious about this. If I was the Minnesota Vikings and I gave Kirk Cousins, let's say, another long-term contract, I would ask for all our games to be at noon.
Yeah, because if it's not,
he's going to lose.
Yeah.
And he's going to play horrible.
But the thing about it is, and I get it, right? It's amazing the way that happens. I think the reason why that happens is because what do we talk about? Primetime games and what happens in primetime? Yeah, you're playing better opponents. Kirk Cousins is what we think he is, which is like an okay quarterback.
Yeah, I think that is probably fair as well. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about some baseball nuggets with Mike Parsons?
The Rangers believe they're a playoff team in 2023. Let's discuss that next.
RJ Choppy here for Zero.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, in the 12 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away tickets to Rangers-Yankees, the season finale, which could obviously be a historical game for Aaron Judge. We will do that in the noon hour. But Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Parsons.
All right, Rangers had off yesterday. They take on the Angels here at home for a series. And I wanted to talk about, they're at home. Are they on the road? I always forget. They're taking on the Angels. That's pretty much all I know at this point. And I'm doing the Cleveland series coming up.
They are at home, by the way, Mike.
Thank you. Okay, so last night, Houston wins the division. They just have destroyed this division. The only time they haven't won the division in recent years was the COVID year, which they still made the ALCS.
Right.
Because that was the weird year, only 60 games. So they probably would have won the division that year, too, if you would have played 162 games. They're not losing anybody from their team. They could lose Verlander, but most likely they're going to sign him back. He's literally their only free agent that matters on their whole team. They're bringing back all 6, and I mean 6. They're bringing back all 6 starting pitchers to their team. They're bringing back their whole lineup to their team. They're not losing a human being that matters in Houston unless somehow, some way Verlander chooses to go somewhere else. And I just don't think he will do that.
Yeah.
So that being said, Houston, they're not losing another player. Right now they are 97-51. The Rangers are 63-83. Now I've heard some rumblings about the Rangers and what their belief is in their organization.
Okay.
And their belief is they can be in the playoffs next year. And I just want to have a conversation about this. Right now, the Rangers, if we take out, if Houston were to play 10 games worse than this year, which we hope that happens, but if they were to play 10 games worse, they're probably going to win about 105 to 110 games. So let's just take them down to 95 wins.
Okay.
The Rangers are probably going to go around, let's say, 70-92.
Believe it or not, because I was running the numbers just then, that is exactly what they are projected to be at the moment.
So the Rangers would have to have a 25-game improvement, most likely, to compete with the Houston Astros.
Do you think
that's for the division?
Okay, that was gonna be my question. Do you think they view it from a fringy wild card team perspective?
Maybe so.
Okay.
But when you look at the wild card teams right now, with approximately 15 to 20 games to go, 83 wins, 82 wins, 81 wins. There's a good chance right now Seattle, who has the last wild card spot, is 81-65. The Rangers are 18 games back of Seattle in your own division. So when you look at that,
so you're talking about 90 games, maybe.
They're probably so to make the playoffs, you probably need to get to 88 wins next year to have a chance.
Right.
And so now I'm going to I just want to know, Reggie, if you can play along here with me too, because we're missing Corey today. Here are the teams that the Rangers are better than this year in the American League. Oakland, Detroit, and Kansas City. Those are the 3 teams that have a worse record than the Texas Rangers. I think the Rangers are going to be better than all 3 of those teams next year. So now you tell me the team that they're going to be better than next year that have a better record. The LA Angels.
I think yes.
I like your answer. I agree. Reggie?
And I'm sorry, Reggie. That's partially because I'm just really curious too if at some point the Angels are going to be like, you know what, F it. It doesn't work. Like, let's just blow it
I
up.
think they need to trade Ohtani this offseason, but even if they don't, I just know the Angels are going to be a bad organization. They have the 28th best farm system in MLB baseball, so there's only 2 teams worse. I don't know how they're that bad. It's not like they've been trading a lot of their prospects for veteran players. It's not like they haven't been drafting kind of in the top half of the draft for a decade now.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they're so bad, but they are. Next team, 8 games better than the Rangers right now, the Boston Red Sox. Can the Rangers be better than the Boston Red Sox next year, or would you believe that they are going to be better?
I would be inclined to just know historically, although coming off this last summer, clearly the Rangers will spend some money. I think they can, but I feel like Boston is one of those teams that usually has something like ready to go in its contingency. So my guess would be that would be tough.
I think it'd be tough for me just because if you look at Rafael Devers, Xander Bogaerts, Trevor Story, Martinez, JD Martinez, you start kind of looking at them and you go, they've been really disappointing this year. After last year winning 90 games or more, I'd have to look at their exact record, but making the playoffs, You go, wow, they had a really disappointing year. They were probably one of the most disappointing teams in Major League Baseball. The next team right at 500, the Minnesota Twins. They're 73-74.
And this has been a colossally disappointing season for them, right?
Their second half has just been horrible.
I think, yes. Like, I know the Twins look like they were the team that was going to go up, but that doesn't always work.
I'm with you there. Chicago White Sox, 76-71.
Once they fire their manager, I don't think so. Like, I don't know if that's on the horizon, but it should be, because I think once they get that figured out, they'll be better. A lot better.
The most surprising team in Major League Baseball this year, the Baltimore Orioles, 76-70.
I honestly would take my chance. This feels like a potentially an anomaly year, but I know.
So that's the hope honestly, the hope is the Rangers are the Orioles next year.
Yes. Because I know the Orioles are like, well, we got plenty of young players that we're hoping on too. So I could see that.
Their hope is paying off. Adley Rutschman looks like the best catcher in baseball already. I think he almost has 30 doubles, and he hasn't even played but half the season.
Wow.
Ryan Mountcastle. Cedric Mullins made the All-Star team in his second year in the major leagues. So you just start looking at their core that they're building. And then, they have to hope that those guys keep improving and getting better. And but I think the Baltimore Orioles have taken that kind of what the Mariners did last year step. Nobody expected the Mariners to be as good as they were last year, and now the Mariners have turned that into a team that's going to make the playoffs for the first time since 2001.
By the way, Mike, in 98 games, Rutschman has 31 doubles.
That's freaking amazing. I almost cussed by accident.
Well, wouldn't be the worst thing that's
and then the teams that are in the playoffs, the Guardians, the Mariners, the Rays, the Jays, the Yankees, and the Astros. So I just look at it and go, I think for Ranger fans, and honestly for the Rangers organization, I think you need to be realistic here and go, this year, most likely going 70-92, right around there. The goal should be to be a 500 team next year.
Yeah.
And and that would be a nice improvement. This year, you're going to go from 60-102 to 70-92. If you can improve by 10 games again next year, you're right at 500. Then 10 games the next year, which is really tough to just keep improving by 10 games. But that's why I look at 2024 as a more realistic chance.
Is this season then going to be classified, especially with the money spent, as a disappointment? Because not just from a record standpoint, but, you were going to see Jack Leiter prove that next year he's the guy. You were going to see Cole Winn get his shot. Like, your pitching development hasn't developed the way we hoped.
Yeah, that was disappointing. Now, Jack Leiter takes the mound tonight in Frisco for the first playoff game, for game 1 of the Texas League playoffs.
Is this the first time they've made the playoffs since 2014?
It's been a while. I don't know that answer, but I do know it's been a while.
I'm gonna give a shout out to a great Tolo named Keith who sent that word along. It's 2014.
That's my guy Joe Mikulik was their manager.
I do like him.
So, anyways, I just wanted to kind of look at this and go, I'm hearing kind of the rumblings of where we can be a playoff team next year, and I go, gosh, guys, here's the other thing too. Let's look at this Ranger team. Adolis Garcia, he never got hurt this year. Corey Seager, who gets hurt quite a bit in his career, never got hurt this year. Simeon is a guy who's really healthy most of his career.
I think he's somebody who could be
and he can get better, but he was healthy. Then you look at Nate Lowe, obviously a super career year. Nobody saw this coming, that he'd be top 5 in batting average in the American League, but he was healthy this whole season. So you start looking at it now. Obviously, Josh Young wasn't. And we don't know what Josh Young is going to be this early in his career. But you look at Martin Perez, obviously huge surprise there. Yeah. Hopefully he's back with the Rangers. I know Chris Young talked about that with G-Bag Nation, saying they really think he can get him back. John Gray missed some time. Obviously, Mitch Garver missed some time, but you were a pretty healthy team this year.
And I think that's why an example of I can make a pitch to get to 500, right? Because for everything you throw out, I can say, well, okay, Martin Perez had a career year, so the potential fallout. John Gray, when he's pitched great, and he stays healthy.
Right.
And Corey Seager, he didn't get hurt. Maybe he gets hurt this year. Maybe Mitch Garver is healthy. I can find things that make me feel like a 10-game jump is reasonable. But the playoffs, I don't know about all that.
And that's where I look at the Rangers and what they did in 2022 and go, 2023 is not a rebuilding year, but it's a year that you really want to or need to play 500, because once you get to that, I think you can realistically look at, we can make the playoffs next year. Baltimore can look at next year and go, hey, realistically, because they're going to win over 80 games. They can go, we just took the jump to prove that we can win. Now, I don't know if Baltimore is going to spend or not, and obviously they're in a tough division. there. And the Rangers will have Oakland and LA where you can rack up some wins. I know that.
And not be the worst ever in one-run games. Like, that's my hope, too.
Right. And when you do look at records and you look at teams, obviously the Rangers have the worst record when they've only had a 22-run difference in a negative way. But the teams that are worse than them are negative 167, negative 162, negative 191. So a lot of that doesn't make sense. But then also, this is where, and I know we got to go, you got to play clean baseball.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I would say, you know what analytics doesn't do, but I would say you want to be a better team, be the best base running team in baseball, be the best team at cutoffs and relays, backing up bases, all these little things that numbers, a piece of paper and research and development, they can't put on a piece of paper. That we're really good at cuts and relays. We're really good at reading balls off of the bat and scoring from second base, getting to first and third with less than 2 outs. That can't be put on a piece of paper. So, but those things, and Chris Young was on a team that won a freaking World Series being great at those things.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we'll give away those Rangers-Yankees tickets in the noon o'clock hour all week long. Coming up next, Mike asks all the football questions here on 105.3 The Fan.
Stick around. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for Mike Asks All the Football Questions. Now, two things for you to watch during this is how good are the questions, and will Mike spoil any other segment we have planned?
I hope not.
I'm just kidding, Mike.
I know there is the reality and overreaction or something.
That's right.
Yeah, so hopefully
I like
don't.
this segment a lot.
So I'm going to ask football questions. Reggie, I'd love your opinion if you have one.
I have no opinions.
So, something to watch for there is, will I shut my big fat mouth, unlike the last segment where I stepped on Reggie, and I'm sorry about that, Reggie.
2020, the NFL draft went Burrow, Tua T, Herbert. I think most people, after 2 years in the league, would say Tua T was by far the third best quarterback.
Yep.
Do you believe that Tua T can become the first or second best quarterback in that draft class?
I think it's possible. It wouldn't be my likely outcome chosen. I still think my likely chosen outcome would be Herbert, Burrow, and then Tua T. But the complicating factor that comes along with this is, and I know Reggie has thoughts about this for sure, is the win factor works its way into what people think about quarterbacks. And right now, I mean, it looks like Miami has the chance to be a good team.
Reggie?
It's possible, I think, especially on the Burrow front, but I don't think it's necessary. Like, honestly, he could be the third best quarterback and them still be entirely happy with what happens in that draft, considering what they have put together as a team when it comes from the top with the coach all the way down to the weapons, the two playmakers that they have for him. He can be successful even if he is the third best quarterback technically on that in that list.
Question number 2. Who had a worse loss in week 2? The Browns, the Raiders, or the Ravens? All blew leads in the fourth quarter. And not just 7-point leads. They blew up by, double digits in the fourth quarter leads.
I think it's the Ravens, but that also might be partially because of what I expect from the team. I will not discount, but that's a great question. But at least with the Raiders, they were dominating a chunk of the game. The Ravens were up by 21 points in the fourth quarter. I understand the logical answer for the Browns, but that just doesn't seem surprising because that's just what the Browns do. The Ravens felt like they were in the midst of their statement game of saying, we belong in the class with Kansas City and Buffalo, so put us there. And then they're like, well, now we're 1-1.
All right, Kevin, but look here. We were just talking about how the Dolphins have two incredible playmakers in Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. I won't begrudge you, not being able to, figure out your defense against those two dudes.
Okay.
Right? You probably should have, right? Well, don't get me wrong. You probably should have. The Raiders, not really fond of that defense either, but you got Kyler Murray running around like a toddler who got something in their mouth that they're not supposed to have, right? What are you supposed to do? He ran 84 yards all the way around the field to go and get a 2-point conversion. I get it. That's tough.
Do you factor in at all that a Raiders fan looked like he assaulted Kyler Murray? Does that factor into the loss, or that's a separate issue?
I think that's separate. I think we should view things case by case.
Okay.
And now let's get to the case of the Cleveland Browns, who lost to the Jets, quarterbacked by Joe Flacco in the year of our Lord 2022. And you want me to make this a decision?
Joe Flacco has the third most passing yards in the NFL. That's the thing.
It's the Browns.
I get it.
There was an onside kick that had to happen here.
I know, and they had a 99.9% probability. I hear what you're saying, and that's why I said I certainly do not begrudge anybody who picks the Browns.
All right, so the Cowboys beat the Cincinnati Bengals.
What's your answer, Mike?
I lean towards, in that moment, the Browns had the worst loss because you're up by 14 with under 2 minutes to go. You just scored to go up with under 2 minutes to go. That just seems like impossible. But since we didn't really mention the Raiders as the worst loss, they are in this group of 3. I put 3 teams together so you guys wouldn't have to really look too hard. Who's off to the most disappointing start in 2022? The Bengals, the Titans or the Raiders?
That's tough.
They're all 3 0-2.
Right.
And I think, all 3 of those teams had pretty high expectations coming into the season.
I'm going to go Bengals. I know we're going to talk about this a little bit more later.
Sorry.
No, that's
I'm not going to do the other question, the 2-0 teams.
I'm going to go Bengals. I mean, if we're going off of in the year of our Lord, you just lost to Cooper Rush.
After who did they lose to in week 1 again? Yeah, Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah,
The Pittsburgh
if that's what we're doing.
Yeah, because the tough thing about it with the Raiders, rather, they lost to a couple of teams that you can maybe make the argument that are good. The Chargers, you can absolutely make the argument. The Cardinals, I don't like their defense, but hey, right, you can make that argument. That's tough with the Bengals. For me personally, I kind of think they're fraudulent anyways.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to give you some more space for that later, I promise.
But no, I think that would still be disappointing. If for no other reason than the casual conversation would be, they were just in the Super Bowl, and now y'all look like this. What happened?
Patriots find a way to win 17-14. Do you know the last time that they started 0-2? They're 1-1, but if they would have lost to Pittsburgh, they would have gotten off to their first 0-2 start since.
God, I feel like it was probably I'm going to say 10 years.
Okay. Reggie?
Feels like it's probably a long time. Unless it was last year, I feel really stupid.
I'm going to go $1, Bob.
Oh, so
that's somewhat the answer. It's 2001.
In your face.
Before Brady was the starting quarterback. Because
2001
was the last time the New England Patriots started off 0-2. And obviously they didn't this year because they beat Pittsburgh and they're 1-1. So they have not started off a season 0-2 since Tom Brady took over as the starting quarterback.
So just think about that for a second. Some teams find a way to win. The Patriots haven't been 0-2 since 2001. And some teams find a way to lose. The Browns, who have not been 2-0 since 1993. So actually, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Also, great case made by the 214 on the truckbreak.com text line. The Colts, disappointing. Because that was a team.
That's a good one.
I promise we'll throw them in there later.
You want me to ask you a Colts question right here, but it's about their quarterback.
Yeah. Is
Matt Ryan done?
Look. I was on that train before the season started. I told you, I don't think, not to say that he's the worst, but I don't think that he's the guy or anything like that. With all due respect to, I know Carson Wentz clearly isn't the guy, but then when they were we got Matt Ryan, here we come. I'm like, for real? Matt Ryan has been fine for 3 years, and that's about it. So I think his level of even really good days are over.
Okay. Next question. And this goes to my Deion Sanders take yesterday.
Okay.
Deion Sanders is getting at least media publicity.
Sure.
I don't know how much other colleges are calling him saying, hey, would you be interested in the Auburn job or the Nebraska or Arizona State job or stuff like that? Should Matt Rule's agent start calling up colleges again and saying, hey, my guy's available and he will quit the Panthers
expeditiously?
Wow.
ASAP.
Do the Larry Brown thing in professional and college basketball. When he knows it might be coming to a close, he's like, I quit. I got a new job. See ya.
I mean, you gotta see the writing on the wall, right?
Absolutely. It's an open secret that man is not long for that job, especially when you consider Dave Tepper, the dude who bought the Panthers. That dude has been eager to get things done. And during Matt Rule's tenure, there has been nothing that you could point to as a positive. Yeah, no, go ahead and go back to the green pastures of college where he's built up a couple of programs. Now, he did it pretty quickly, and maybe you asked if there could be sustained success, but you can get a job behind what he did at Temple and Baylor alone. So, go back to greener pastures, dog.
And, I think, and this might actually go into the ego thing that we were talking about. I stay with me for just 1 second, Mike, but when you talked about, how frustrated you were in Major League Baseball, there were multiple seasons, and we've talked about them, where you were legit kicking ass and taking names in minor league baseball. And
Bob Feller, pitcher of the year.
I know.
Dang it.
And so that's why
so promising.
That's why I look at Rule and I'm like, man, that's what he did at these. He took these programs that, especially Baylor at the time, with holy crap what they were coming off of, and built them up. I think he would be very, in demand in the college world, where in the NFL, everyone is just like, it feels like they're like dead man walking.
Yeah, because failing in the NFL is in no way a death sentence for you at the college level.
Looking at you, Nick Saban.
Nick Saban, Steve Spurrier, and there are many more that like went to the college or the NFL level, maybe weren't considered a quote-unquote success, but go back to college and they can do what they need to do. Yeah, man, go do that.
So, it's funny about you saying that about my career, because I remember one person was on me on Twitter one time that the only reason I made the major leagues is because of my dad, as in like they put me in. I was like, yeah, that's the reason. People are like, we have to have Mike Bassick's son pitch on our major league team. Like my dad was Nolan Ryan or something like that. I was like, go check my minor league numbers. I was actually pretty darn good in the minor leagues. It was the major leagues that I couldn't figure out how to like be consistent there.
I like your dad a lot. I think he is an awesome man.
Here comes the butt.
No, I was going to say, I like shouting Mike out is in 2006, and I looked this up because I remember he was 11-4 or 11-0 with a 2.79 ERA. Like, that's pretty damn good.
AAA. Okay, so, and didn't make the major leagues for one day that year. Next one, Kyle Pitts. 4 catches, 38 yards. That's his season so far. Now, I know that for pass catchers, and he's a tight end pass catcher, it's not all up to you. But man, for the next Tony Gonzalez / Jerry Rice combination, this is not going well in year 2.
And I feel like, look, there are lots of things that I will take the blame for being wrong about, but I feel like this was another one when we went into fantasy discussion. It was kind of like, who's throwing him the ball? Like, you tell me more about that. And even the Falcons have stepped out and been like, yeah, we need to figure out a way to get him the ball, because what a catastrophe that's been. Why would you not want to get him involved in the offense? Or the flip side is you just can't.
Russell Wilson won. You want me to ask this one, or you want to?
No, I do. Like, my look is my thought about where this could go.
14-31 for 219 yards. They win, I believe, 16-9 or 16-7. I forget the final score. It is a very low scoring W. And
16-9.
Okay. So, thoughts on Russell Wilson and his Denver Broncos so far?
This looks really bad because, like, for example, you were talking about the Arizona Vegas game. Is somebody posted up in the first half when it was 20-0. They were like, this Kyler Murray deal is the worst deal since blank. Now, clearly, by the end of the day, you're like, well, maybe it's not so bad. But my instantaneous thought was Russell Wilson. And, like, that just happened. Now, I did not necessarily think he was done the same way I thought Matt Ryan was done. Like, when he moved to Denver, I was like, okay, I really want to see how that plays out, and I'm intrigued by the Broncos, but holy crap. It's only 2 weeks. Right. A lot can change. It has looked terrible offensively out there.
My quick thoughts, and let's see it play out more than 2 games, is Pete Carroll knew what he was doing by handing the ball off and not letting him cook. He knew that if the more you have Russell Wilson throw, the worse it's going to look. He needs protection from the run game. Obviously, he uses his legs a lot to get longer time for plays and kind of play, that obviously Tony Romo is very good at it. Russell Wilson's very good at it, but I don't know. Let's see it play out, but the Russell Wilson thing is not looking like a good trade.
And just to kind of hammer that home, going into next year, his dead cap would be $107 million. Is
that good?
No. Okay. Well, I mean, maybe if you're looking to get a deal, maybe it's really good. But if you're the Broncos, no. Going into 24, it's $85 million. Now think about this. Think about the question that you just asked in 2022. If you want to cut Russell Wilson before the 2025 season, your dead cap is still $50 million. And I'm not saying they would cut him, but you understand my point, right? Is like, you are tied to him for a long, long time, and they better hope that this turns around. Although I know some people are also questioning how good that coach is that they brought on.
And I think it's a combination of both, because Russell Wilson absolutely does not look like the same player previously. Mike, you talked about him kind of utilizing his legs. He's 33 years old, and he's starting to look a little bit of like it when it comes to that mobility aspect of it. He's not that same 26, 27-year-old dude who was like running around in quite the same way. The problem is, the offense that he wants to run, Russell himself, might not be the best way to utilize him. And I do not trust Nathaniel Hackett really to do much, very, very much right now, but especially to take whatever offense he has and merge it in the right way with what Russell has. So yeah, no, this is going to be quite the experiment to watch this particular season of Broncos football.
Those are all the football questions. I hope you enjoyed them. If you didn't, deal with it and listen to the next segment. It might get better.
Kind of felt like that was directed at me too. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Sorry about that. Jags co-owner and the man who runs AEW. It's Tony Khan. We'll talk to him next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about Halloween.
Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. We've had him on the show a few times. Owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, the man who runs AEW. It is Tony Khan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Thanks for having me on this morning.
Absolutely. Now, we've talked in the past, and I'm a huge wrestling fan, and I definitely want to talk about Dynamite Grand Slam tomorrow, 7 o'clock Central, right here in the Metroplex. But my co-host here is probably the biggest Jags/Trevor Lawrence fan outside of the greater Florida, Jacksonville area. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike first to ask you about your beloved Jags.
All right, Mr. Khan. I am a huge Trevor Lawrence guy. I think he's one of the most talented quarterbacks in the NFL. I'm not saying the best, but one of the most talented. What have you seen in 2022, preseason and 2 games into this year, that make you believe that Trevor Lawrence can be a top 5, top 10 quarterback by the end of this season?
I've seen Trevor Lawrence has everything it takes to be a top quarterback in the NFL. This is my 11th season working in the league. Trevor Lawrence is one of the most professional, really caring, hardworking people that I've ever come across at any position. And a quarterback, these are traits that can really help you even more. And what's really the best part is, on top of being this great person who works hard and leads by example, Trevor Lawrence has every physical tool that you're looking for out of an NFL quarterback. And I'm so excited about what we're doing as an organization this year. It starts at the top with Doug Peterson, and that's another reason why I believe Trevor Lawrence has everything around him to become a top NFL quarterback. He's got the best coaching we could possibly hope to ever have. Doug Peterson, a world championship coach, a top play caller, a top football mind, a great offensive mind around Trevor, and it surrounded Trevor with other great coaches. And now also we're helping Trevor on the other side of the ball, building up the defense with great young players. We have an awesome, another coordinator with world championship experience and Mike Caldwell, and the buy-in from the players is tremendous. The feeling around the stadium is like nothing I've experienced in my 11 years. Certainly the only other time there's been any kind of buzz like this around the building in the 11 years was Tom Coughlin's first year there with Doug Marrone. And, you know, even then it was a very different feeling than what we have now. I think not to compare and contrast, because that was an amazing season too. And hopefully this will bode well, because that was obviously very successful for us. And right now it feels like we have more young talent and more optimism around the building than we've ever had. So it's pretty amazing.
My last Trevor Lawrence question for you. At Clemson, his junior year, he was smart enough to be able to audible out, audible into calls, at times call his own plays. What is he doing in the NFL when it comes to play calls? Is it strictly, because usually young guys aren't audibling a lot or calling their own plays? I was wondering Trevor Lawrence's education of the offense so far.
Well, without putting words into his mouth or Doug's, I think Trevor has freedom to operate within the offense and with Doug, and Doug has a lot of confidence and trust in Trevor. So absolutely, I think Trevor has the ability to check into stuff as he sees stuff happening, and that's what you want your quarterback to be able to do. And Doug and Press Taylor and Mike McCoy are showing a lot of confidence in Trevor, and really I think we're all super optimistic about Trevor in the offense, and exciting things happening on defense and special teams too. All 3 phases came together to win the game this week. So it's an exciting time for the Jags as we're getting ready to travel west and play the Chargers this week in another big game.
Back with Tony Khan right here on 105 through the Fan, and this is definitely a hypothetical and not directly about my co-host Mike. So would you say if somebody invested a lot in Trevor Lawrence cards and Trevor Lawrence rookie cards, do you think that investment is going to pay off?
I think that is a very wise investment. That's a smart thing to invest in, and absolutely Trevor Lawrence stock in the form of rookie cards, memorabilia, buy it up and hold on to it, because I think it'll be worth a lot of money. Sounds like a smart investment strategy to me.
Thank you.
Good job, Mike. Now, we're going to shift gears to Dynamite tomorrow night. And I know you do a ton of interviews, but I just wanted to remind you, because we talked about this a long time ago, is the first matches that Mike, my co-host, had seen since the old Sportatorium days was I brought him out to Winter is Coming in Garland, where he got to see the hour draw between Hangman and Bryan Danielson. So I feel like you have made him not necessarily an across-the-board wrestling fan as much as an AEW fan. How big is the card tomorrow night? World title, tag title, Ring of Honor title. How amped are you for this? Because I know outside of running the show, you're a fan.
I am so excited about this show. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. on TBS, Wednesday Night Dynamite Grand Slam. It's our biggest week of TV all year. Part 1 will be Wednesday night tomorrow on TBS, and it's going to continue this Friday on TNT with Part 2. And check out the live action tomorrow night on Wednesday Night Dynamite. I think it's our most loaded card ever with 5 great championship matches, some of the biggest stars in pro wrestling across both nights, and it's going to be such a great week. Like you said, a bunch of great title fights, and if you guys love that Winter is Coming show, I think you're also going to love Grand Slam tomorrow night. And if you watch that show, I got to tell you, I really love this tradition we built around the holidays. I love coming out in December to Dallas every year.
Yes.
And if that viewership's pretty good, if people around Dallas, if we're getting those Nielsen numbers and it's looking good, I got a good feeling about coming back and bringing Winter is Coming back to Dallas again this year. So keep up the good work, watching Wednesday Night Dynamite tomorrow, watching Friday Night Rampage. And I do think if the numbers on TBS and TNT stay where they're at and you all keep doing a great job watching the shows and supporting us, why not? Let's keep it going. I love the Dallas market, and I think there's a good chance we're going to come back again and do Winter is Coming again this year. So let's do it.
I love to hear that. Now, I want to preface this by, now Mike is still learning all of the ins and outs of wrestling. I know who he's talking about. Clearly, you know who he's talking about, but I will let Mike ask the question in his own distinctive style.
So I really love the jerk who wears the scarf and who really gets he just, whatever city he goes to, he tells them that they're horrible and everything. It's the most entertaining thing. Is that guy going to be here?
Well, I think there's a very good chance he would come be in Dallas. He was away for a while there were some things happening, and now he's back. So the guy you referred to as the jerk in the scarf, I do think there's a good chance you'll see him appearing at Winter is Coming later this year in Dallas, and also appearing tomorrow night on TBS. He's looming right now over the championship picture is MJF, and very excited to see what happens tomorrow night on TBS Dynamite, 7 o'clock, Grand Slam. And then as we get closer and closer to the big Winter is Coming event that I think is looking to become hopefully an annual event around the Metroplex, I think that's very, very exciting stuff. And certainly with him looming around the picture, there's a good chance he could be appearing then and there.
Well, the last thing I got for you, because he's obviously talking about MJF, and I know there's specifics you can't get into, but with MJF, Punk, the Elite, and everything like that, y'all's ratings have obviously done very well. Do you get the sense at all, not that any of this is the way you would have planned it out, but that behind-the-scenes drama helps drive people to the product in general?
Well, I do believe that a lot of chaos in professional wrestling in the ring can help lead fans to being excited about what's happening. I can't say anything about what's happening outside of the ring, except that I expect it's going to be a wild show on TBS tomorrow night, and check it out, 7 p.m., Wednesday Night Dynamite live. It's every week live on TBS, but this is a special week because it's Grand Slam, the biggest week of wrestling matches we've ever had. Check it out tomorrow on TBS, and you'll see why so many people are talking about AEW right now.
Appreciate the time, as always, very much, good sir, and we will catch you up, obviously, hopefully come December here back in the Metroplex.
I hope so. See you soon.
And
Later.
just remember, the Colts fought the law, and the law won.
Very good.
Later.
Very good.
Wow. Mike, did he think that was very good, or was he just being nice to you because he knows that you care about the Jags?
I think he's just being nice and cordial. And I don't know if I didn't know until after the interview was over. You told me the whole thing about the MJK,
jerk and the
whatever
scarf.
his nickname letters are. But he is entertaining in the things that he says, and he is a good wrestler. But I didn't know that there was this tough relationship.
Because of the behind-the-scenes stuff, when you said the jerk and the scarf, I instantly thought, I wonder if Tony Khan does think about him as the jerk and the scarf. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a not-so-beloved Cowboys alum is back in the NFC East. Plus, time for some more wheelbarrows. It's Gridiron Gravy on The Fan.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stewart.
Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value, not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk biscuit.
And I want to start with this. Somebody asked about this earlier. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to respond on air. Is Bills cornerback Dane Jackson left the field in an ambulance yesterday after that collision with Tremaine Edwards. He did get released from the hospital, and so super positive, had movement in all of his extremities and everything like that. So a positive right there. Now, let's talk about former Cowboys, one of which I feel like some people might like. The other one, I don't know about that.
Steve DeBerg?
No, more contemporary former Cowboys.
Ryan Leaf.
Cole Beasley. Cole Beasley is back. He has been added to the practice squad for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, as clearly with the suspension of Mike Evans, the lingering issues with Chris Godwin, they could probably just use more people who catch passes.
They don't need more because they've got Scotty Miller. Scotty Miller time. In fact, Kevin, this is the year.
Oh, my God, no.
That's Scotty Miller.
What?
Puts it all together.
Scotty Miller.
Scotty Too Hottie Miller.
No.
Putting it together,
He's
wrestling.
been in the league like a way shorter time than Geno Smith, I feel like. Yeah, what has Scotty Miller done this year? Big bag of nothing, by the way, as predicted. But
you just hate Scotty Miller.
I don't. You know what? If I do hate Scotty Miller, it's y'all's fault. It's because I mentioned like Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, and I was like, oh, they don't have Gronk, and they're like, what about Scotty Miller? And I was like, well, who cares? And that y'all brought this on. But they did go ahead and add Cole Beasley to the mix. But that is not the only former Cowboy that has been added to a practice squad. Did you see that your guy, Jalen Smith, is back? He was added to the Giants practice squad leading into the game against the Cowboys.
I hope they activate him.
It's a solid bid, isn't it?
I think so.
How much better is Leighton Vander Esch that he's playing with competent person next to him? And I'm dead serious about this.
No, I get it.
I think Jalen Smith, he had no clue of the defense. He did whatever he wanted on the football field, never filled the gap he was supposed to fill. And I think that Leighton Vander Esch, yes, he's healthier, right? But at the same time, I just think, wow, Leighton Vander Esch looks good again. I wonder how bad he became.
Yeah.
Because when you're playing with somebody who's that incompetent at their job next to you, it can screw you up pretty bad too.
And last year, you're hoping for more consistency this year from LVE, right? Because last year, it felt like maybe he did not need to be on this team for a good chunk of the first half of the season. And then the second half of the season, you're like, oh, okay. No, I get it. We can all live with this. And then they didn't sign him for a lot. And I think he has not been problematic. He's been solid. Like, not great or anything, but he's been solid out there.
Yeah.
He's made some tackles for sure that you're like, oh, okay.
And I just think, I know it seems like, I don't know this, that Micah Parsons has been playing more defensive end than linebacker this year. I haven't seen the snap counts for exactly each position he's playing, but I think Anthony Barr 1,000 times better than Jalen Smith. And I just think that he's getting to play with competent people out there that are doing their job that can help him too.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, watch for this or whatever. Jalen's like, I don't know what to watch for. I didn't watch any film. I have no clue. I'm just going to dart somewhere and hope it works out.
Now, you asked about Matt Ryan. I got a response from their coach. Now, I didn't get it directly, of course, but here's a response.
Why not?
He said, sorry, I don't have time just yet.
Okay.
I'm going to call Frank real quick.
I could not be happier that Matt Ryan is our quarterback. This is from Frank Reich. Do you think that statement means anything, or do you think what is he supposed to do? Come out and say, Matt Ryan is a piece of trash, and I wish we had Carson Wentz back.
Yeah,
Like,
he's probably not going to say
yeah.
that. He's like, yeah, we probably should have traded for somebody better.
Well, the lows are not going to be nearly as low. There's something to that.
That's true. No, for sure. I'm just saying, like, I'm always fascinated by these stories. I'm glad he came out and said it, just like I would want somebody on my team to support me, or that was my boss to support me. But, like,
sometimes these headlines are so breathless that I'm like, well, what did you think he was going to say? It's like, oh yeah, really F that one up. That's a L for me, but we're stuck with him. So what can you do?
I mean, it's the football news complex. We just need more content always.
Yeah. And probably for a different conversation. I think that the callers, our listeners who want to talk to Jerry Jones, feel like we could have an intervention with Jerry and it's going to work for you guys. And that's like, if we just get 20 fans in a room and we all circle around him and tell him he has a problem, and then he finally goes, you know what, guys, I do have a problem. I am going to step back from being general. We're not going to get an intervention from Jerry. I wish we could. I'm with you, fans. It doesn't matter how many of you call in and tell him that he should do something the right way. He's not going to do it.
And don't get me wrong, I still want that to happen, and we are working on making that happen. I promise we didn't forget. We are actively working on that right now. But I'm with you. Even last year we were like, hey, what do you think about the concept that like no one else around the league would hire you as a GM? Do you think? And he was like, look, I made a decision when I bought this team that I was not going to be working for anybody else. And I'm not going to have anybody else calling the shots while I'm writing the checks. And like he flat out, he says it time and again. But yeah, I'm with you. I do agree that people think if they call enough times and say it, he's going to be like, you know what? You're right. Let's go ahead and sell the team. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. Like it's not going to happen.
I will stop doing math.
But what?
Well, in an intervention, if you have a friend who's doing math.
I did not want to conflate those two people or those two things together, but yes, I hear you. Now, this is interesting to me when we talk about the suspension that Deshaun Watson got. Now, just remember what the accusations were against Zeke, what could and could not be proven, and what he got suspended. Now,
6 games.
Yeah, same thing. Think about Deshaun Watson, 11 games.
Right.
Willie Gay, the linebacker for the Chiefs, suspended 4 games for violation of the league's personal conduct policy. He was arrested in Kansas in January on a charge of criminal property damage of less than $1,000, which is a misdemeanor. He got 4 games.
Whoa.
So it just, I don't know, like it just, sometimes that scheduling seems weird, and I still think that Deshaun Watson getting 11 games he dodged a bullet for sure, and you can save me with that. We didn't play the year before either. That's because he was also in the middle of a contract dispute.
Yeah, it'll never make sense when the NFL or other leagues, but especially the NFL, play cop and juror because they're not cops and they're not jurors.
And for Willie Gay, I mean, it's just 2 games. He was second on the team in tackles and 4-game suspension. So we will see how much of an impact that will make going forward. Now, a couple weeks ago, I told you maybe it was last week, the amazing quote from Tyreek Hill about Mike McDaniel and the wheelbarrow that he'll need. He's back at it again. Quote, for the haters out there who said Tua can't do this, can't be that, I really hope you jump on his bandwagon soon. Not only is Coach Mike McDaniel going to need a wheelbarrow, Tua's going to need a wheelbarrow for his boatload of money and his cojones.
Mm-hmm. So those going in the same wheelbarrow, or is he saying that they need 2 separate wheelbarrows?
Well, if he's making that much money, I feel like he can afford the 2 wheelbarrows. Probably will need a friend or somebody.
Yeah, I was going to say the follow-up is how do we get both of these wheelbarrows going in the same place?
That's a great question because I feel like as much as you want to steer the wheelbarrow of money, if they're your cojones,
Sure.
I feel like you have to be driving that wheelbarrow or else that makes no logistical sense. But if you get that kind of quarterback money, you can hire somebody or just have a friend or a hanger-on or whatever that will drive the wheelbarrow for you.
To carry cojones is what we're carrying?
No, it's for the money. For the money.
Oh.
I mean, I'm sure, I have no doubt that if all of that happened, you could find somebody to do the other job. I'm pretty sure I could get Chiafalo to do it. He's out there making $5 bets. We could hire him to do it. See? Thumbs up. He knows what's up. All right. Let's go to that. He really is sitting in the other room, I promise, Mike.
Ooh, is it wheelbarrows or wheelsbarrow?
You know how I am. I don't care. I don't care when people say you have to say attorneys general, and I'm like,
but that's technically correct.
I know.
Which, as we know, is the best kind of
I know, and it is, and I'll never say that. So maybe it is wheelsbarrow. I'll never say that. Just like when people are like, well, shouldn't it be RSBI? And I'm like, no, I'll never do that either.
Corey does that.
I know, and it drives you insane. All right, I have a couple of amazing statistics
from the first 2 weeks of the season? Do you want the amazing positive statistic or the amazing sad one?
You want to be positive most of the time. There
You
are
do.
a few things you don't want to be positive at.
Like what?
Some drug tests.
Okay.
That's a good
or
point.
STDs.
Not all drug tests. Some of those drug tests is fine.
Interesting. Cooper Kupp now has 5+ catches in 23 consecutive games. That ties him with DeAndre Hopkins for the second longest streak in NFL history. Interestingly enough, to show you how awesome this guy was. Now remember that. 23 games with 5 catches or more. Second longest ever. The leader, Antonio Brown, with 36. I know the way it's gone as of late has taken all that of attention away, but he used to be really, really good at football.
Yeah, I mean, he was the best wide receiver in the league for a significant period of time.
Yeah, with Julio Jones, Calvin Johnson, AJ
Yeah,
Green,
he was
Larry Fitzgerald. He was, the best.
All right.
So
I feel like this is the time to do this. 7-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro, Super Bowl champion, 2010s All Hall of Fame team or whatever. All-decade team. There we go. Hall of Famer? Yes or no?
He has a Hall of Fame resume. I wonder, because I know you're not supposed to, but these voters are human. I wonder if all the rest of the nonsense and shenanigans cost him. But that's a Hall of Fame resume right there. It is.
It is. But I mean, look at T.O.
Yeah. What did it take us third
T.O.
time?
has a lot more numbers than
Yeah.
that.
And
so I just think they're going to look at him as a teammate and just go, yeah. Even though he does have Pittsburgh going for him.
Yeah.
He played for Pittsburgh. You kind of get in.
That actually is
I'm
true.
pretty sure Juju Smith-Schuster's a Hall of Famer. To the
No,
majority
I'll draw
of-
the line at that. And yeah, now people are coming up with their other language obscurities, like why do they call it an ATM machine? Because isn't
Who is they? Because I don't call it an
okay?
ATM machine. It's just an ATM.
Good that you do not. All right, let's go from that to the sad.
Oh no!
In the history,
The negative.
in the history. This is not a no joke zone. You can joke. In the history of the NFL, or let's try that again. In the NFL since 2000, got it. In the NFL since 2000, there have been 4 NFL offenses to complete 8 or fewer passes 3 times in a season. So think about that. You complete 8 or less passes in a game 3 times the entire season. That has only happened 4 times.
Quincy Carter.
Yeah, probably. The Bears have done it in both of their 2 games to start the season. Justin Fields has connected on 7 passes and 8 passes. So that is not good at all.
No.
They need to figure something out.
And they won. They're 1-1.
I know.
So they got that going for them.
Yes, that is true. So better than some of the other teams out there, I guess.
It'll be interesting what they do in this draft. I know there's 15 more games to watch Justin Fields play with this team, but I thought Justin Fields was a very good pick for them in the draft, but how quickly do you turn into another direction if I know he'll complete more than 8
Because the
balls
roster
per
around
game.
him sucks
Right.
too.
So
Yeah, I don't know.
do you just say, yeah, we're going to draft another quarterback, but you're like, hey, did we really give Justin Fields a chance to be successful?
Couple more quick notes. One we didn't get to yesterday is Leonard Williams has a sprained MCL with the Giants, and then Tyrod Taylor is in fact suing the Los Angeles Chargers team doctor for medical malpractice for at least $5 million for puncturing his lung a couple of years ago. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, did Sunday's win once again change your projection for the Cowboys season? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation, text or Twitch and Fan Cam. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Did Sunday's win once again change your projection for the Cowboys season? And is Micah Parsons still smart enough to not go on undisputed? Those are the stories that we're discussing and tracking at the moment. All right, so you make a prediction before the season. Like, I think we all kind of understand that. And then the Cowboys lost in humbling fashion against Tampa Bay, and then Dak also gets hurt. So do you change your prediction again? Now, Cooper Rush comes in there, and you beat a team that was just in the Super Bowl. Do you change your projection again? And if you're letting us know, whether at FanCam, part of the Twitch, or texting in at 877-881-1053, let us know what it changed from, like from what to what to what. Because, for example, I went 10-7 before the season, and then you asked us this last week, and I felt like I was kind of shifting more to that 7-10 direction. And in my notes, I wrote 8-9 now, probably, because like, I don't know. It's part of me is like, maybe they win these next two games and they're 3-1. And then I'm just like, I don't know. Or maybe the second half from this game against the Bengals is what you see from most of the next two games. And no matter how well the defense plays, you still don't win. And you're like, oh, dear God, we're in a lot of trouble. So I'm going to say 8-9 for now.
That's what I had to start the year.
Okay.
Then I can't even remember if I said this on the air or not, but I was thinking 5-12.
Okay.
After the Dak injury.
Wow. Yeah.
Now, I do think this, I don't know if it'll be true or not. I have no clue. I think Dak's going to miss 6 games and then come back. So he's missed 1. I think he's going to miss 5 more, but maybe he miraculously comes back and only misses 3 games total. I don't know, but I'm just going to think the next 5 games are going to be Cooper Rush games. So he got a win that I didn't think was going to happen.
So that's 1.
So now I think, 6-11, but the team played so well, and maybe it's just the defense. Maybe Cincinnati's offensive line really isn't that good. I don't know.
Or maybe the defense is just really good. I know that's the hope that we all have, right?
I'm going to go to 7-10.
Oh, okay.
Which would mean how much value am I putting on Dak if I thought this team with Dak for 17 games is 8-9. Without Dak, they're 7-10.
Look, you see it the same way I do, and I'm not saying you have to feed into that or anything like this, but there are a lot of people that perhaps don't have maybe as much faith in Dak as I kind of thought. I thought people were split. But, man, the second he went out and the second Cooper Rush won, people were really quick to be like, well.
But people are intoxicated by wins as it relates to the quarterback. And we don't have to rehash this conversation because it's almost rote at this point. But, yeah, that's when people see a win and then they attach to a quarterback. I mean, we've done this with Mike White, of all people, right? We've done this with all sorts of folks when there's a win and then we look at the quarterback and we go, now we have to attribute everything to that, and that changes the way we perceive them.
From the 214, I know they're better than 1-16, but Team Tank is still holding on to hope. Okay, like the next 2 weeks will give you a great indication, because like if you and somebody texted in and said they're going to get dump trucked by the Giants on Monday Night Football, if that happens, which I don't necessarily see because they still have Daniel Jones, or if Washington runs you as well, then maybe there are some things to reconsider.
I say at what point in the game does Saquon Barkley suffer an injury where he's missing the rest of the Cowboys game plus 3 to 12 more games?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess historically that would be really sad. I know he's
it's going to happen.
I know. All he does is get hurt. I know. From the 940, but they will beat the Commanders because of football. So that would put them at 2-2. Yeah. From the 832. Nope, haven't changed. I'm sticking with 7-10. From the 469. I think this accurately displays the ebb and flow we felt this season. I'll be honest. I was really, really down after last week. The defense, dare I say, might have gotten better, but I also think the Bengals are cocky after last year and getting punched in the face right now. So I said 10-7 at the start, then 5-12 after Tampa Bay. Now I'm back to 9-8.
And then you see other people who just incrementally break it out from the 4-0-5. Before the season, I said 7-9-1. Now I say 8-8-1. So they're only changing it to the point of, I did not think they would win this game. They did win this game.
I do love building in a draw in there. They're like, one of these games is just going to be a mess.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. Because think about it. The ties that you saw, or the tie that we saw in the opening weekend, at no point did you think, what an excellent game that no team deserves to lose. You were like, this game was stupid, and both of these teams deserve to lose, so they got a tie. So that's usually how I think ties end up. I don't feel like I walk away from a lot of ties and I'm like, neither one of those teams deserve to win. I'm like, thank God overtime got shortened to 10 minutes.
Gosh, I know that I'm not going to pick a tie, but I'm struggling with what's my value on Dak Prescott if I just think they're one game worse, if he's going to miss 6 games. And the Giants is a very winnable game. The Commanders is a very winnable game. I will say, without Dak, though, then I go back to, well, Dak has to have value to me because at Rams and at Eagles, I don't think the Cowboys have a chance unless Dak is really ready to go and play at a high level.
Okay, let's go back to the Eagles then, because I know we talked about Monday Night Football, but maybe for like not quite as long as we would have wanted to. And you know what? You can even fire up another highlight because we go to cut number 11. They did look freaking tremendous last night.
This time, Hurts gives it off, and he runs with the football and keeps it and takes it across the 5 and rolls down to the 2. And is he in? Yes!
He is.
Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
That's magic.
A great fake to Sanders, and then he kept it and ran around the right end and took it 26 yards for a touchdown.
Look, I don't want to take away just because it's not an outcome I liked or because I think Kirk Cousins fails in big situations. I think that last one is fair, but we talked about Eagles-Vikings going into the weekend and Dolphins-Ravens going into the weekend, and I thought both of those games were a possibility of a team breaking out of the pack. And I think you could make an argument that the Eagles have looked as good, if not better, than any team in the NFC through just 2 weeks.
I'm with you.
Like, I know Detroit, and people will crap on Detroit, and I get that, but they did still win, and they won on the road. And there's not a whole lot of undefeated teams in the NFC. I think there actually might only be 3. And so Philly looked good last night. It pains me to say that, but Jalen Hurts looked good last night. And that is a team that I know people were concerned, with all due respect to New York and Washington. If there was a team that you thought that the Cowboys would not be able to overcome, it's the Eagles. And so far, the Eagles look good.
I'm with you, and I don't know. I'm not a fan of their quarterback. Not that I don't like him as a person. I'm just not a fan of him. And he played a great game last night. The best game I've ever seen him play.
Because I know people are calling on you to be like, talk about how great he is, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
If the season progresses at this point, and I'm not saying like he has to win the MVP, but he puts together a season, do you think he could put together a season that you're like, okay, well, perhaps I need to change my mind about this?
Yes, but right now I can only see me changing my mind into he gets to, and look, it's where I have these guys. So Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins, quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Good enough to make the playoffs, good enough to win 10, 11 regular season games, and then you got no chance in the playoffs because there's just 10 quarterbacks at least that are better than these guys.
Yeah.
And so that's where I could possibly put Jalen Hurts. In fact, I'm just going to do this. Coming up in the Expressway / I'm going to I know we do it tomorrow in Power Rankings.
Yeah.
But I'm going to just start naming quarterbacks, and you tell me when you say Jalen Hurts is as good or better than that guy.
Okay.
So we'll do that in Mike Life.
I look forward to that. I think this is a really fair point because I've criticized like your Nebraskas, Notre Dames, and Texases about this in the past of college football. From the 609, they say they're a lifelong Giants fan. At least they know when they suck. I think that is very fair. Like, I love the Cowboys. I love Cowboys fans. I could see how perhaps if you are not a Cowboys fan,
their relentless optimism or living in the past or however you want to describe it, I could see how that would certainly annoy your average human being. From the 214, when will Dak read his poem to Cooper Rush? Now, I don't think that is going to happen. And then
People really want this Cooper Rush thing to happen.
No, they do. But here's the thing, Reggie. I hear what you're saying about quarterback wins, and I think that's fair and how caught up we get with that. I also think there was a pretty big undercurrent of people who were just done with Dak, which I don't know. I have a hard time looking at this franchise as a whole and pinpointing him as your primary issue. I think Dak is good enough that you can win a Super Bowl with him. On the flip side, I don't think he's good enough to lead you to the Super Bowl. But there's a lot of quarterbacks that fit that description of not being good enough to lead you. But I believe you can win a Super Bowl with Dak. So I don't know when you look at this franchise and be like, the number one reason we can't is because of Dak. And if you bring up the money, well, that's the Joneses' fault for him saying, hey, $32 million is fair. And the Jones family saying no deal. And then he gets hurt and them saying, I'll give you 40. That's their fault for botching that negotiation, for botching the Zeke negotiation. That's on the Jones family and the management, as opposed to Dak and Zeke in particular.
Okay.
This is the other thing I wanted to address, because we've seen some people asking about this. From the 936, is the fan text working? Yes. So apparently there might have been a change where people didn't get their response text.
Oh, the automated response?
I've gotten a lot of questions about that, and we probably do need to bring it up on air. Is if you ask that, we can try to respond, but I know sometimes we get a lot of questions on here. But yes.
So yes, it's coming through. You were not blocked.
Yeah, the fan text is working. It's very unlikely that you were blocked, and I don't know when we changed and why you're not getting the response messages anymore. But yes, the fan text is still working. From the 936. I still think 8 and 9 is the best, but probably 6 and 11 because play calling is S. And then for the 9-7, go ahead.
I did look at the schedule, and I still can see how they can go 9 and 8, possibly 10 and 7.
Sure.
Now I know Dak's coming back. He could come back in 2 to 3 weeks. He could come back in 6 to 7 weeks.
If you had to pinpoint a game, would it be the Lions? Is that where
yes. I'm saying he's going to miss 6 total games is my guess. That's my guess.
But look, I'm not saying this is going to happen or anything, but if you just flip down the schedule, they could conceivably still get to 11 wins because this schedule is not a good schedule. I'm not saying that they win these next 2.
And the Colts and Titans didn't really changed your opinion on those ones.
But the Jags have.
Take a look at, maybe.
And the Vikings too, man.
Yeah, the Giants, the Commanders, the Lions, the Bears, the Vikings, the Giants again, the Colts, the Texans.
It's at Minnesota.
It's not a murderer's row of people.
You know what I did? I honestly looked and it said 325. I said, we got a chance.
Yes.
If it was noon, I was like, all right, we're losing in Minnesota.
But yes, especially if we get that game flexed, then we're gonna almost win that for sure. But I'm not calling for the Cowboys to go 11-6. But for the people who are still optimistic, you look at this schedule, and I get it, which is why I love texts like this with no context. From the 972, 13-4, watch and see. There's no other reasoning for it, but I love it.
And a lot of that optimism has to come from the idea that the Cowboys got out there and ran the ball in a way that they talked about but hadn't really shown us that they would.
Oh, yeah. They can run the ball. Guess what? The offensive line might be better, even with the injuries, than we anticipated. Guess what? The defense might be better than you thought. And I know this is absurd, but Cooper Rush wins football games somehow, some way of all 2 of these.
All right.
And so
hopefully he doesn't turn into Geno Smith. I do worry about that. I'll talk about that.
Don't worry about it. This is the year that he puts it all together.
No. You saw that last game. They scored 0 offensive points.
Minor setback.
I know the concern is I know the concern for Cooper Rush is that the offense looks like it did in the second half when it was certainly underwhelming. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go into the lunch rush and the expressway, and guess what? We're going to be giving away those Rangers tickets when we come back. Also, which of the winless NFL teams is most disappointing? All of it next, and Mike likes it right here on The Fan.
Where you going?
Brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome to the Lunch Rush as part of the Expressway.
Thanks.
Which of the winless NFL teams is most disappointing? But I feel like maybe there's something else we need to do right now.
Let's give something away.
Caller number 10.
Oh, number 10.
Now.
We'll win a 4-pack of tickets. You got to call in 877-881-1053. Win a 4-pack of tickets in the right field seats to the Rangers season finale against Aaron Judge and the Yankees on October 5th. That's also dollar hot dog night. And maybe, just maybe, you can get all of the dollars in the world, because if Aaron Judge is making history, you want to be at that last game. You want to be in those outfield seats. Try to catch a home run ball. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long. 877-881-1053. 4-pack of tickets. Rangers, Yankees, October 5th, last game of the season. Now.
Very cool.
That is super cool. Thank you very much to our boss and to the Rangers for getting that done. All right. Now, which of the winless NFL teams is the most disappointing? And then I know we'll give some space to, was this team kind of a fraud all along? So there are 3 teams that instantly jump to my mind.
Falcons.
The Falcons are not one of those teams. It is
definitively not a fraud, says Kevin Hagelin.
Yes.
Congratulations,
Falcons. You know what? This is where I would yell.
I feel like
we thought they were.
Yeah, they've overachieved.
Yes.
They've only lost 2 so far.
And they've been close.
Oh, yeah.
So, yes, no, the Falcons have absolutely been better than I thought they would be. All right. So the 3 that immediately jump to mind, though this can go in whatever direction you want, are the Bengals, the Colts, and the Raiders. Because, and the Raiders, it's not only that they're 0-2, is you lost a competitive game to the Chargers that could have maybe moved you up in the world, and then you lost a game that you were dominating against the Cardinals. So not only are you 0-2, you see a simpler path to 2-0 than maybe some of these other teams.
Yeah, I think the Raiders, it's 2 games, but you look at it and you just go, okay, so they're the team that's not going to do it in the West. Going into it, you thought, hey, it's going to be Kansas City and LA battling it out. Maybe Denver could be great with Russell Wilson, but at least they won a game. And And I just look at the Raiders and go, hey, it's probably going to be just like we've known the Raiders ever since they came out with that rap song, we wear the silver, we wear the black, don't get in our way.
Right.
Do you remember that one?
I don't, but I believe your knowledge of
Look that
older
one up,
music,
Reggie.
especially when it comes to sports stuff.
The 1983, 84 Raiders had their, before the Super Bowl shuffle, they had their own rap song that was as horrible, but I loved it. And I remember my mom got it for me on a cassette tape. Yeah. We wear the silver, we wear the black. Don't get in our way. We wear the silver, we wear the black. You better listen to what we say. We rock the stadium with all our might. That is what we do. We wear the silver, we wear the black, and we'll be coming after you.
I believe that this is a thing.
What I just missed.
Just don't
miss anything?
A Raider song before the Super Bowl shuffle. I believe that this is a thing. I just don't remember this at all. Feel free to also text in if you remember that song at 877-881-1053. Now, to go along with that, so we mentioned the Raiders, the Colts. Did you see what DeForest Buckner said after the game?
No.
He said, that S was embarrassing. We got our ass whooped. We have to come in tomorrow, take it on the chin, and grow from this. Is like, not only, and it's not just Jacksonville. Like, they tied to open the season up against a Texans team that a lot of people, though not Reggie, because he was like, they won't be as bad as you think.
It's true.
But it is. Congratulations. That was a good call, probably.
Thank you.
A lot of people thought they were going to be god-awful, and you tied, and then you got freaking smoked by the Jags, which, you know what? Maybe the Jags will be better than we thought. But at the end of the year, does anybody think the Jags and the Texans are going to be like at the top of the heap?
Yes.
No, you don't. Deep down, you do not believe
Wait, which
that.
of those teams do you think that he's talking about, Kevin?
I assume he's talking about the Jags.
Yes, you assumed right.
Okay, I believe that
you and me, baby.
I believe that you think the Jags can get to 8 wins, but that does not put you at the top of the heap. And so,
in that division,
I think that's fair. I think the Colts they need to be pretty dang disappointed in themselves right now.
One of the crazy things about the Colts when it comes to it, it's not just like the offense where they don't have wide receivers or whatever. The defense has also looked pretty bad. Like if you just look at advanced metrics when it comes to EPA, expected points average, both on or added rather, both on offense and defense, they're in one of the lower tiers in the league. I think there's only maybe like 4 or 5 teams that sit worse than them. They're not doing well on any front.
From the 214, it's the Colts, and from the 817, Mike is lying. I believe he made that song up. Don't.
From the 254, can Mike please sing Ram It next?
Oh, yes.
Can we just have Mike's jukebox accepted?
I don't.
It's like
I know
songs
that
for
I've
teens.
heard that one, but I don't know all the words because my mom didn't buy me the Ram It cassette tape, so I could listen to that radios.
Did you have the Super Bowl shuffle? Because that one I do remember.
Yeah, that one was really popular, but the silver and black, it's on YouTube. All you have to do is go to YouTube and type in silver and black Raiders song, and you will see the video and everything with Marcus Allen and Howie Long. And
okay.
What about the New York Knicks song? Can we get Mike to do that one too?
What the hell was that one? Also, in the Super Bowl shuffle, did they rhyme the word shuffle with trouble? Is that a thing?
Start no trouble. We just did do the Super Bowl shuffle.
Yes.
Sounds like a yes.
Yes, they did. What's the Knicks song?
We are the New York Knicks.
That's it?
No, I mean, it goes on.
Okay, well, go on.
No, I'm not Mike.
That's fair. All right. And I've seen a couple of votes for this, though, and I could see this being the case. Is it the Cincinnati Bengals? Like, which of the winless NFL teams...
Because they played Mitch Trubisky and Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
And so you just look at it, and look, they could have, should have won both games. And I won't say the Cowboy game they could have, should have. They did tie it up at 17, and you had Joe Burrow versus Cooper Rush, and you got the Cowboys to punt.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys punted, and then you went 3 and out.
Yeah.
So I got worried after that touchdown and 2-point conversion. Oh, no. Cooper Rush versus Joe Burrow in kind of do-or-die situation. I was like, the Cowboys had this game. Unfortunately, I thought
they were going to lose it.
Yeah, it was like, oh man, now it's going to come down to this, and the Cowboys hadn't scored at all in the second half. But luckily, it went the Cowboys' way. But I just look at Cincinnati and I go, man, those are two teams that you got to come away with one win, if not 2 wins, because you look at Trubisky and Cooper Rush, and hey, Cooper Rush, great job.
Cooper.
Those two are not top 32 quarterbacks in the NFL. They're literally not starting quarterbacks.
I know. I don't know if Corey would argue for Mitchell Trubisky there, but I hear what you're saying. Now, and Reggie, I want to get to you in just 1 second because you have a lot of thoughts about the Bengals, and I definitely want to dive into that. But putting aside the quarterbacks they lost to, another really, it's got to be sobering stat for them is when Zach Taylor was trying to put on the brave face yesterday about like, no, I still believe in this offensive line. And then he had to come back out and be like, well, yeah, sure, I wish we gave up less sacks. This is the 7th game in a row that Joe Burrow has been sacked at least 3 times. And then you take that a step further, he got sacked at least 6 times in both of the first 2 games. That's just the 3rd time that's happened in the last 20 years. And then if you want to go big picture about expectations versus actuality, I know the Pittsburgh line moved a half a point, just a little bit, but the Cincinnati Bengals are the first team in NFL history to start off 0-2 when they were favored by a touchdown or more in both of those games.
Yeah, one of the great things about the NFL, and I really do mean this, this is no joke, is that the sample size is so small that it makes analysis and all these things, no matter how good your analysis is, we end up in the any given Sunday category of wildness happening. And it's easy to forget that, yes, the Bengals made it to the Super Bowl. That was a 10-7 team that lost that won all of those games in the postseason by this much. And if you can't tell what I mean by this, it's by the skin of their you-know-whats, right? They were creeping by while the quarterback being sacked all the time. This was very anomalous. And when it comes down to it, you can look at it from an analytics perspective. So much of their offense was dictated and predicated on deep passes to the outside, which is not a place that you can depend on consistently. And if you look at the numbers, they really overplayed expectations on that by a huge way.
I guess
regression was bound to happen.
I guess the reason I disagreed with that at the time is, well, Joe Burrow is going to keep getting better. Jamar Chase is going to keep getting better. T. Higgins is going to get better. I didn't know La'el Collins would be as bad as he's looked. I thought, for the Cowboys, he's average, right? I mean, when La'el Collins played, it wasn't like he's horrible. We were just like, hey, he's a solid starter.
Yeah.
And he's been horrible for them. And maybe it's because he's going up against T.J. Watt and Micah Parsons. But
and I never had an issue. And it is possible. And because I never had an issue with people saying he was a solid starter. But when he left, you would have thought we lost prime Anthony Munoz, the way people were like, oh, my God, how could this team survive without La'el Collins? And you're like, just fine. Just like they have for the last 2 years when he played, 10 games? It's going to be okay. By the way, I don't know if we're going to be able to get this going in time, but I have now become enamored with looking things up about this song. I found a story in the Washington Post.
Okay.
So from 1986, so it was probably anti-Reagan, but also it talked about the lyrics. Here's a sample lyric from Lester Hayes. I play the corner and I play it great. How do I do it? I intimidate. When those receivers come off the line, I greet them in a way that's uniquely mine. So the controversy here now, Mike, is that people are saying this song came out after the Super Bowl shuffle.
There it is. Listen.
Oh, my God. All right, turn it up.
Come on, turn it up.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That is... All right, look.
That was rap in the 80s.
I will.
Well, kind of.
Yeah. For NFL teams. I don't know if that was representative of all the rest of the rap.
Put 40 football players in one room, that's what you get.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay.
Get to the Howie Long part. It's pretty bad.
All right. So this song, God, that was the worst. This song is in existence, but it looks like it did come out after the Super Bowl shuffle. All right, so I think I'm going to concede
That's a great song.
Maybe not that. I think I will go Bengals.
In your face.
With the staggering stat of the quarterbacks you lost to, the offensive line being garbage, and how much you were favored in these games, I'm going to say the most disappointing is the Bengals. Reggie, would you go in a different direction since it seemed like you were maybe anticipating at least some of this regression?
Yeah, it still feels pretty big because, I mean, I anticipate some of this regression, but the quarterbacks that you played against and the way that those games played out still looked even worse than I could have. Like, it looked worse than regression. They looked below the line of, like, competence that I thought they would be at.
You going Bengals?
I am.
Yeah.
At this point, I have trouble seeing them make the playoffs with that offensive line.
Yeah. No, wow, even the playoffs, huh?
Yeah, and I know I know Cleveland and Pittsburgh are lower level teams. They've already lost to Pittsburgh once.
Yeah.
They've lost to a backup quarterback, and I don't see how that offensive line can get better. Where's the improvement going to happen from?
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, the NFL is going to ask La'el Collins to pee, and he's going to refuse.
Now, I know we're gonna get to Mike Likes It in just 1 second, but this came out yesterday, and we talked about it off air, but I wanted an opportunity to discuss it and see if people think this is a big deal if you're invested, is the NBA is talking about, and it sounds like largely leaning towards not only changing the draft eligibility age for the NBA back down to 18, but that they would institute it as early as 2024. I mean, and think about it, like, the next draft is the 2023 draft. So we're talking about potentially just...
How many years would that be then?
Just one more draft.
Oh, okay.
Just one more draft with doing it the old style way. And so then the question immediately becomes...
Mavericks have their pick in 24.
Yeah. Do you immediately think about either, I don't know if it's a reclassification situation or if you're like, sorry, I know I said I was going to go and play in college, but that's not going to happen anymore. And what's the impact of this going to be on college basketball? But probably a lot more people are focused on, is this going to turn 2024 into some semblance of super draft where you get your college elite freshmen and the like, as well as your elite high school seniors?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams will look at it and go, hey, instead of there being 3 to 5 impact players, there should be 7 to 12 impact players.
And a lottery pick would be ultra valuable.
And I get, you draft a high school kid. Tracy McGrady was bad out of high school. Kobe Bryant was bad out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
And then their second year is when they started showing huge signs. Obviously, LeBron was great. Kevin Garnett was okay out of high school. But it's just one of those things where you're going to get kind of this double draft thing that I think a lot of teams are going to somewhat load up and / tank on. If you really don't feel like you're a good team in 2023, what better time than to go, let's redo this? And is there any way? Probably not. Is there any way to get 2 picks in, let's say, the top 12?
And, that's the thing is, I wonder.
They don't make the 2025 draft poo-poo.
Yeah, and I wonder if people kind of got the idea of when this would start earlier and if those moves were happening. Can you imagine if you knew about this 6 months or 2 years ago, you could have started making your build up. We need to look at Oklahoma City. Will this supercharge their rebuild? Because they're
never actually going to rebuild.
Yeah, no, you're right.
They're just going to keep pushing.
You know what?
And acquiring future draft picks. And Sam Presti will be the GM into eternity.
I do get the feeling that Sam Presti is kind of the person who likes collecting things more than actually doing the things.
They can't evaluate me on my progress if all my progress is in the future.
Is he the guy that keeps buying Groupons because it's a great deal and then doesn't do the Groupons?
Let me trade this Groupon in for another Groupon.
It's a hell of a deal. It's a hell of a deal. All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right. Once again, Mike likes it as I don't like it.
My wife called it. Yeah.
Jalen Hurts is not my favorite quarterback.
He is not.
Probably a great person, great in the community. All
is
kinds
he your
of those
second
things.
favorite quarterback?
No
He's
chance.
Not.
Okay.
I don't think that he can lead you much more than to a playoff berth. And so not a lot of people, but I think there was a person on Twitter who was really saying, you need to back off of this and you need to kind of apologize for your Jalen Hurts take. He is a great quarterback. And so I would like for you, I am not going to tell you where I rank them, but I'll mark for you guys. I know you guys got to come to a consensus here. I'm going to go down the NFC.
Okay.
And I'm going to name their starting quarterback, and then you tell me if they're better than Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
All right. Daniel Jones.
No.
Okay. Reggie?
No.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that was going to be a good one. All right, Carson Wentz.
No.
All right. Dak Prescott.
Yes.
Reggie?
Wait.
Oh.
I was trying to remember the right word. Yes, Dak Prescott is
You were
better.
trying to remember the word yes?
No, because I was still thinking about the Carson Wentz one, and then you brought up Dak Prescott, and I was like, dang, I forgot which answer we were giving, whether he's better than Jalen or whether Jalen's better than him.
Okay. Next one. Kirk Cousins.
No. That's a hard one. I will say no.
Reggie, you with
I'm gonna live in the moment. I'm gonna go with Kevin.
Okay.
All right, this is a tough one. Aaron Rodgers.
No.
No.
All right. Next one, Jared Goff.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. Next one, Justin Fields.
Yes.
I'm with you guys. All right, next
And
one.
I do like Justin Fields.
Tom Brady.
No.
Reggie.
I mean, we've got 2 weeks in a row.
Oh, hey, there's
might be-
nobody who's rooting for Tom Brady's downfall more than me and maybe some of the people he's dated. But in this moment, come on.
Wait, so I'm really struggling here. Yes means that Jalen's better?
Yeah. Do you think Jalen's better than Tom Brady?
So no, and I would also like to go back to Dak and say no because I said yes. See, I was mixed up.
Okay. He thinks Dak is better than Jalen.
That's right.
Yeah, I have you guys down right now. It's 3 quarterbacks better than Jalen Hurts as
I
we're making our
apologize.
way through the NFC.
And then Brady would be 4.
I think I marked you down for Brady 3. I think right now all I have is Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers, and Tom
Cousins.
Brady.
Kirk Cousins.
Oh, you said Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And
thought you said no on Kirk Cousins.
I might.
you
Okay,
did.
maybe I'm the one who got it flipped.
I'm sorry.
I think Kirk Cousins is a tiny bit better.
I'm just
So
going to
say
start
yes,
stating out the whole
yes
sentence.
for this person is better
Okay.
than Jalen Hurts. I'm sorry if I mess that up. Yes.
No, it's not you. It's absolutely my fault.
Okay. So now Mark Kirk Cousins is better
Yes.
than Jalen Hurts.
That's a tough one.
And Reggie, what did you say on Jalen?
I want to live in the moment and say Jalen Hurts is better than Kirk
get
Cousins.
Okay, I'm going to give that like just a little half one up there
Nice.
for you guys. All right. Next one, Jameis Winston.
Hurts is better.
Okay.
Hurts is better.
Oh, that one hurt.
The high is so much higher, but the low is so
I know.
low.
Baker, the touchdown maker.
I think Hurts is better.
Yeah, give me Hurts.
I do too. All right. I don't even know who the Falcons quarterback is.
Marcus Mariota.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Jalen Hurts
is better.
wins.
Yeah.
All right. Next one. I guess I'll go with who's going to quarterback the rest of the season. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Garoppolo's better. I just like some of these
it is
noises.
very tough. It is. This one's a very tough one. But I can see Hurts being
No,
better.
I like Hurts running. Like the running game is really helping me out on a lot of these because Jimmy Garoppolo, his head coach was afraid to let him throw the football in the Super Bowl.
I'm pretty sure Matthew Stafford.
He's better.
Yeah, I'll give me Stafford.
All right. Next one is Geno Smith.
Jalen Hurts is better.
Hurts is better.
Thank you.
Oh!
No,
right.
but I mean, the year isn't over because this is the year
Stop
that Geno
it.
Smith
Stop it.
puts it all together.
Stop it.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray's better.
Kyler's probably better.
All right. So in the
Probably, huh?
in the
Fascinating.
NFC, you guys named 6 better than him, and then I put 2 halves there where there wasn't a
Yeah.
consensus. All right, that's the NFC.
Okay.
That's obviously the much worse quarterback
Right.
conference. Now, next one. I think this one's going to be tough to start off because this is a tough one for me. To a T.
Oh man, that is difficult. I'll go to.
Give me Tua.
Yeah.
All right. And this one, Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is better.
I don't know. No, yes, give me Josh.
Next one. I think this is a tough one. Mac Jones.
No, give me Jalen.
I'll take Jalen.
Easy.
I do not
Okay.
think
No,
it is
it's okay.
as
I'm
easy, but I'll
just
take Jalen.
Marking it. I'm a little bit different there. I lean towards Mac Jones. New York Jets, I don't care. He's better than the Jets quarterbacks for now. Steelers, that's easy. All right. Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson's better.
All right. I'll go with this. This isn't fair because he's not quarterbacking right now, but the Browns did just pay Deshaun Watson a whole bunch of money. Deshaun Watson.
I go Deshaun.
Yeah, for the time being.
Okay.
We don't have to like it, but
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow's better.
Yeah, Joe Burrow's probably better. I'm still
All right.
undecided.
God, this is going to hurt my feelings. All right, you ready to hurt my feelings?
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Lawrence.
I don't know about this one. I'll go Jalen Hurts. Because we're living in the moment. Like, I'm projecting.
Very much living in the moment.
I got 124-0. What did Jalen Hurts win by?
I mean,
24-7.
Okay, but that's still
7.
pretty impressive.
No.
Jalen Hurts by defense.
I'll go Jalen Hurts.
All right. That's why I
I'll
totally
just go
get it.
with Kevin because I don't want to decide.
Davis Mills.
Hurts.
Okay.
Hurts doesn't have as long of a neck, but he's probably better at quarterback.
I'm going
All
to
right.
crush for this one.
Matt Ryan.
I'll take Jalen Hurts.
Give me Matt Ryan.
Really?
I just,
okay.
I'm surprised. Yeah,
I marked a halfer.
I get it if people get really mad about that, but I'm sticking with is like, we're going to crush Jalen Hurts for being so-so. Matt Ryan's been riding on so-so for a minute.
All right. So now that we are in, okay, Ryan Tannehill. I think
Hurts.
I take Hurts too.
Yeah, give me Hurts.
In fact, I think Malik Willis might be quarterback in here pretty soon. So just so you know, we're almost done, and you guys have consensus 11 better and split on 3 guys. So for the person or people that are calling me out on Jalen Hurts, I am voting on this, but just silently right now.
Yeah.
Is right now we're at best he's number 12, and now comes this division. Ready for a whole bunch of marks against Jalen Hurts? Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Justin Herbert.
Yep.
Okay. Russell Wilson.
Spoiler alert, I think my answer is yes to all of them.
Yeah, that's why I'm not even bothering.
All right, and then
Derek Carr.
Carr.
Some of these are close, but I'm going Carr.
So you guys went with, so just so I'm not the hater on Hurts, you guys went with 15 better quarterbacks and 3 guys you had a split decision on.
Which, I don't know, that feels about right for now. Is if you told me Jalen Hurts is about the 15th best quarterback in the NFL, I would certainly listen to that. Now, after you saw what last night happened, after you saw how this team is set up, if you tell me that as the season moves along, he has upward mobility, I would definitely listen to that.
Okay, and I will tell you, I had 17 better. Because I obviously don't have a half vote.
Yeah.
You guys had splits on 3, and
people are pretty. You're not the only one on the Trevor Lawrence train here, Mike. We've got people that are very upset that Trevor Lawrence was not given his, I guess what they view his due respect against Jalen Hurts in this little exercise.
That's okay. I mean, the season will play out, and honestly, Philadelphia will, I'm pretty sure, have a better record than Jacksonville, which isn't going to help my case, because I think when you look at wins and Jalen Hurts made the playoffs last year. Jalen Hurts most likely will make the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
In fact, I wonder if the last 2 weeks of the season, the Cowboys are more fighting for a last wild card spot rather than the division. And I'm not saying that they're going to win 13 games, Philadelphia. But I could see where they have, with 2 weeks to go, they already have 10 wins, and the Cowboys, like, best case scenario at that point is to get to 9 or 10. And so Philadelphia is, I think, going to run away with this division, partly because of the Dak injury.
And it's tough because, like y'all were talking about, is I'm trying not to project in the future and be like, well, in 3 years, who do you want your quarterback? I'm just saying, in this moment, I do think Jalen Hurts. He's fine.
Okay, next one. Mike likes it. Did you guys see the map that has been getting some play on Twitter for about a week now on the best fast food burger place in your state?
Huh.
Guess I have not.
Or like what people like the most. I think it's more like what people like the most in your state.
Okay.
If you were to guess.
Tell me about it. Whataburger.
I think that would be the guess by most Texans, that people would say Whataburger. Just like California, a lot of the places on the West Coast, In-N-Out was their choice. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
In-N-Out isn't served around the country. I know they've expanded tremendously over the last 10 plus years, but still, In-N-Out is not going to be in, let's just say, South Carolina and North Carolina as their favorite burger.
Right.
I bet if I give you guys, did you guys see this map?
I did not.
All right, I'm going to give you guys 5 more guesses. After Whataburger was not it, you guys tell me the number 1 fast food burger that Texans like the most.
Like beloved? Okay.
Yeah.
Does Five Guys count?
Yeah.
Is that the guess you're gonna like? How many people can actually afford?
He said
to
we
go
got
to Five
5
Guys?
guesses.
Yeah, but how many people can afford to go to Five Guys here, man?
So you want to go somewhere cheaper?
Yeah, McDonald's.
All right.
Ooh, you take McDonald's, I'll take Wendy's then.
All right. Both of them are X's.
Okay.
All right.
And no to Five Guys.
No to Five Guys.
Why would you use our guess?
Okay, Bull.
That's okay. You still have 3 more guesses. I didn't even put Five Guys on there.
Thank you.
McDonald's and Wendy's are X's. We don't like those burgers. We like this one way more. We're just ordering them left and right.
Are we going to lean into like the advertising? Because from the 406, somebody said, "Is it DQ?" And I'm like, "Are we?"
That's what I like about Texas.
Are we going to guess that?
It's up to you.
I mean,
We got 3 guesses left.
Yeah.
Do we
Well,
feel
see,
good about this
you
one?
yelled at me for giving
Yeah,
away.
but it was my
5
idea.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what?
All right,
Fine,
because-
Reggie, I'm gonna be Reggie. Are you sure?
We are
Is that
running
a
out
good
of
guess?
time.
All right,
It's
say
a good guess.
Dairy
It's
Queen.
not it.
Is it Brahms?
It's not Brahms.
Oh, that is a
one
good
more
guess.
guess.
If it's In and Out, people are going to revolt.
There's no way. No, I'm gonna say A&W because
They
somebody
make
texted
burgers?
that in.
Because somebody texted
Yeah.
in. They saw the map.
Oh,
You tell me, guys, real
There's
quick.
no
I know we have
way.
like 2 minutes
I
left.
didn't even know that was a thing.
there's
A and W.
I would have never.
They're
guessed.
connected with Long John Silver's.
I've only ever seen an A&W at like a gas station.
Yeah, which I do like Long John Silver's.
And no
I
shade
know
to
I'm,
gas
I'm in
station
the
food. Sometimes
rarity
it's good.
here, but
Yeah.
I'm a Long John Silver's fan. A&W, fine. I've had their burger before. It's fine. I haven't had it in
Yeah.
like 10 years,
Yeah.
I would guess. But
Oh,
was like-
Sonic would have been a better
hey,
guess.
Sonic was that'd be a great guess.
Well, I guess A&W was a good guess.
A&W was a great A&W. Are you kidding me?
See,
I'm like, did A&W pay for this advertising?
That's
I don't feel like A&W was a great guess. It's one of those you predicted the upset that I thought was stupid to begin with, and they're like, I knew it, and you're like, you're an idiot.
When was the last time you guys had an A&W
at least 10
root
years?
beer?
Root beer.
I'm sorry, dang it. Not
Yeah,
root
that's
beer.
that's what's been on my mind the whole time since you said A&W.
That person did respond, yes, I saw the map. And from the 469, I've never had A&W in my life. It's been at least 10 years. And it's always because they're connected to, I swear it was like an A&W, like Taco Bell, Pizza Hut or something. I saw, it's always like a combo. I don't recall seeing a standalone A&W.
Well, I thought it was pretty sad because
That is sad.
I mean, there was Wendy's, on people's places.
I like
Obviously, In and
Wendy's,
Out.
yeah.
You had, I believe, you had some kind of Hardee's, more
Hardee's
on the
Carl's
East Coast.
Jr., one of those.
Yeah, but then you're just like, guys, I think even Five Guys made it at places.
Yeah.
Even if you guess this, which would be the right guess is Whataburger. That is the number
this
one
is not
burger
a reflection
in Texas.
on the quality of the food. I don't know anybody who is like,
Even if you said
check
Steak
my
and Shake
A&W out. Yeah.
I'm pretty
Steak
sure more people eat at Steak and Shake in the state of Texas than A&W. Nothing against A&W. Solid. But I think they would come like 7th to 10th on the list of, hey, what fast food burger places do you enjoy the most in the state of Texas?
You could have given me 20 guesses. And
Yeah,
I wouldn't
wouldn't
have
have got it. I would have gone Griff's ahead of that, Sonic, like all kinds of stuff. So excellent.
Your map is wrong.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality. Where do you fall on the big topics of week 2? Maybe we'll bring Jalen Hurts back up since people are fiery about it. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL overreaction or reality. All right, so I got some options for you, but...
Overreaction.
No, that is reality.
Oh.
I do, in fact, have options for you, but I actually want to start with this since we were just talking about him. Overreaction or reality? Jalen Hurts is a legitimate MVP candidate.
That feels like an overreaction.
I feel like that's an overreaction right now. That's too far.
Although, to be fair, and maybe this clouds the way that I answer this every single time. In week 2, is it possible to be an MVP candidate, like for real, for real?
You know, that's a very fair point. The reason why I bring it up, though, is you can definitely bet on all of this stuff at all times. Who would you imagine is the MVP favorite?
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Followed by Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, makes sense.
Followed by Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
Followed by Herbert and Hurts are tied for 4th. So when I ask if he's a legitimate MVP candidate, your point is well taken, Reggie. But at this point, he's 4th. So that feels legit.
Can I ask you, do you have more of a list there? If he's 4th, is Tua T right behind him?
Tua T is tied for 6th with Tom Brady. Okay. So it goes Allen, Mahomes, Jackson, Hurts, and Herbert are tied. Brady and Tua are tied. And then it kind of feels like they gave up after that because then it goes Rodgers, Stafford, Burrow, and Russell Wilson. So, it just feels like they went with the standards
Cooper
after
Rush?
That. I do not. I have Cooper Kupp, but not Cooper Rush. But actually, that leads me into my next overreaction question. Overreaction or reality? Cooper Rush can and will lead the Cowboys to at least 2 more wins.
Oh, I think he's going to play in 5 more games.
Do you want the schedule?
Yeah, I know it, but you can give it to the audience so they can remember.
At the Giants.
Very winnable.
Host the Commanders.
Very winnable.
At the Rams.
I don't feel winnable.
At the Eagles.
I don't feel that winnable with Cooper Rush being the quarterback.
And since you said 5, because this might actually depend on how quick you think Dak will be back as well, that 5th game, host the Lions.
Very winnable.
Those are 3
winnable games.
Theoretically winnable games.
You know what? I will be the optimist.
Oh.
And I will say, yeah, he's going to win And I will go with, I hope it's more. Well, I don't really care. But for Cowboy fans, I hope it's more for you. I will go with they win 2 more games with Cooper Rush.
Now, Mike, you asked Jerry Jones an interesting question when we had him on Friday, which was whether he thought that like a pitcher, a minor league pitcher who comes up and starts, if maybe Cooper Rush would benefit from teams not really seeing him. Do you have a feeling, or not having like tape on him?
Right.
Do you have a feeling that like as this stretch goes along, teams will better adjust to what Cooper Rush brings to the team and what the offense is doing just in general?
Yes, because I think Cooper Rush is limited, like most backup quarterbacks, and I don't think he's a top 30 quarterback in the NFL. Arguably, I don't know. I don't know every backup quarterback, but maybe even not a top 40 quarterback in the NFL. But a backup quarterback is, you start eliminating a couple things that he liked. And maybe you make him throw more over the top of you. Maybe, and Cooper Rush maybe surprises all of us. But I think that they will start eliminating things that he does well. They'll have a better idea of what he can and can't do. I don't know how quickly it'll happen, but I think for the most part, we see backup quarterbacks have, not all of them, but when they do have early success, but they have to do it for 4 to 8 weeks, you see them get worse and not better.
Reality or overreaction? Micah Parsons is the favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Reality.
That's what I think too. Now, I just wanted to combo this with a question somebody texted in. What does he have to do to win MVP? I always go
Micah
back.
Parsons?
Yeah.
30 sacks.
I think you might not be far off, because I decided to double check this. In 2014, J.J. Watt was second for MVP. This is what he did that year. He had 20.5 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 5 fumble recoveries, and an interception pick six. He ran back 80 yards. Second in MVP. It feels...
was that Peyton Manning?
It was Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, okay.
It feels harder to have a better defensive season than that. So I actually think, I would probably lower the number a little bit, but I think he would have to shatter 27 or something, some absurd number of sacks for him to get MVP. Defensive Player of the Year, different deal. I totally think he can win it.
I have no clue what the Houston Texans record was. But I would also think that the Cowboys would have to win 10 or more games, being led by him.
Okay.
Where you're just the reason you're winning is because you're teams are scoring less than 20, and Micah. But I do think this. I think Micah could get kind of your 3rd to 5th place votes in MVP.
Okay.
So I don't want to put it out of the realm of possibility that, hey, when you tally up all the votes, Micah Parsons finished 5th in MVP voting. I think that is possible.
Yeah.
But the MVP, in today's world, with how much quarterbacks get paid, what they are considered to do, I just don't think another person can win it unless you just go crazy as a wide receiver. Cooper Kupp, where did he finish last year? He won every award you could win as a wide receiver.
That's a great point.
And he didn't, as far as I know, he didn't get close to being the MVP of the year.
I'll go double check that, but I actually think you're right. And that's where they have the Offensive Player of the Year as kind of like your consolation prize. All right. Overreaction or not? I really like this one. And by the way, Cooper Kupp finished 3rd for MVP last year. He got 1 vote out of 50. Is Amon-Ra St. Brown,
he's having a good year,
is now a top 10 receiver in the NFL.
Too quick.
Overreaction.
Yeah.
Okay.
And really the reason I say this happens in anytime we start talking about top 10s.
Sure.
NFL, NBA.
Because then you do the list and you're like, oh, crap.
We just forget how many great wide receivers are out there. And there are so many really good wide receivers. Would you say that Amon-Ra St. Brown is better than A.J. Brown?
No.
I'm not sure A.J. Brown's a top 10 wide receiver right now if you go and do the list.
If that is the barometer,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, that actually makes a lot of sense the way you put it. But I was looking at this early in the season, projections are ridiculous, but they're also ridiculously fun. He's on pace for 84 catches, 1,530 yards, and 25 touchdowns. Clearly, you're not anticipating that, but also, the stat I told you the other day, he now has 8 straight games of 8 receptions or more. So it's
Is that good?
Yeah, yes. Okay. It's tied for the best ever. So that's very, very good. All right. Let's go back to the NFC East. Overreaction or real? I'm shocked they're undefeated. The Giants are NFC East contenders.
Overreaction.
I feel like you feel very strongly.
Daniel Jones is, when we went through that list, we said, without a doubt, Jalen Hurts is better. I think we all feel like, without a doubt, Dak Prescott is better. I know that there's questions on how many games Dak Prescott can play this year, but I just don't think so. And then if they're relying on Barkley to be their catalyst, he's going to get hurt. He always does. So I think it's tough to say the Giants, who did they beat in the first week? I know they beat Carolina.
Titans 21-20.
Okay. Now the Titans.
And then the Panthers 19-16.
No, I'm trying to be even more optimistic than my brain says on Daniel Jones. And I'm thinking maybe they could win 9 or 10 games, but I just think that Philadelphia is by far the major favorite right now to win this division.
I don't see it either. All right. Frank Reich is on the hot seat. I know we touched on that for just a second yesterday, but do you think his job is in danger?
Yes, because I believe he's sold out for the veteran quarterback. And so because he sold out for Carson Wentz, sold out for Phillip Rivers, sold out for Matt Ryan, if he goes 0 for 3, what, as an organization, I can't trust you anymore.
Yeah.
You went 0 for 3 on the most important position, and we had not championship team, but that's a playoff team. It's an easy playoff team, but you keep giving us these guys that are done.
Yeah.
Or not good enough, and Carson Wentz.
Reggie, I know you like this fella. The Saints need to rest Jameis Winston. I mean, for God's sakes, he has 4 cracked vertebrae in his back. Like, pain tolerance, rock on, but that feels like a terrible idea.
Yeah, I don't know, because if you are to believe the reporting, which I'm sure is probably accurate, of the idea that you can't actually further damage it, and it's just pain tolerance, and if that's what it is, the NFL is good for shooting you up with something and letting you get out there.
That is true.
Like, their issue with Jameis Winston, I don't think is actually the back, as much as I'll crack jokes. Like, ultimately, when you get to a point where you need to try and unleash Jameis Winston, the same issues will arise. He's capable of making huge plays. He also is so confident in his ability to make huge plays that he will put yourself in really big, really dangerous situations. I think that's always going to be the issue with him.
The Rams, overreaction or reality for the NFL in week 2, the Rams are suffering a Super Bowl hangover. Now, I know they won, but they saw Atlanta make a furious comeback in the fourth quarter, and this is not a good Atlanta team. And then obviously they got freaking hammered in the opener against a Bills team that we all seem to think is like, holy crap, they look really good. Do you think that is reality or an overreaction?
What's the question? I know you're talking about the Rams, but
the Rams are experiencing the Super Bowl hangover. We know the Bengals are, or they're just regressing to where they probably should.
That's right.
I will lean towards no, they're going to be just fine. That they're going to win their 11 games and make the playoffs this year.
Let's stick in that division then. The 49ers are a Super Bowl contender with Jimmy Garoppolo.
No. I think they are going to win 10-plus games, and maybe they can beat teams like the Cowboys or just real. I was shocked they beat the Packers.
Yeah.
Eventually, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to run into a quarterback so much better than him, there's nothing he can do about it. And he's going to have to throw the ball 30 times and complete 20 of those passes for 250 yards.
Right.
And he just can't. Maybe they are the Ravens of 2000 or the Bears of 86, but I don't think so.
And
I mean,
or the Raiders of 86.
It's possible. I mean, we've talked up and down about the NFC is kind of open. And Jimmy Garoppolo, while not being like a dude who you can, ride his back to the Super Bowl, you understand that he's capable of doing what's needed, especially in a Kyle Shanahan offense. I just don't know that I feel strongly about them winning a Super Bowl in that way.
This question is near and dear to me, so I'll say reality, even though I know a lot of people will probably go against it. The Ravens can go deep in the playoffs with Lamar Jackson playing this well. Now, I get the idea that they just lost, so maybe a bad time for that, but I do believe in Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And I've been on that train, so it's not like, I'm in the same boat as you.
Yeah.
People, whether people believe it or not. Like, he can throw the football. Like, if he's given the opportunity, and this does seem to be, as much as it's not like an elite wide receiving core or receiving core, it is a step up, right? Rashad Bateman is coming into his own. Isaiah Likely has looked to be another nice piece. Devin Duvernay is looking like a real live wide receiver, not just like a special teams type dude. Those things are nice when you add them to like the running game that it comes stock with Lamar Jackson. Question I actually have is, without Wink Martindale on defense, the defense has looked a little questionable. I wonder if they're capable, especially like healthy altogether. I wonder if they're capable of like putting it together in the way that you typically expect the Ravens defense since like 2000, honestly, to show up.
If they don't get a bye, they are going to play either the Bills or Dolphins or the Chiefs or the Chargers in the first round. So I think they're in trouble because of those matchups. I don't think they're better. Nothing against Lamar Jackson. This isn't a knock on Lamar Jackson. I just look at the quarterbacks in that conference and then the teams in that conference, and I go, look, I think the Ravens are going to run away with the North, and they're going to win that by 3 games or more. But unless they get to play the winner of the AFC South, which I don't think you will as a division winner, you play a wild card team that they need a favorable matchup and not accidentally draw Miami, who I guess they were up by 21. I mean, they were on the road and up by 21 points in the fourth quarter. So maybe I'm not giving that Ravens team enough credit for how good they possibly are as a team.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, college football on a Tuesday. UCLA and Oregon fans fail. So does the Beyond Meat COO. But the Hail Mary, it will redeem us all. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out.
safety, and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Bijan breaks free. 30, 35, 40. He's got one man to beat. The midfield to the 40, to the 30. Say goodnight to this one. Bijan Robinson takes it 77 yards for the touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. My son was at that game as the University of Texas is victorious over UTSA. That's how much I care as a parent. Even after we got in a car accident, still found a way to get him to that game for a team that I hate.
What was his reaction to going to a college football game?
He thought it was amazing. And we got 2 tickets so he could bring a friend. And I thought the seats we got, I know that stadium is huge. We got them in the second deck, front row seats.
Nice.
It's because partially, like, all due respect, but last week they played Alabama. So clearly there's like a drop off, and then you got UTSA. So I think people were trying to unload their tickets. And
What are you trying to tell me, that UTSA isn't on the same standard or the same level as Alabama?
I feel pretty confident in saying that. So he said the first thing he texted me is like, these seats are amazing. And so he seemed really happy, and neither him nor his friend had been to a college football game, and they just thought it was the coolest. And this is where I know I've really doomed myself, because he was like, and then, you know, like when they score a touchdown, they're going to shoot off the cannon. And he goes, and then after the game, they're like lighting up the tower. And like you could tell he was all the way in on that experience.
Did he also do the chicken sandwich tour? Because we have people who want updates on that.
Oh, yes. Do people really want to know that?
Yes.
Yes, he did. They stopped the first day. I'll have to get back with the specifics because he told me all. So him and a group of 3 other friends went around and got chicken sandwiches everywhere. They stopped at like 11 places that first day. And so what they would do is they would divide the chicken sandwich up, or else obviously they would be dead. But yeah. And
or
he
satisfied.
That's true. And so he gave me rankings and everything. So I'll need to double check because that happened a few weeks ago. So it went so well. They're talking about doing chicken sandwich part 2 because they were like, oh, we didn't get this place or this place or this place. So they had a blast doing that because people like delicious chicken and delicious meat in general. So much so.
Oh God,
that is a professional
Great
transition,
segue. Incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen. So much so that you're familiar with the product Beyond Meat, right? The plant-based burgers and everything like that.
It's the best.
Yeah, it is the best. That so much so that the Beyond Meat COO is accused, that's Doug Ramsey. He is accused
really good cornerback
of biting. That's Jalen Ramsey. He's accused of biting a man's nose outside the Arkansas football stadium.
That's not good. That's real meat.
He's like, your face isn't plant-based. Like, I don't know. That's probably. Oh man,
you had to know it was coming.
Sometimes I forget that we do Masterpiece of the Week until I see Reggie raise his arm up in the air and click his pen. But yeah, so the accusation is. He was attempting to leave in his, believe it or not, Bronco when a driver in a Subaru nudged his way in front of him and made contact with the passenger side. So the allegation continues. He jumped out of his car, punched through the back window of the Subaru, which who am I to judge about that? We've all had tough times where we've broken somebody else's window.
Road rage is not advisable.
And
let me tell you.
at least mine was not in a road rage situation. It was in a theft situation. And then he's accused of biting his nose so hard, quote, he ripped the flesh off of the tip of it.
You just want to play a little nose tackle?
That is not what a nose tackle is.
Well, tell Carter that because he's the one who told me to say it.
That's pretty funny.
Well, it sounds like that's not good for him.
That's the right analysis to give.
You know what's funny about this story? Well, first of all, a lot of it.
Not
but
that
also,
guy's nose.
In all these stories, they make sure to show you the Beyond Meat product when it's like plant-based patties, and then it shows like his mugshot. So I just think it's funny that he's like, hey, this is what he's in charge of.
You know what this story came from? Big Meat is trying to keep the plant-based meat down.
So they're making too much of an inroad into the beef industry, and he's like, you know what? Here's a beef for you. This guy bit somebody's nose.
Just think if it was Choppy, you would have gagged him.
All right. Okay.
Let's go.
It's 1:30 in the afternoon.
I know, for God's sakes. Don't. I feel like you're going to make it worse. Without question, the best but most hurtful sign I saw over the weekend is...
Oh, is it the college game day? But it's college...
It was App State, and it said College G space E Day. And it said, guess what's missing? A&M.
Well...
And I was like, that hurts. It hurts because it's true. Because that would have been where College Game Day was A&M in Miami. But Appalachian State destroyed A&M. You can miss me with how close that game was. I watched that game. It did not feel close at any point. And then it looked like Appalachian State was about to lose until... Ooh, do you want to go with Cut 2 first, or do you want to go to student radio on the call first?
Both of them are... Pretty much the same thing.
Let's go with Cut 2. This is App State.
Feeling strong and confident about saying...
I need to remember that from... This is App State trailing Troy in the final seconds of the game.
See how many Troy rushes here. They have everybody back to try to knock one down. 3-man rush. Chase going to step up in the pocket. Sets. Throws high into the air. It's up for grabs. It is juggled. Part 2! Oh, they did it! Don't give up on this! Oh my gosh! Don't you do it, baby! Don't you give up on these Mountaineers, baby! Yes, sir! Oh my gosh!
Yes, sir! What a play!
Deflected back into the arms of Christian Horde. They storm the field. App State wins on Miracle on the Mountain Part 2. Final score: App State 32. Troy 28. It is great to be a Mountaineer. Woo!
I don't know. I don't remember what part 1 was.
DeMarcus Ware. Sad.
Oh, this was still when they were in FCS. I can't remember who they beat.
Yeah,
but Miracle on the Mountain was when they were still in FCS.
I did see, well, I don't know if it's Barstool or one of those things I follow on Twitter. There was a sorority that's a Troy sorority where the girls got all excited because they thought they won and then realized that App State just caught the deflection and ran it the 5 yards they needed to run.
Oh, no.
They were all in shock that they were like, wait a second.
Whoops.
Can I be the killjoy for a second?
Oh, you don't like that call?
Like Cinderella?
Kevin, I feel like I thought you'd be happy that you would get to not be the killjoy for once.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
I kind of hate calls like that. Wow. I can't hear anything that you're saying because you decided to not be a professional and let me know what's happening.
Oh, my. Okay,
like
do you grant any leeway to the student radio people?
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing.
Was that the student call we heard? Or the
no, that was the professional call.
Let's hear.
Courtesy of Learfield.
Let me hear the student call then too, so you can dump on that.
Takes a snap. Troy sends 4. Bryce rolls left, gonna heave it deep, and it's not gonna get there. It's caught by Christian Horde. He's around the outside, and it scores. He scores. App State wins. Holy mother meatballs! It's a touchdown for App State on a Hail Mary! Takes a snap.
Question.
Holy mother meatballs, by the way.
Does he get to enjoy all of that amazingness when as soon as the throw goes out, he goes, that's not going to get there. All right. So Reggie is out on all of that. All right.
The bad audio there.
That's how you know it's the student network, right?
As soon as he started yelling, they're like, our mics can't handle it.
Yeah. All right. How bad was the weekend for Herm Edwards, where not only
did he play to win the game?
He did, and they lost.
Who's he coach?
But he coached Arizona State.
Arizona State. Not only did he get fired, depending on which version of the story you believe, the ASU president and AD, I did see the video. They met him like in the end zone or right off the field. There are people saying that is the moment in which he got fired. There are others in which they're like, No, they were like, hey, we need to talk after this, and then that's why he got fired. But they met him on the field, not even at the bus, on the field.
I mean, Herm's been, in a way, fired for like a season at this point.
You know what's sad about Arizona State is, and look, there's cycles of this.
They're the worst team in Arizona, and Arizona is the other team.
Well,
Anybody can
Reggie,
get into their school.
When I was in high school, Arizona State was the place. They were good. They had this young guy named Jake Plummer doing well. Their basketball team was good, and then I find out they were actually tanking games so that the dude from Spruce could get $40K.
Yeah.
But their baseball team was arguably the best in the country. It was just a place. I remember going to Arizona and going, I got to see this place because this seems like one of those schools that you have to see and maybe have to be a part of. And now Arizona State, I don't know what they're good at.
They're good at admitting people into their school. I feel like they're very good at that. Now, let's go to fans. Well, they could be worse. Fans got called out by UCLA, where it looked like there were 14 people in the crowd. Yeah. Troy Aikman said it was an embarrassment. They said there was 29,000 people there. There are maybe 2,000 people there in that picture that I saw. But also he was like, but it doesn't surprise me. We had the number one team in the country in 1988, and we couldn't get people to go to that game either.
That's what I'm saying.
So I think, is that worse, or is it probably Oregon, who had to issue an apology because students were chanting F the Mormons during their game against BYU? It feels like if you just substitute in Cougars, you're fine. But when you say that about the Mormons...
What are you talking about, moms?
What?
Not that kind of Cougar, like their mascot.
Oh.
Their
I didn't get
mascot...
it.
Their mascot is not a late 40s, early 50s gal with a drink in his hand being like, you looking for some fun?
For
like,
some
that
reason,
is not their mascot.
I love my jokes that nobody gets. That's the best joke to me.
Can we isolate at some point, not now, but at some point, his finish with the Tony Khan interview, and he made that joke, and Tony's like, huh. Yeah, that's a good one. Like, he was so beaten down.
Sorry, Tony.
By that joke. It was freaking incredible. By the way, Kurt Warner's son got his first career start at quarterback for Temple. Final score, Rutgers 16, Temple 14.
Bill Cosby went to Temple.
Yeah, do you think they tried to distance from that? Probably. And South Carolina lost to Georgia 48-7. It was the largest victory in the history of that rivalry, breaking the record set when the two teams first played in 1894.
That was a good year.
Was it? What else happened in that year? Tell me one thing. You can't.
Columbus sailed the ocean.
That is not the year that happened. Hold on. What year did that happen, Mike?
1492.
There you go.
Or 1942. I'm not
like
sure.
that.
1492.
If you're dyslexic, it might be 1942.
And then if you're looking for CJ Stroud to be your quarterback, first half, Ohio State beat Toledo 77-21. In the first half, CJ Stroud, 4 touchdown passes, 2 incompletions.
Can you imagine if they lose their football? They're like, somebody who needs to go kill another pig. As in the 1894.
Yes. No, I understood. Coming up
We
next,
didn't have enough leather.
it's time for our chit
Pig
chat.
skin. It's pig
Yes.
skin.
You,
It's not cow skin.
I know. I was trying to power through all of that. It didn't work. Coming up next, we will chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. They can tolerate us next right here on The Fan.
And
Later.
just
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. So I was reading this article, and it's, you know how we get all kinds of stuff. It's like, oh, you need to interview this person. You need to interview that person. So there's somebody who has a book coming out called Fans Have More Friends. And the idea is why sports fans live longer. And I kind of wanted to get y'all's take on that concept because, man, I feel like there's been many a sports game or run of games where I feel like this is taking time off of my life because of the stress. And I can't even imagine how Broadus feels like going through the games or being on the sidelines. But what do you think about the concept of being a sports fan could help you live longer?
Man, I totally disagree.
Sports bars, beers.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you're
one more year. That's going to be the year. I'm going to stay alive. One more.
Are you more likely to live an active lifestyle if you're a sports fan?
See,
is that it?
The thing that they focused on actually is you're far less likely to be lonely. Is because they said just the inherent fellowship that sports provides you is like after the Super Bowl. Oh, hey, I don't really like this person, but we can talk about the Super Bowl or whatever. And you're far more likely to have like a group of friends that are sports friends. That's the line of thinking.
I had a deal. My family had season tickets for the Cowboys at Texas Stadium for 20 years. And I had a deal where I was so superstitious that if you went to a game with me and they won, you got to come back the next time. I had a friend or a guy that went with me one time. How old were you? I was probably 15, 16 years old at the time. And so we were going out there, and this buddy went one game. We won 5 straight games with him going.
Oh, damn.
And by the end of it, I was glad we lost because I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go to the game with him anymore. It was that way. I was just like, you know. Did you go to W.T. White with you? Oh, yeah. He was W.T. White guy. And matter of fact, we're celebrating our 40th class reunion thing coming up in
Are you going to go?
Oh, yeah. Is he alive? Oh, yeah. Are you friends now or like? No, I mean, I see him and I see him. He went with me because it's like, listen, I had an extra ticket and some people like said, hey, I couldn't go this week. So I said, come on. All right. You know, told the buddy, come on, you can come along.
So you had to go down the depth chart from the jump. You knew it going in.
Man.
Did he also know he was down on the depth chart, you think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He knew. Was he a Cowboy fan? He was an absolute Cowboy fan. But that season, he went to 5 straight games with me. And at the end, when they lost, I looked at him and he looked at me and he goes, well, that was fun. And I go, you're damn right it was fun. Now you can go do something else.
Wow.
Who was carrying? Was it Robert Newhouse or Tony Dorsett? Was that the heyday? This is middle. Geez, this was probably the middle, like 80s and stuff like that. Like the right around, it's about 82, 83, something like that. Yeah.
The Brian Baldinger years.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. But yeah, it was earlier than that then, right? Because I was 14, 15. Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Because I've been watching a little bit I'm losing track of when I was on these Cowboy games. Stuff. Yeah. You know, in 77, Danny White's punting for the Cowboys. When he took over for Roger Staubach, did he still punt or did they go? No, he still punted. So he still punted.
Roster flexibility.
Yeah, he still punted. He still punted then. Did Mike Saxon take his job? Mike Saxon was after him, I believe, in the late 80s. If I got that right, yeah. Isn't that amazing?
If Cooper Rush could punt, would you feel comfortable? You're
like, are we going for it or not? I'm not sure. He could punt it here, or he could go for it.
Yeah. That's how a lot of high schools do that, and then it's like all of a sudden, then their quarterback steps back like 5 yards, and then boom, there it goes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now you brought up another concept right there. You talked about the reunion coming up. I've never been to a high school reunion. Have any of you guys? So yours would be like 1 year. We
just had mine like a few weeks ago.
Okay,
and I had an out of town wedding, so I was able to get out of it.
So you've not been to? Have you guys ever been to a high school reunion?
I went to. 20 year. I went to the 20-year one.
Okay, how did you stack up against everybody?
Pretty darn good. I'm a former major leaguer.
Yeah, was there anybody that topped you on that? Was there a lot of Barry Bonds questions being asked that night, or was it just like
I know that oh gosh. There's a professional singer that's part of our group. So
but if you were to put that,
the way you're looking right now, you can't remember the singer.
Put it in baseball terms. What level of singer are we talking about here? Is this like a major league singer, or are we talking
like a lounge act guy?
Like double A?
Do you know Tony Evans, the preacher?
Yeah.
It's his son, Anthony.
Anthony
Evans is a professional like Christian singer.
In the words of Hagee, better. You're better.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. So I say advantage you.
Okay, advantage me.
Did you look around the place and are you like, I'm glad to see these people, or did you look like the opposite and you're like, I hated that person. I'm glad they got fat.
Mike didn't even put on a name tag. Like everybody else had a name tag. Mike's like, everybody knows me.
I was happy. I'll tell you, in a class of 700, W.T. White's a big school.
Oh yeah,
too.
we were 500
Euless
something.
Trinity.
Yeah.
No, I went to Justin Northwest.
Oh,
It was still a big class. But.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, there are 700 kids I graduated with, so I didn't know the 700 kids I graduated with when I graduated with them. Yeah. So I mean, there's sometimes you're at that reunion, and I think there's probably like 100 approximately people there. There are probably 40 of them that I'm struggling to be like, gosh, I don't remember this person at school at all because.
Did they tell you a thing that had happened and you're like, no?
Well, there are a couple people
Did you enjoy it at all? Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it because I got to see a lot of people that I don't see anymore that were my friends.
He's the top dog. Of course he enjoyed it, man.
He wasn't Farshmo McGee.
Yeah, exactly.
But I did get to see a lot of people that were former teammates of mine on the high school baseball team or basketball team.
You never had reunions for any of your sports teams then?
No.
You guys had to have championship baseball teams, didn't you?
Oh.
You never lost a game, didn't you?
I'm
asking a lot of questions.
For the high school team.
We lost in the regional
we ended up being 16th in the country, but we didn't win state.
Who did you get beat by?
We got beat by a Houston school. We played at Baylor. I can't remember the name of that school, but we lost at Baylor.
Did they have any professional players?
They had.
Oh my God.
No, but they did have a kid, and I can't remember his name. He was a really good baseball player, but he's even better at football. He had signed like as a defensive end or outside linebacker for Michigan. Really solid like baseball player, but I mean huge. Probably at the time when I say huge, probably like 6'2" and 230 pounds, which is pretty darn big.
Rick Leach?
Yeah, I don't know, but they had a good pitcher. I know they had a good pitcher, and I don't know like what happened to him.
So you took the L that day?
I did, yeah.
Really?
I lost.
Did you get loose 1-0?
5-2.
Whoa.
Yeah. So
that was a new experience for you, huh?
Yeah, I think I had a 0.6 ERA my senior year.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Were you surprised they were making contact as good?
Were you throwing the contact?
No, I wasn't. I mean, I could strike guys out in high school. They unfortunately, I'll tell you everything that happened, and it's still
Bunch
my fault.
Of errors.
Well,
Trash
what happened
cans
was
and nipple buzzers.
Scott Fahey, who his dad Bill Fahey,
catcher,
Bill Fahey's son.
Yeah.
He played for the Texas Rangers, and he was in left field, and he's the head coach at Duncanville High School now.
He didn't have his sunglasses, did he?
He had gone back for a fly ball. The guy hit the ball good off of me. I was afraid it was going to be a home run. He goes back to the wall. Well, it hits his glove. When he goes back to the wall, he hits the wall, and back then Baylor had no padding. Separates his shoulder.
Oh, wow.
So then it's an inside the park home run. So then we have to move TJ Bartosh, who ends up getting drafted in the 21st round that year. We had 4 guys out of our high school team that got drafted that year. So he goes to left field. Well, we put in a backup outfielder in the right field. It was kind of a Coach Rombach, our coach at the time. He was like, hey, I think they're going to hit it more to left field than right field. Well, then in the 6th inning, a guy hits a line drive to Scott Cunningham, and he missed it. And so it got to the wall for a double, and unfortunately, that was it. That was the game.
So Scott had to come in off the bench, right? Or was Scott a normal?
Cunningham, Cunningham, who didn't really play, came in off the bench, and unfortunately, a line drive hit.
You think he's living that the rest of his life right now?
He didn't care.
Really?
No.
God, that bothers me when people don't care.
Yes, I'm with
that. Bothers me so much. You gotta care.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? I care.
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We're going to talk with another great pitcher, John Gray, at 4:20 today. Rangers Player Show.
Woo, looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Make your way back with us tomorrow, KNC, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. All day. app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. Gavin Dawson, General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman coordinate your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation. Okay, the TruckWreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Zach Wolchuk is on assignment. He'll have the top 10, I believe, coming up at 4:30 today after we chat with John Gray. And it's National Pepperoni Pizza today. National Pepperoni Pizza Day. So
what a legendary day.
Let's celebrate.
Oh, let's celebrate. I tried a new spot in Bedford over the weekend. Euless, NYPD. It's called New York Pizza Deli.
Okay.
And pretty fire. Yeah. It was like it had a good vibe when you walked in. It felt old school. It's like the little...
Is that the one right off of Trinity?
Yeah, bro.
I told Mike Bassick that's some of the best pizza in DFW low-key.
It was fire.
I told him that like 2 years ago, man. It is fire.
Really, really good.
I got to go check that out.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
Sounds like the kind of spot that would have an epic chicken parm sandwich, too.
Oh, gosh. I didn't like check the menu too hard. It was just like guaranteed pizza. Wifey got a hankering on Saturday. I was like, you don't have to twist my arm, baby. College football and pizza.
What if I just give you my credit card and you bring it Friday?
I could do that. Yeah.
Just give my card.
You trust me with your credit card?
Yeah, I trust you, man.
That sounds
I
great.
know where you work.
Don't trust
I know
me.
where you work.
There's a long tradition of trusting people with credit cards on this show. We used to hand credit cards or debit cards to interns for beer runs.
Yeah.
Oh, the booze.
Yeah.
Back in the day when we were up on floor 12 doing the night show.
Just get a couple of big ones on Friday and bring them in.
Couple big ones.
Can you do that?
Yeah. Oh, I absolutely can
Thanks,
do that.
Broaddus.
All right.
Thanks, Giafalo.
Because it's the Giants week, right? So it makes sense. We're going to do New York pizza
We got
anyway.
New York pizzas this week, right?
Slide through NYPD.
You're right.
I would suggest pepperoni pizza is the most agreeable menu item that we have at American cuisine. Agree or disagree?
Ooh, as an entree, I think you nail that. I do. I was going to say French fries, but that's a side, right?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if you want to do a full-on entree of French fries, I'm not going to fight you. But I felt like French fries was something as a nation we could all kind of wrap our arms around as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, nobody's mad if there's a plate of fries out there. Nobody's going to be like, no, I don't do fries.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Unless it's Tom Brady.
Man, I tell you what, the thing you do the best are those wings. I don't think anybody will ever turn down a wing.
Yeah. Wings are hard to turn down, too.
Wings are hard. And it's even if it's the flavor you really don't like, you're still going to try it. You know, you're still going to go, oh, these weren't bad.
Speaking into my soul right now, but you'd be surprised how many people just cannot do the meat off the bone thing. It's weird. It's like, no, I eat meat, but I can't do it off the bone. I'll never understand it. Boneless wings to me are not a real thing.
Yeah.
But like,
they taste so much better with the bone.
Oh my gosh.
You know, I don't know. I was going back and forth in my head because I'm there with you. I totally see those people. They won't do meat on the bone. But is that a bigger part of the population, or is the anti-pork a bigger part of the population? Because there are a lot of people for a religious or health reason or some other reason. They just, oh, no, I don't do pork. You know, and I'm like, okay. And so they'd be out on the pepperoni pizza. But I still think it would convert it higher than 80%. Higher than 80% of people, unless you're on some crash diet, they're jumping.
Or unless pepperoni pizza has retired you. Sometimes you love it, but it retires your ass.
Yeah.
You know, you can't even swallow water without going. Oh.
You know, in my old life, I've never had heartburn.
Really?
I never have.
Bro, what a
I
brag.
never have.
Wow.
And watch me. I need to
Very fortunate.
knock on wood right there. You know what I mean?
You have a pretty balanced diet, don't you?
I try. There's times, you know what? I've really tried to. The whole thing, the diabetes thing, scares the f out of me right now.
Okay.
Those with the sugar and stuff like that. So I've really tried not to, like the sweet tea and stuff. I could drink gallons of sweet tea back in the day.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I'm terrified. The doctors say, "Oh, Brian, you got diabetes now." You know, and you have to. I'm like, oh, jeez.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty big game changer.
Yeah,
you want to avoid that if you can.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
It's only a few toes, man. You got 10. You take 2, you still got 8.
You know what, man?
You wear Crocs. It's not like we out here putting footballs every day.
I get gout every once in a while, and I can't figure out anymore why. And I think Tamara and I were talking about it, and I drink like fruit juice. I've got this weird thing I do. I don't think it's weird. Topo Chico and any fruit juice you mix, go half and half with it.
Yeah, sounds amazing.
Is a refreshing drink.
Dash of tequila.
And a dash of tequila in it. Yeah, that'd be good too. Rum, whatever.
Yeah, a buddy's dad of mine, this is the 80s for you out in the country in rural Washington State. I'd go over and hang out at his house a couple of times a week after school, and his dad was a big construction guy from Iowa named Bob, and he was funnier than hell. But he just didn't care. So he would walk around the house in his underwear. That's the first thing you need to know about Bob, and that was a tidy whitey era. So you go over to the house, and there'd be Bob walking around in his underwear. No big deal, really. After you get first to okay, your dad walks around in his underwear, not different from
it's his house.
Yeah, it is his house. But then as we got older, the beatus really started getting him, and every now and then we'd come over and a toe would be missing. And he just had that sucker rocking out there like, yep, lost one. Big old boiler tummy, like 50 pounds overweight. And he'd always be trying to talk his wife, Sandy, into ordering Domino's pizza. She's like, Bob, that's going to make your diabetes act up. He said, oh, hell, I don't care. I'll take more medicine.
As he's lighting up a cigarette.
He'll just sprinkle the medicine on top of the pizza like a seasoning. I'll be all right.
You can't have a slice of pizza without a dart, bro.
Okay, one of the top stories is how good the Eagles are on a day like this. They trounced the Vikings last night, Monday Night Football action, 24-7. It felt like 44-7. And last night late in the show, I said I think the Cowboys can still win the division. I'm striking that from the record. After watching that, I think you got to shoot for the playoffs. And I still believe the Cowboys are going to, be a wild card team or something like that. But, man, Philadelphia was impressive, especially at both lines of scrimmage.
Yeah, they were the real deal last night. I mean, it was over 300 yards of offense in the first half. And Minnesota's defense is not necessarily like one of these dominant defenses, but they're overall a pretty good team. And like we saw them in Week 1, what they did to Green Bay. And that's really the biggest advantage when you start talking about the two teams outside of Dak being injured right now is like the Cowboys are winning with their pass rush, or at least they did on Sunday. I don't know how much you can win with your pass rush versus the Eagles because their offensive line is so good. And then they got quite a defensive front as well. So like I think the battle of the trenches, which you won against Cincinnati, I don't know that's a battle you can consistently win versus the Eagles right now. They're a well-oiled machine, and AJ Brown, like that dude is an absolute monster right now.
Dynamic changer for them.
And him and Jalen Hurts are apparently like best friends, and it's like okay, they just got a connection here. Jalen is force feeding him the ball, and it's making plenty of sense doing it. So yeah, they look like the real deal right now.
Pat from Plano says Kirk Cousins just sucks at night, and there is definitely something to be said about primetime Kirk Cousins, and that's what you have to hope for right now. But it's also very clear Philadelphia is going to be able to run the hell out of the football, right? Kirk Cousins had nothing to do about that.
Yeah, Philadelphia, that's what you worry about because it was going to be Hurts, and they flipped their entire offense in order to keep him from throwing the football. And if you follow people in the organization who cover the Eagles, they'll tell you there were some problems with Hurts throwing. They had some joint practices with the Browns and then the Dolphins and stuff like that where Hurts wasn't any good throwing the football. But now all of a sudden, no, he has a game like he has last night. It didn't appear to me the Vikings had any type of a pass rush. Kirk Cousins threw 3 interceptions last night, kind of put him in some good position. The thing that was encouraging to me was a team like Detroit, in Week 1. And, say what you want about prep and all that and getting ready. Detroit did have success moving the ball on the Eagles. They put up a lot of points. Now, they gave up points along the way. But if Jalen Hurts plays like this, though, every week, Philadelphia is going to be a tough out here. My whole thing going into the Eagles season was based on how he was going to play.
And you don't think he'll play like that more times?
I just don't. I think he's going to be one of these guys that they're going to keep talking about him as the MVP type of a candidate. Now, they travel to Washington this weekend. Let's see what happens there. But I kind of feel like, though, that let me see sustainability with Jalen Hurts. Let me see it every week. That's what your MVP type players. This team is outstanding defensively, offensively. They got skill. They've got the defensive linemen. They got the offensive line. They got guys in the secondary that can cover. But let's see if the quarterback can be this consistent every single week. And some days he might not have to throw for 300 and whatever yards. They just might run it with these backs, and that's good enough to win the game.
Yeah.
But if they one way or another, they have figured out that they can win games with them running the ball. But if they figure out how to throw the football with this guy, that makes them even more dangerous.
They were throwing it all over the place last night, but then, like you said,
there were some
Week
blown
1
coverages too last night, man.
Yeah, guys were wide open.
I think,
yeah.
But that's what you got to have. If you've got a quarterback that is deceptive with the way that he's pulling it and throwing it, and the play action stuff and all that, you get eyes going all over the place. You get eyes that are like, the defensive backs are looking at different things, and all of a sudden you got skill guys running behind you. So, yeah, I tip of my hat. Everybody out there, Philly, tip of the hat to you Philly fans last night. You got a great win against Minnesota. But the only thing I have is, can your quarterback be consistent enough? And they're starting to talk about him like an MVP guy after 2 weeks. Let's see if he can keep that up.
It is remarkable how much better a limited guy can look, when you give him a great supporting cast, more weapons, a great offensive line,
easier
a good running game.
Yeah.
But he's also improved what he does, too, at the same time. And through 2 games, it's not clear how sustainable and repeatable this is. But it's hard to see that and look at who had the better, off season and see how much the Cowboys struggled, can't even get over 20 points, and be super confident in the Cowboys right now. You can still be confident if you want, but you also have to say, well, it looks like the Eagles have pulled even, and at best, it's going to come down to who stays healthy and who can execute.
No, their roster's better.
Yeah.
The Eagles' roster's better. The difference was going to be what your quarterback was going to do. And if their quarterback continues on the trajectory he's on right now, they'll walk this division. They will walk it.
Jalen Hurts, with great protection and a good running game, probably better than Dak Prescott, with a 4-yard per carry and 3 guys on the offensive line who can look like a turnstile at times. I'm surprised that Hurts got to that level. I don't know if he holds up the test of time. I don't know if this guy's, going to be a consistent starter in a couple, 2-3 years. And the Eagles have made plans to draft a guy next spring. Even they didn't believe in it.
Yeah, they're holding 2 first-round picks right now. Now, one of those picks could be very late. One of them could be very, very early, depending on the Saints and where they go with that pick. I think they own the Saints pick there. So, those could be 2 late picks. We'll see. The quarterback draft is, I haven't looked at them totally, but, like the BetQL stuff we had to do, you look at quarterbacks around the country getting ready for that show, so you kind of have an idea who's playing where. But I think with the Eagles, they're going to be as good as their quarterback. That's it, because their roster is better than the Cowboys roster.
Yeah, 4-6-9 Eagles don't scare me. I think the league will catch up to Philadelphia and Hurts. Yeah,
I run the ball. That's if your quarterback's bad, you can protect him by running the ball. Look what they did. They got in the playoffs. They were I think they were 2-7 last year. And all of a sudden, their staff made a determination. We can't have Jalen Hurts messing up in the red zone anymore.
Yeah.
And they went to committed to running the football, got him in the playoffs. And then all of a sudden, they get in the playoffs against Tampa Bay, and Tampa boat races them with 14 early points.
A good defense is going to shut down your running game.
Yeah, they shut down. And also what happened was Tampa got ahead quick and up 14 points. And now Hurts is having to throw the ball to get back in the game, and then that was a disaster for them.
Vikings didn't even attempt to rush Hurts last night. Let's see what Hurts can do under pressure and throwing on the run, making the Eagles sound like Dak with the Cowboys in his first year. I mean, they have a better defense than Dak ever had. I know that much. We got the Eagles number. The Eagles are Bobby Weirdick, and the Cowboys are Trevor. Okay. Is that an inside joke? I don't know. I don't get that joke. I'm sorry. Don't forget, Philly traded a first for A.J. Brown. Yeah, that was a big move. Yeah. They had a great offseason. Okay, the other game saw the Bills completely dismantle the Titans 41-7. Josh Allen, do you expect him to be MVP now, Chiafalo? This guy looks like the front runner to me.
Yeah, absolutely, because they have no semblance of a running game. Like, he is their running game as well. He's Mr. Everything. So as long as he's healthy, the Bills are clearly far and away, like by a long mile right now, the best team in the sport. So with the way if they're playing like this, that's a no-brainer selection right there for MVP. This dude is an absolute monster. And you're talking about the Bills. Apparently, I saw this on Fox tweeted this out, that they have their last 20 regular season wins are all by double digits. Like, they're just putting it on people. Wow. Absolutely putting it on people. And it was funny last night because you had the Eagles and you had the Bills, and we know how their fan bases are both nuts. And somebody tweeted out, Ben Mathewson said, our nation simply doesn't possess the infrastructure required to handle a Bills-Eagles Super Bowl.
Yeah, where would you play that?
where I don't know what, like, everybody would have to, like, board up their windows of their houses and just, like, stay inside for
Arizona
like a week.
This year, right? Super Bowl in Arizona.
I think it is in Arizona, yes. So everybody around there have to watch out.
Set it up in the desert somewhere and let them go.
Oh, this country's going to be on fire.
Yeah, the only thing I think that could set the Bills back to me is if something happens, of course, to your quarterback, but Diggs. Diggs had 12 catches last night in that football game, 148 yards.
They did it without their wide receiver too, like no Gabe Davis, and it's like doesn't matter. They can just
they plug in guys. They do Dawson Knox. It doesn't matter. They just plug guys in and away they go.
Cole Beasley's getting plugged in Tampa. He's back in the league. Apparently Tom had wanted him for a little bit and been pushing for him, and it became urgent with the Mike Evans injury and the losses that they already had in the offseason. So he had 80 catches last year. I expect him to jump in there and be pretty dang good pretty quickly. They do host the Packers this weekend. So that'll be a fun one. The Bedlam game, Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, is going to be out after OU leaves for the SEC. That's a shame. You hate to see that. Okay. Rangers host the Angels tonight. That's going to be a pregame at 6:30, first pitch at 7 o'clock. And the final thing I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on, is this real with LeBron going bald? You see this on social media?
It's not real.
No,
it's not real. It's the Snapchat filters. Are you guys familiar? My daughter Maya absolutely loves this. I'll just sit with her and just put the filters on it, and they put beards on you, and they turn you into just wacky things. And one of them is the bald one. So I mean, my daughter Maya is constantly just saying, "Daddy, can we do the beards? Daddy, can we do the beards?" And she just wants to sit there and just mow through these random filters that distort her face. And one of them is the bald one.
Okay.
So he got everybody because it looks pretty legit.
It does. Yeah. Those filters are incredible. There's one that Abby and her mom keep making fun of me with where it makes your eyes bug out and your chin like go into your neck and you just look like a total cartoon character. That's good times. Well, I mean, if LeBron wanted to do it, I think it'd be a pretty cool look and sort of an homage to Jordan at the same time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be against him trying that. But I think if you have resources like that, just go get the sick hair replacement that costs big money, right? Just get new hair.
Yeah.
Like Wayne Rooney and
you might have to go to like Istanbul
Dion
for the best one. But
okay.
if you're LeBron, why not go to Turkey for a few days and get that thing figured out for yourself?
I hear you. All right, it is time to run here. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30 here for you. What we learned from Jerry this morning with Sean and RJ. We'll give you highlights of that discussion and more coming up next. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic, though, because speaking of going overseas, Men's T Clinic is now Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. I just want to let it go a little bit.
I feel you, dog.
Yeah. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. We have the G-Bag of the day coming up in about 5 minutes. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Okay, what stood out from the Jerry Jones conversation to you this morning? He was in a great mood, and they talked about that towards the end of it. But, you know, he kept saying different parts of the team are getting better and better. And he talked about Cooper Rush and the offensive line and the defense and CeeDee Lamb, but it was mostly about the defense and how, you know, Anthony Barr frees up Micah Parsons and reinforces what he does. And I don't know, I think there's a growing belief up there, and, you know, they're never going to blow their own horn too much, speaking of Timmy the Trumpet.
You sure about that?
Right? I guess Jerry Jones would, but the coaches won't. The coaches will be humble and try to, but I think that over the next 15 games, we're going to start to see the Cowboys defense really get recognized as one of the best in the NFL. I don't know if it has the ability to lead it on a Super Bowl run and be that good, but I'm pretty convinced this defense is definitely in the running for number one in the entire league right now, Brian.
You got everybody's attention by beating Cincinnati with that defense. Now, let's see with the Giants and then the Commanders. You know, maybe it's one of those bad quarterbacks. You know, defense should win. You know, I'm watching the Giants early. I think there's things you can do to them with their offense. But,
yeah.
You know, defensively. But
Rams week 5 is going to be really interesting.
Boom.
Yeah.
Go beat the Rams, and then find a way, if you get Dak back or whatever, find a way to go beat the Eagles if they're still running hot.
Well, the Rams seem a little bit more beatable now after what you saw the pass rush of the Bills, what they did to them. Like the Rams offensive line, no more Whitworth. Like there's some problems there that a team like the Cowboys could absolutely take advantage of.
Yeah. Go out there and beat those teams that have that type of, but I think you got everybody's attention. The thing with Cincinnati is nobody's going to give you credit because everybody thinks their offensive line sucks anyway.
Yeah.
They're not, but when you watch the All-22, Dan Quinn and those coaches schemed it up beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
And Dawson, you mentioned about, you know, the guys like Barr and people. That's what really helps. For Micah Parsons to have success, it's not about Micah Parsons. It's about the guys who take over the jobs when Micah Parsons goes to be a rusher. It's Wilson, it's Barr, it's Van Der Esch. It's those guys. If those guys were a bag of ass,
he'd have to stay home.
He'd have to stay home and play linebacker.
Yeah.
So when you've got guys that could step up and play the role and allow Micah Parsons to go wreck shop on offensive lines and offenses, that's the sign of a great defense.
Yeah, and I think another sign of a great defense is pressure from multiple spots, and Barr presents that threat a little bit that the other team has to think about.
Yeah.
So now when the opposition's lining up against the Cowboys, it's like, oh crap, they're coming. I'm not sure from where. And I think Dan Quinn's just the perfect DC to be doing something like this. Jerry was cautiously optimistic on Gallup, but wouldn't guarantee he'll play. He said, I can't come out and say he'll play.
Yeah.
Are they being too careful at this point, Brian?
No, I just think that Jerry's having one of those moments where he doesn't want to give too much out, too much information. You know, Jerry was the first one to tell us about Dak's thumb. He couldn't wait to everybody gather around in front of the locker room, and you know, and Ed Werder was late arriving and had to repeat it to Ed and, you know, give all the detail and stuff. I mean, there are things I think Jerry wants to tell us, and then I think he realizes, though, all right, it's a big game coming up against the Giants. I don't want to talk about Michael Gallup in this particular. Stephen Jones was more, you know, with Christy, he was like talking about, oh, yeah, we'll get more reps with Gallup this week and da-da-da-da-da. I kind of felt all along he was going to play Cincinnati. Bobby thinks it's going to be this week with the Giants. We'll see how it plays out.
I wonder if the Noah Brown performance makes him feel like, hey, maybe we don't have to totally, like the same idea with Dak Prescott in a couple of weeks. We're like, man, if Cooper Rush is winning us some games, we don't have to rush him back 4 weeks. We can let him go.
Well, if you don't have Schultz, you better have somebody else to go play.
That's 100% fair.
Yeah.
Okay. And speaking of Schultz, he said it's only a factor of will he play this week or not. It's just a one-game kind of decision. It's not a long-term deal, so I guess that's to the good. And with Jason Peters, he said, I'm not sure we'll go this weekend. So I think they're slow playing the Jason Peters until something pops up where they have a bigger need.
Tyler Smith has done a nice job, but let's not act like he's Tyron Smith out there. He's had some growing pains along the way. We knew that. You watch the All-22, you could see it. But, heck, the kid's doing a good job in the running game. There's some stuff in the pass protection he needs to clean up. But by far, you know, this expectations of him and coming in, there's a lot less anxiety about him playing left tackle now. That continues just to buy you more time with Jason Peters if you really want to go that route.
But you want Peters and Tyler Smith there on your left side, don't you?
I would absolutely love to see a combination of power with Peters and Smith, one playing the tackle, which I think would be Peters, and then Smith playing the guard. Yes, I would.
Jerry was asked, is Micah the best pass rusher you've had? And he shied away from comparisons. He mentioned Charles Haley and DeMarcus Ware. And I think it's just you have a group, right, of the three best pass rushers that have been with the Cowboys under Jerry's ownership, and it's only a three-man club, right?
I'll tell you what, the question about the pass rush or the best linebacker, I mean, they've had some great linebackers that played throughout this organization through its history. But you look at if you just said the greatest defensive player to ever play for the Cowboys, would you say Deion Sanders would be that guy?
Yeah,
probably with what he's done. Me personally, I love Darren Woodson. He's your all-time leading tackler.
Yeah,
but it doesn't take long to call the roll when it means the greatest defensive player in Cowboys, and it's only been 2 years with this guy. What you can do with him, I mean, and hopefully his toe and the knee thing he's dealing with right now kind of gets well.
Oh, Deion's toe?
No.
Oh. Micah's toe. Yeah, that toe as well.
Yeah.
All righty, it is time now. I know Deion's toe was back in the news last season, so hopefully that one is good as well. Here's Lucius with the G-bag of the day.
He had another bad toe?
Yeah, he did. He was in the hospital for a while.
I remember him having like an ankle situation.
He's got some bad toes, and it's one of those things where you talk about taking them off.
I
think he's thinking about taking them off.
I've been hearing about Deion's turf toe my whole life, it feels like. My whole entire life.
What did Galloway call him? Two-toed Deion?
9 toes?
9 toes?
9 toes.
What are you doing?
Our winner and steel champ has brought us going off on the collar, or maybe just trying to set a collar straight here on the Cowboys post-game. Let's see. G-Bag of the Day is brought to you by CBD American Shaman, ShopTexasCBD.com. Brought us your jolly good fellow for letting me know that the Magic.
Yeah.
We're on the TV right here on the throwback games.
Classics.
Yeah.
Penny.
So I'm watching Penny right here, man. It's looking great, too. And Grandma Ma's out there.
There you go.
Getting nostalgic in there?
I'm feeling super nostalgic.
That's your guy, right?
That is super my guy.
Okay, I just want to make sure you knew he was on.
Yeah, 7th and 8th grade, I was Penny Hardaway. You couldn't tell me I wasn't Little Penny.
Is it the quarterback you hate? You hate Dak Prescott?
No, I love Dak. I really do.
What do you see as not being what they need? I'm interested. I'm not trying to bash you or anything. I'm just curious but you're going to get Gallup back probably next week. So you would run out there if you ran CD out there, who I thought had a good game today. You get Gallup back, and you have Noah Brown back, and then you got Schultz. Don't you have some better weapons
then our
to throw the
offensive
ball?
line is not even that either.
Yet the offensive line is banged up to hell. I mean, they're playing with
I know
with
exactly
a rookie left tackle, and they're playing with a guy that's really a backup.
It feels like every year there's injuries left and right on this offensive line.
What are you bitching about then? That's what I want to know. I mean, are you bitching just to be bitching, or what are you doing?
No, I'm not bitching. It feels like so I'm from Buffalo, right? And Cole Beasley came out and said, "Oh, Buffalo has the best workout area," but
they don't. He's never. The Star is tremendous.
Yeah, there's nothing like the Star.
The Star's $1 billion facility. I've been to Buffalo. I'm sorry.
No.
I mean,
look, we had a couple.
We're just bitching to be bitching.
Right.
Caller bitching to Broadus.
I love at the beginning of this, and I haven't caught it until today, where Broadus tells him on the front end, I'm not trying to bash you.
Yeah.
And then it ends with
it's not bashing, just a little bit of straightening. Had to straighten that out.
That's right.
Just a little bit of straightening. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I get uncomfortable to straighten some things out.
You're about to experience this stuff. Get ready.
With the calls?
The
post-game show. That's right. Chiafalo and Wolchuk joined the post-game coverage as Ari Temkin retired from the pre- and post-game show on Sunday.
After that call, Ari was like, all right, I'm done.
I'm done.
Oh, really? It was the last call of the show. And after that, Ari retired. He did. He hung him up.
I got to tell you, I kind of feel the caller a little bit because he's saying, I like all the guys. I'm just exhausted by every year it's something. I think he was just beaten down. But it is just one game.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, though, to me, it's if you want to, if they would have lost that game, I get it. I let you have your rant.
Yeah.
But they went out there with a backup quarterback, backup lineman, all this stuff that it could have gone wrong. I mean, you're one of the only people. You and maybe one other person picked them to win. Everybody else thought this, but maybe you should be happy that they found a way to win a game. I get it. 26 years, 27 years, everybody's beat down. I get it. I get it.
Do you want the score of the Giants game now or wait till this weekend? Sorry.
Oh,
Lucius.
no. Stream me out on that.
I'm just switching the music for Broadus. He's putting it on for the Cowboys right now.
He is.
I'm just saying,
just
for 1 week.
Put your fists on your hip like this, Broadus, and poke that chest out, baby.
Yeah. I didn't pick him to win. My man on the left picked him to win.
It's probably Broadus with a cape right here.
Yep.
I'm just telling you, man. Hey, 26 years, 27 years, I get it. I really do. But for one damn time, please don't call him bitch.
I don't want any style pointing from you when they win, though. Any win, nothing negative.
No, I didn't. I was positive the other day about. I admitted that I picked against him. I admitted. I didn't feel like that Cooper Rush was going to be able to win this game. I didn't feel like that they were going to be able to block the front. I didn't feel like they were going to make the plays that they did. I didn't feel like that. So should I be bitching that they won the game?
No.
I should be admitting that. Hey, my gosh, give them some credit. Try and be a little fair about it, Brian. That's what I was trying to do.
We got another nomination to get to.
Yeah. There you
Keeping
go.
the people honest, though, Broadus.
A little bit of straightening. Ain't nothing wrong.
A little straightening.
31-13 Cowboys.
Oh!
31-13?
31-13.
Doesn't, bro.
He's 2-0. 2-0 this year, by the way. Don't listen to the rest of us clowns.
All right, let me get to this real quick, yo. What audio cut is Kevin from KMC? KMC, what audio cut is he calling for right here, guys?
I know none of these cuts have Gaby in them.
They do not.
Yeah, he didn't play.
Yeah, Mike.
Stunk. I was like, where is he on the stat sheet right now?
Didn't play. You want cut 8 or cut 10?
What?
Cut 8.
Yeah, he meant to say cut 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
cut 10 is what he meant to say.
Yeah, he added some stuff
Where
to
is he
it.
on the stat sheet right now?
Didn't play. You want cut 8 or cut 10?
Wow. Okay, Aggie. Did that get dumped or did that go over?
It definitely got dumped.
That's awesome.
Way to go, Reggie.
Oh, man. I thought we were going to get a Gay B reference from the late John Lovett's SNL skit in the 80s. Remember that?
John Lovett.
I think he's still with us. For the
Yeah,
record.
I believe he's alive.
Yeah,
Damn, you just killed John Lovett.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him on TV in 20 years.
Remember the show The Critic, that cartoon? I hate it.
Oh, yeah?
He's actually a huge Cowboys fan.
Good for him.
Dude, we should get John Lovitz on the program.
Yeah.
We should. I was a huge fan.
I apologize to him for murking him
I'm
too.
really happy he's still alive.
Dawson just
murked him. Let's see. How about this guy? He was going out. He was just outside. It was late outside, right?
Yeah.
He was in his driveway, and his neighbor walked up because the neighbor needed a jump. All right, but the guy that was standing outside already in this parking lot got kind of scared, kind of spooked.
Really? What? He's gonna ask for a jump. Oh, he's gonna shit.
Just asking for a jump,
That
buddy.
man said, man, what? You are spooked. Don't go outside if you're that scared. Last one, I gotta go because we gotta go. What is on this pastor's mind?
God, we submit and surrender our will to yours, and we take you at your word that if we bring the tithe into the storehouse, God.
Oh, wow. Yeah, a little Freudian slip there.
Yeah, that pastor, I bet he really watches the offering in that church. I got enough for today. All right.
Gonna need to turn over to something else after that. Well, I tell you what, I don't know if the Lord approves of that kind of behavior, sir.
Yeah. Oldest profession. What are you talking about? Jesus walked around with the whores. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
He didn't judge.
Okay. All right.
That was his people.
So as long as you're walking with them and helping them and not being a client to them.
Yeah, people of the streets was like Jesus' best friends. You know what I mean? That's why he made the wine. Like, hey, I know what y'all need.
I appreciate that. I didn't pay the most attention in Sunday school. I guarantee that. I did have a good time, though. Caller bitching to Broadus. Hagee, go see you next Tuesday. We had a late night scary situation, or what is on this pastor's mind? I'm going to vote for Hagee. I like a good slip like that.
Yeah, give me the pastor slip.
Okay. We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Oh, shoot. I was reading the fan text, bro. I'm sorry about that. Now I got to go back. Broadus.
We're tied at 1 still, Brian.
I'm going to vote for myself.
By a score of 2-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Broadus squaring away Cowboys fans there on the post-game show. Okay, there it is, your G-Bag of the day. If you ever miss it, Lucius replays it for you in LA Live, which kicks off every night about 5:45-ish. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Guys, I'm going to break down a couple plays for you from this last Cowboys game. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, the playmaker Michael.
Though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is, former Cowboy scout. Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Cheech, you gonna eat that rotisserie chicken on the table? Is that an in-between stuff going on? What's going on with that?
Yeah,
thing?
that was a pre-show crusher. It was kind of a murder bird situation. So took that one down. There's a little bit left there. The legs, the thighs, the wings are all gone, and one of the breasts is gone. I got like one breast left, and I'm sure before we get off the air at 6:30 today, it will be consumed.
Are you just doing it between breaks? Is that what you're doing?
At this point, I haven't. I just kind of crushed it when I got here before the show, and then now I feel pretty good. And then if I get a hankering for something, instead of going into the vending machine, burying my face in the ruffles that we have in there, like I tend to do on a day-to-day basis, now I can go snack on a little chicken breast.
I think that is a great entree, but it's amazing that you have no sides with this thing. You're just eating the bird.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it was
straight
just
out of the bag.
Straight out of the bird.
Yeah,
right out of the bag, dude.
It's amazing
Not
too.
a piece of bread or nothing.
Nothing, bro.
It's kind of like it reminds me of somebody just like drinking a bottle of booze out of a sack.
Yeah,
you know, just drink it out of the sack. You know, you don't care by yourself. You're just drinking the bottle of booze.
For sure, I could straight up eat one of those for lunch every single day, and I don't need anything else. Just glass of water.
Yeah.
No, dude. The savory flavor of those hot and ready rotisseries.
Yeah.
$8, $1 off with the Kroger deal. Boom!
Yeah.
I walk out of there $7, hot and ready, and now I'm eating on that thing. You know, part of the day.
Dude, get you one of those bags that they have in the pre-made bags of salad already.
Yes.
You grab that boom for a side, and you get your Hidden Valley Ranch, so you can dip your chicken in the Hidden Valley Ranch, and you have that for your salad.
I'm telling you, it's the hidden gem.
Are you doing all this work with your hands?
Yeah, this is just full on hands.
my
Yeah.
God,
Just pulling it apart?
savage.
Yeah,
I love
absolutely, dude. I start with the legs and the thigh. Boom, rock that one. Get the next one, then I'll wing it, and then I'll usually if I find
crack it in
I
half.
want the breast.
You crack the.
Yeah. And we talked about the chicken earlier. Like off the bone, it's way better. Like I'm telling you, it is absolutely delicious. I could eat it every single day. My wife requires like bread and mustard and mayonnaise and all these different things. I'm like, no, you just give me that rotisserie chicken and I'm good, baby. That's all it takes. So when you're in a pinch, I'm telling you, peel off into a Kroger or something, snag one of those bad boys, and you're good to go.
Hey, get you a roll of Bounty paper towels while you're at it.
You'll
right?
probably a little paper towel do you good.
It's great how fresh they stay while they're being warmed.
Yeah.
You
Right.
know?
Yes.
They're so tender.
That's good.
They're clutch, man.
That's a good call right there. All right, I'm digging this.
He's pretty mannish over here. He's a hell of a man.
Yeah.
Eating this rotisserie chicken with his fingers and coming back and touching the desk and everything else. Everybody else got to sit down. It's a hell of a savage.
You got the Clorox. Sorry about KG or those guys that get right. I'm sorry about your station today.
No, it's
He's
all good.
immunized.
I'm gonna get a couple of the toilet. I'm gonna get that rotisserie just to show it on the
I know
Twitch
you
here.
will. I will. Yeah, go get you some. All right, I'm going to talk about this football team. I promise that. Gavin, if I told you that the pass on the final drive that ended up in Noah Brown's hands, wasn't supposed to go to Noah Brown, would you believe me on that one?
Yeah, I would believe that. It did not appear it was supposed to go to Noah Brown until it ended up in his direction.
I don't know how that ball ended up in Noah Brown's hands, but it sure did. If you
Football God.
Yeah, if you go back, I think the All-22's up for everybody that wants to go and take part of that. But go check out. I mean, watch the whole game. Of course.
It wasn't showing on my NFL.com Game Pass. I think there's an alternate route I need to take to get in there.
Yeah, there is. There's if you go through scores, is
Okay.
what you go through the scores. And Cheech is showing you right now what we're eating there.
The hell of a bag of chicken.
Bag of chicken.
Bag of chicken right there.
And before you know it, we'll have Broaddus chugging a beer out of his shoe. Chuck Wooly Bully walking sweaty sneaker, garage sneaker on the Twitch, and I'll have my truck nuts hanging down.
There you go.
As well.
But that ball was tipped. Truck nuts. That ball was tipped.
What if it hadn't been tipped?
It's
Would have been a great play.
It's going to be a huge play.
Would have been a bigger play.
He's got Hendershot, man, and it was a great call. And because what they did was they brought Hendershot from the left side there, that formation on the left, set to the left, and brought him all the way across. And nobody ran with him. I mean, he had it. It was everybody was trying to cover up receivers and things like that, and the middle of the field was really, really clogged up. And that's where Noah Brown was. And that ball, when it got deflected, I was thinking, oh my gosh, this thing's going to end. And lo and behold, it went right to. Sometimes you got to be lucky in this, but if that ball gets to Peyton Hendershot, they're going to have a big play anyway. They're going to be able to kick a field goal. It's probably going to be even a closer field goal. Maybe run the ball a couple of times, get that thing down to where you need, call your timeout, and end that thing. So sometimes you got to be a little lucky on those deflections and things like that.
I know we got to be, and we got plenty of time to look ahead on this, but like if Schultz is going to be out, I think they were like 50% in terms of their personnel, 2 tight end personnel on Sunday. So, like, how much of a bind are they going to be in if they got to run out Ferguson and Hendershot together for your 2 tight end sets every time if Schultz isn't going to play? I wonder because they were in love with that formation or that personnel grouping.
Did you see what they did with the blocker? They used Luke Gifford as a fullback. So I wonder if you have to go with a heavy formation that you go with Luke Gifford as your move guy.
Oh, because your McGovern's no longer longer
available to what you're going to do. Okay, I want to talk about a play. If you look at the play previous to that, on the final drive, with 57 seconds left, it was a really, and I want to give Kellen Moore some credit for this one too. This was a nice call that he got CeeDee Lamb in a pick or a stack situation in order to make the play to get the first to get some more yards on the play. I mean, it was really a really well designed play because we talked about. Remember earlier we said we don't like that Mike McCarthy was talking about option routes and he didn't like option routes and stuff like that. This route to me was an option route that Kellen Moore called, but he did it behind Schultz running a pick. For C, what they did was CD went inside, and then he pivoted behind Dalton Schultz running like interference for him, and it got him space. So he was able to pivot behind him, and then what happened was Schultz was able to block the 2 Bengal, the slot and the safety on the play, and they got messed up with who to take, and it ran CD just right perfectly to where he needed to be, and they got 9 yards on the play. It was a beautiful, beautiful design right there. Those are the kinds of things when you talk about you need to be creative. You need to find a way to help your quarterback. That's the kind of stuff that you got to go with.
Did you feel? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
When it's right for Kellen Moore, it is beautiful. So I just had a quick comment.
No, I was just wondering how like the evaluation of Kellen Moore throughout that game. A lot of people were getting upset about the conservative nature of the second half. I feel like that was a little bit overblown outside of that first series. But I mean, when you're committed to running the ball, you're going to have drives that end up going 3 and out pretty quick.
I felt like that Kellen. I felt like it was a good game overall. I didn't feel like because conservative, he had the 14-point lead to start the second half. I just think they didn't block things well enough up front. I would have, to me, he lost a little bit of the mix. The mix of being able to throw and the run. He just went a little bit more run than I would. I would have tried to, like, maybe on first down, I would have tried to run on second down, maybe just a little bit better mix there. But the thing that kind of got him out of being that way, thinking pretty run heavy, was that Cincinnati started scoring. Well, they were kicking field goals.
Yeah.
And that all of a sudden it's like, oh, this thing's getting a little close. So he was able to kind of get back to it. All right, one final play I want to talk about real quick too here. I'm sorry about all the chicken talk, but I'm really not sorry about chicken talk. I love chicken talk.
Yeah, never apologize.
Never. On the long run, on Pollard's long run, which I didn't know was a run or a pass. They said it was a pass. Looked like a run for me. We've talked about Schultz did a great job. He hooks Hendrickson, the defensive end, on that play. I mean, hooks him completely, gets him inside. And you get Smith on the outside on a pull, and then Biotish coming around on a pull too. You get those blocks. You got 3 blocks on that play, and it all really started with Dalton Schultz and what he was able to do at the point of attack. There was a time where Dalton Schultz, I didn't think could block me on the edge, but he did a great job. Hendrickson is their best defensive lineman, and he was able to hook him inside. It got the tackle outside, and it got the center outside.
Because he was flying.
He was flying.
Tyler can run. I saw Duke Manyweather talking about that with some Tolos, and there's a lot of people that are critical of Biotish, but there are some real pluses to his profile.
I don't think the thing with Biotish, I don't think him and Farniak were great in this game by any means, but when you sit down and watch the all-22, but they were good enough. Now, there's going to be probably some better competition. That DJ Reader's tough to block inside at that defensive tackle spot.
Yeah.
But anyway, those a couple of plays there right there. That ball, the tip ball, huge. The pivot play I thought showed creativity with Kellen Moore. And then the fact that Dalton Schultz, who, again, I didn't think could block me, did a great job on that hook play.
Well done.
To get that ball to the outside.
Oh, to the outside.
Yeah,
you want to get Pollard to the outside, not just up the middle again.
No, the one that went for the 46 yards, and then they had to run.
The shovel pass, pass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't know. They called
it's
it
a run. That's a joke.
I thought it was a run, too, but great job by all three of those guys. That's the kind of stuff you got to have in order to run
great job
the
in Krusty's Corner. We
Thanks,
love it.
sir. Appreciate you.
Every Tuesday, he takes a look at the big plays from the previous game and tells you what really happened. Okay, fun with NFL numbers with Chiafalo, plus some Week 2 overreactions. Are you buying or selling the narratives that appear to have formed across the league in Week 2? We're back here in the nation.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's... From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Chiafalo has some terrific Cowboys and NFL content here for you. General at your service, at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander. Carter Freeman coordinates your video. Now here he is, Eric Chiafalo.
All right, boys and girls, we got some numbers to know here. Micah Parsons, Kellen Moore. What's our motion looking like compared to the rest of the league? How's Tyler Smith holding up? You want the good or the bad first,
Eric,
boys?
can I ask you something real quick?
Talk to me.
They just went to NFL Live. And that, remember we ended the show with the Dan Orlovsky.
Oh, the sneeze fart. The Monday Night Football booth fart.
I think it might have actually happened. They're kind of, looks like they were giving him some grief.
They're razzing him.
They were getting on him a little bit as the show opened there. So
Yeah, there it was. There it was. Actually, just for full evidence and full transparency, Lucius, if we could, let's dial that one back up because I do have an update here for us.
Okay.
On the fart.
Now, the big change is the commitment to running the football.
Stopped him right in his tracks right there.
Okay.
Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah, they just opened the show, and it looked like to me that he had this kind of wry smile on his face, and everybody was laughing at him.
Yes.
Okay.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. And so that happened right before kickoff last night in Buffalo, and we weren't sure. Was this sneeze fart or was this sneeze mouth, like kind of like something that we do like that when we have like a brain fart?
I think he had a brain fart and his words got all mixed around.
That's what I thought.
So we threw out the fart to be like, okay, reset. Right.
Now, the big...
Okay, now let's talk.
Well, so and the problem is you don't have any, like, the video is showing people on the field, so he's talking, but you're not getting to see him. So the only evidence we have is the audio, and then we also have Dan Orlovsky and what he's going to admit or deny, and he tweeted out, "This is all we have this is all we have." He says, "Should have never tried blue cheese. ... Shoulder shrug." And so that's what I was kind of thinking yesterday is Orlovsky was in Buffalo with Bill's Mafia, roaming through tailgates.
He was at the Anchor Bar or something like that.
Nothing but chicken wings and blue cheese all day.
See, are you still playing along with the bit, going along with it?
I think he's going along. I think he's courting attention right here.
Yeah, he loves it.
I think he likes it.
Is it worth it to be known as the sneeze fart Monday Night Football guy? I don't know.
I think it's anything to go viral at ESPN.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is a guy who's most known for one of the biggest NFL
running out the back of the end zone.
Yeah, like one of the NFL's greatest brain farts of all time.
Field awareness.
Maybe he's just comfortable with this sort of deal. But that is the latest development. He's blaming it on the blue cheese. That's why I'm a ranch guy, through and through.
Blue cheese is good.
Thank you for that, though, Broaddus. I appreciate that. I definitely wanted to circle back and give the people the update that they want and deserve.
That he blew Spielman,
which is was that Rick Spielman? Or was that the other Spielman?
There's a couple of
Spielmans. There was some, okay.
This was probably Rick, yeah.
Probably Rick.
Yeah.
He's into that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So numbers to know here. We'll start with the good, and that's Micah Parsons.
Okay.
Dear God. First of all, he is now officially the odds-on favorite for Depoy. So if you got in on that before the year started where he was like 4th in the odds, you're feeling like $1 million right now. But Seth Walder, ESPN, their analytical kind of dude, their pass rush win rate gentleman, says that Micah Parsons is just the 5th player to record back-to-back games with a pass rush win rate of 50% or higher.
My God.
And so the only ones to have ever done that are Von Miller, Dwight Freeney, Robert Quinn, and Melvin Ingram. So for 2 weeks in a row, Micah Parsons, far and away the best pass rusher in the sport. So that's pretty cool.
So
like
every
that.
time the ball is snapped, he is beating the pass protector guy within 2.5 seconds, I believe, is how that stat works.
Yes.
Or something like that. Maybe it's 2 seconds.
And in week 1 versus the Bucks, he was at like 60%. And then it was like 54% the other day versus Cincinnati. So
how much help are they sending to him already, Brian?
Oh, he was getting triple teams at times.
I'll tell you what, though, they helped him with this. They helped him with that. They remember I told you that Quinn put 2 guys in the A gaps, and it made the Bengals squeeze their line and gave a free rusher. They said, Burrow, we can't block everybody. You're going to have to let the furthest guy from the ball free. And who was the furthest guy from the ball? Micah Parsons.
Wow.
So he got a free rush. So Quinn's doing a good job of making him, putting him in spots where he doesn't always get the chips and the double teams and things like that, Gavin.
Yeah. Now, the offenses, you can tell, they're trying to do that, but it is nice to have a Dan Quinn who is also doing the chess match as well, and not just giving them you can double and triple my guy all the time. Right. So that's huge. Now, let's see. On the other side of things, Tyler Smith. And again, we take some of this stuff with a grain of salt here. I don't want to completely lose our minds over some of this stuff. But Seth Walder, once again, ESPN, they do the pass block win rate. And he tweeted out that the Cowboys rookie, Tyler Smith, has a 74% pass block win rate at tackle this season, which is worst among qualifiers through week 2. So from a pass blocking and pass block win rate, that kind of deal, they're looking at Tyler Smith as being basically, as a tackle, the worst in the league through 2 weeks.
He's worse than the guy Tom Brady was yelling at, very disrespectfully. And that's hard to imagine.
Yeah, Wells.
Yeah.
Is he that bad, Brian?
Wells is a backup.
Okay. Yeah. But he's been playing. He qualifies for the stat. He's playing better than Tyler Smith.
See, this is where, don't get mad at Tyler Smith. He's a guy, it's not perfect with him. The other day, the Hendrickson came down on an inside slant. That's just Cincinnati made a good call.
We're excited about where he's going.
I know you're not trying to kill him. I'm just saying that I'm trying to tell the people out there that are listening, it's not pretty and it's not perfect, and it makes you, at times you're thinking, man, they got away with one there.
Do you think he'd be better at guard?
You know what? Now that you have Jason Peters here potentially playing offensive tackle, yes. If you didn't have Jason Peters as a fill-in, I'd leave him out there at tackle and say, let's go.
Right, likewise.
But there's things like, I just mentioned that in that long run, he had a really good block in space. Yeah. But there are some things where there's some balance problems. His hands were a little messy sometimes. But it's not going to be perfect with this guy. But right now, he's not killing you like, if Lyle Collins is killing you there. Jonah Williams for Cincinnati is killing you right now. Those guys that's killing you. He's not that.
So you think
bad.
The grade's a little misleading? He's not the worst?
There are things that he is not good at right now that he will get better at. But the grade, I don't think he's the worst. Now, I shouldn't say that. Haven't seen every offensive tackle play in the league this year. Just watch him play. Just watch whoever the Cowboys play. I tell you what, those Bengals, that first round tackle with the Bengals at left tackle was far worse than him, and so was Lyle Collins. Far worse than him.
There's another play they're cutting up on Cowboys Twitter where he gets inside of the tackle somehow and then seals him like Tyron Smith style. So there's some really impressive stuff out there today when the film's out.
I feel like he is a much better run blocker than he is a pass blocker right now. That would be absolutely true.
But it will be nice because Farniok's the worst on the O-line.
I think Farniok and Biotish are big struggles, but I'll give credit to the right tackle. Played a lot better in this game. When you don't have the penalties, when you don't have the things that you just draw notice to you, you can play. You're capable. He's capable. I'll say that much better run blocker than he is a pass blocker.
Okay, now we look at the motion at the snap rates for every team. So this is not just motion, but this is when, as the ball is being snapped, there is a guy basically running full speed, and that's what you see a lot of the Rams. You see San Francisco, Shanahan's doing it. Mike McDaniel's now with the Dolphins. Every play, they got guys moving all over the place. In fact, Mike McDaniel's and the Dolphins are number one in the sport and using motion at the snap more than anybody. And then you have Baltimore and Buffalo as the top three using motion. Now, Kellen Moore and the Cowboys have consistently been like bottom 6 or so in the league over the last few years in terms of using motion. And this is specifically at the snap. You're getting this. The Cowboys come in at 21st in the league right now in terms of how much they're using motion at the snap. And they are using motion more just in general, because when you're just talking about general motion, the Cowboys are actually 10th in the sport. 60% of the time, the Cowboys have somebody in motion, but only 15% of the time do they have somebody in motion at the snap, which is really what kind of, confuses linebackers and eyes. And it's like, okay, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of moving parts here. The ball's being snapped, and we got a guy already running full speed right now. And so the Cowboys don't do a ton of that, but in general, motion in general, they are using it at the 10th highest rate in the sport.
Maybe
so that's encouraging.
Maybe it'll be more prevalent though when they get Turpin going. maybe Turpin will find a way to get some things going where he hits some big plays and they can use him a little bit more with that eye candy stuff.
Yeah, and they've done it a little bit with him. They've done it with Pollard, you see.
Yeah.
So they're moving CeeDee Lamb around. The only complaint would be like, I'd love to see them doing more like at the snap motion. But motion in general, they're doing 10th highest in the league.
It's funny, they played under center a lot this last week. Yeah, when you look at Cooper Rush, played under center. That's something you don't always see with the Cowboys, playing the quarterback under center the way they were.
Okay, how about that? Well, and they were doing so much two tight end. I wonder if that's part of the reason, because they were married to the two tight end personnel grouping, and now with Dalton Schultz out, potentially out, that's gonna be a little bit of a question. Now, speaking of Cooper Rush, how about this next gen stat of the game? Cooper Rush, he's 16 of 24 passing, 209 yards, touchdown when he was not under pressure. But he was 6 of 8 passing for 76 yards and a touchdown when he was blitzed against the Bengals. And why is this important? Because you're about to go up to New York where Wink Martindale takes his old Baltimore Raven defense to the Giants, and all that dude wants to do is blitz. Constantly, left and right, that dude is looking to send pressure at damn near every single play, more than any other defensive coordinator in the league right now. And so the fact that Cooper Rush was 6 of 8 for 76 yards and a touchdown when he was blitzed versus the Bengals, somewhat encouraging for what you might see a heavy dose of when you go to New York on Monday night.
Yeah, I think that's huge. If a quarterback can't handle the blitz, I think they don't know the offense. They don't know their hot routes. They're overwhelmed by the pressure. They're panicking and scared of getting hit. And I don't think any of those things apply to Cooper Rush right now. There's a real benefit, I think, of having that continuity. Even though nobody in the league wanted him when he was available, he's been around for so long. There's real value there.
Yeah, I tell you what, will be interesting to see what happens. The Giants, I just watched a little bit of their game against Carolina. Other than really Leonard Williams, man, I did not see anything that totally scared me. Now, Ojulari is banged up right now, and Thibodeau, their first-round pick, is banged up as well. Neither one of those guys played or have played. So if, in fact, you get through this week and they don't have Ojulari or Thibodeau, that pass rush will look a lot different for the Giants. They're going to have to bring some pressure with blitzes in order to make that to work, because I didn't see it just on normal down and distances other than Leonard Williams.
We're going to go around the Giants coming up at 3:40, and Williams is hurt.
Yeah, there you go.
So
which would be real nice. A lot of people on the Twitch right now are talking about and they're kind of disparaging Tulsa and the level of play. Tyler Smith, it makes sense he went to Tulsa, and I just think that's unfair, Broadus.
I think it's unfair.
I really do.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm glad you come around on that.
Yeah, so some NFL overreactions. Where are you at on this overreaction? The Bucks defense is going to have to carry Tom Brady this year. We buying that?
Well, they've scored 20 points twice. I think they needed Cole Beasley. I think they'll get it figured out. We saw it all the time with New England looking like they had weaknesses, and I believe in Tom Brady. He'll get this figured out. Yeah, they're going to score a lot of points, and I think that's an elite team.
I think they've got some things down there that are really problematic, though. I think this thing with Tom Brady, I think he's struggling with this off the field stuff too. And you can see the violence on the sidelines. I mean, we've seen him throw the equipment and stuff like that before and yell and scream.
Oh, he's got to win. You can't leave your old lady and your whole family and take L's out there every game. It's serious.
That's true.
I just feel like that, man, that he's close to really, really exploding, where it's to the point where you're like, man, he might have to take some time away from this.
Well, every Wednesday they're giving him wifey Wednesdays now. Tom Brady does not have to show up to work.
We'll see. It
won't be enough.
Yeah.
I do think that Tom and the offense will get it together for sure. I mean, let's not forget they played two of the best defenses in the sport. Really,
they're about to catch Green Bay at home too.
And you're on the road. You're going to Dallas and our defense. And then you're going to New Orleans and their defense. We know how many fits they've presented to the Bucs over the years. They got the Godwin issue that they're dealing with right now from the injury standpoint. The offensive line
Julio Jones
banged up. So I think as the season progresses, offensive line will probably get better, assuming they're not just continuously getting injured. And then you get Godwin back, and I think you're going to be fine. When you're not playing Micah Parsons, when you're not playing Dennis Allen and the Saints on the road, these offensive numbers I think are going to look great. And don't get me wrong, the Bucs defense is the real deal, and that's something that's encouraging for me as well moving forward for the Cowboys. Like seeing what the Bucs defense did to Jameis Winston on the road. In New Orleans, where they just completely shut him down. It's like, okay, maybe that crappy offensive performance in week one partially had to do with the fact that the Bucs defense is absolutely the real deal.
That's a good point.
So, I mean, just if you're trying to keep snorting the hopium there a little bit. But, okay, that'll do it.
All right, there he is, Eric Chiafalo with some fantastic NFL content to kick off our 3 o'clock hour when we return here in the G-Bag Nation. NBA training camp is just a week away. We're going to go around the Mavs, including 2 really interesting trade possibilities for the team to consider before training camp gets started. That's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk about a different nation, though. It is Window Nation, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. They have something really great going on for you. You know, training camp is just 1 week away. That is right, September 27th. Segment's brought to you by Soda, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Is the Mavericks roster good enough right now to get back to where they were last season in the Western Conference Finals? They add Christian Wood, a couple of other role players, and they get Tim Hardaway Jr. healthy. But training camp's a week away. I expected another trade for a ball handler, a point guard scorer by now, and they haven't done it. So I want your thoughts on it. Maybe you think this team is good to go. As we go around the Mavs, we'll start with a couple of trade ideas, and there is a former Mav that's available that I think would change things significantly. The Suns are making former Mav Jay Crowder available. It would be awesome to get him back. You talk about getting some toughness, some defense, some rebounding. You know, he can play on the perimeter, but he's also a big. And he's going into the final year of his contract at $9 million. The Suns would reportedly be willing to spend to make something happen, take more salary back than they give, and they're talking to the Jazz about Bogdanović. So if I'm the Mavs, I'm trying desperately to get in some sort of a three-way trade proposal where the Mavs could send the Jazz something and maybe the Mavs get Crowder as a contender. I know Jay Crowder would rather come to the Mavs than go to the Utah Jazz, who are initiating some sort of a rebuild. But yeah, Jay Crowder's one of those names that when I saw he was available, Eric, I was like, hello, there's a real player that could jump right into the Mavs rotation. And if a guy like that was around, then I would think much more strongly about them as contenders.
Yeah, I would love a move like that with the expiring contract as well. That's always nice. There's no long-term commitment there, but as you mentioned, the toughness, the defense, and I don't know that the Mavericks can really get better defensively than they were last year, but if you want to remain at that level or at least attempt to be even better, a guy like Jay Crowder can help you do that. And then it comes down to like how much is he helping you with the three-point? Because like when you go back to the Phoenix championship run that they had before they lose to the Bucks in the finals, he was shooting 39% from three. Okay. And you're like, okay, but that's for the most part, that's an outlier. He's usually about 34%.
Okay.
And so last year he got back to being just under 35%. The year prior to the 39% three-point shooting for Jay Crowder was 34. The year before that, 33. The year before that, 32. He's got two outlier years where it's 39% three-point shooting. Otherwise, he's consistently about 34 or 35. So
that's a remarkable gap.
Yeah, it's a weird deal. He can be a little bit streaky at times. Like when he was on the Miami Heat and they had their bubble run. Throughout the playoffs, he was knocking them down, and then he got to the finals and he just kind of went cold. But I still think he provides enough from a three-point standpoint that he's not a liability. But you would love, man, if you can get that 38 or 39% like Phoenix had from Jay Crowder 2 years ago, plus the defense and the toughness and all that, like he would be a really nice piece, I would say.
Former Mav went to Boston in the Rondo trade, and he's a Mav we should never have let go, Brian.
No, and it's funny, I was looking at his projections, and when you were talking about, they've already put out projections for what he would be for 22 and 23, talking about almost 7.3 attempts for threes and then of a make of 2.6. So
right around 35% or so.
Yeah. So
yeah, slightly under league average. Yeah, not a horrible number. You have to respect that in the association.
I think the thing about it is that when you talk to people over with the Mavericks, the first thing they always say it's if you ask them about a player, the first thing they'll tell you about if the guy can play defense or not. That just seems to be like when they're looking at their team right now, they're like, give us all the defenders.
I love
give us all the tough guy. Do you kind of feel like Jay Crowder's that guy?
Absolutely.
He's kind of a tough guy, defender, 32 years old.
He'll dirty the game up if you need him to.
Those kind of guys make sense to me if you're going to go make an older. Just from talking to the guys over there down the road from.
You get defense, toughness, and rebounding, and a guy that can shoot well. I won't say it good, but. Yeah. The chance of shooting 39% from three or 34% from three, either one of those you take, especially in a guy who can defend.
Yeah, and the versatility you have, because then you just add another guy into that Bullock and Dodo realm of the roster. And you got the Bang Bros with those two guys. You bring Jay Crowder in. Now you got even more depth. And if you want to run wings all over the place in certain matchups, you have the ability to do that. 3 lockdown dudes.
Okay, 817. I think with Crowder, it matters what type of three ask him to shoot. He would have a better average here because it's spot up shots. In Miami, he had success because Wade was ball dominant.
Hey, that honestly, great point, 817, because you see these guys, all these dudes, their numbers pretty much go up playing next to Luka. So you'd have to think that the shots, especially the corner 3 shots, no one's better at setting up the corner 3 open look for their teammate in the entire league than Luka.
Yeah.
So you got to think the quality of shots would go up for Jay Crowder here, and that should in turn raise up that percentage.
Okay, Bleacher Report did one trade for every NBA team before camp. For the Mavs, they go with Kevin Love, and I was shocked to see his name. He was with the Cavaliers last season, still is, but he was top 20 in the league in box plus minus, which is a fancy analytic that they use, but he had really impressive numbers, 23 and 12, and he shot 39% from 3, and he played in 74 games, something like that. I wouldn't do it. He's always hurt, and he has 3 years at $30 million per year left on his contract. I can't imagine if you trade for him, he'll ever be tradable again, because it seems like a significant injury and surgery is always just right around the corner with him. But there would be a lot of upside to that move if you could make it happen.
Yeah, I reached out to some folks when that one was going down the line, and I said, I said, hey, Kevin Love, question mark kind of thing, and they was like, I don't think so. So that's a couple of people's different opinion about Kevin Love. I think the money, I think the availability. But yeah, those numbers are pretty impressive though for him.
He turned back the clock on you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're going around the Mavs here with training camp starting in 1 week. Next Tuesday, there'll be a media day. We'll have audio, and we're really excited. Hopefully they can get off to a hot start and carry over that momentum for us. I know Mavs fans are definitely ready, but let's have it be so good that it becomes like, a real bandwagon, like there's gravity towards pulling the entire Metroplex into this thing. And in order to do that, you got to start like 10-1. You got to put the league on notice that we have unfinished business. Is this roster ready to do that? I'm not sure, but if you have Luka, you have the offense. You're going to have a top 5 offense. Can you play good defense? And it appears they have every intention of being even better on defense this year. Now, speaking of Luka, left off the Eurobasket all-tournament team.
What?
Yeah, he was. It was more a tip of the cap to the players who were in the final than acknowledgement of who the best players in the tournament were. So Dennis Schroeder, Willie Hernan-Gomez, Lorenzo Brown go along with Rudy Gobert and Giannis. Yeah, I bet Luke is chapped over that one.
Yeah, I actually like it. From a Mavs standpoint, as a fan, I like it. Like, let's poke the bear a little bit.
He's punishing a 12-pack right now.
Right,
thinking
you
about
settle down. 12-pack of Marlboros?
Yeah, he's got one hanging from the lips and a beer in the hand kind of thing.
Guarantee it's a parliament. It's something funky like that.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Probably rolled it himself.
Brian, I can't believe you said that, though, about the 12-pack. It's 1 a.m. in Slovenia. He's easily onto his second 12-pack.
Yeah, dude. Think about the timing here.
He's right now, he's bargaining to keep the bar open is what he's doing right now.
How much?
How much? He's got a handful of money. He's trying to keep the bar open for
I only
him.
got one more week. Zion Williamson's trainer has painted the picture on how much better shape he is in. Said they worked out twice daily.
Ooh.
He's now a better athlete than he was before the injury started. Changed his body composition, his body weight, his body fat. It's all looking much better. If he can stay healthy, I think the Pelicans are going to be a major problem coming up this year. Yeah. I don't know if they're ready to make the jump to absolute contender, but I can see them making a lot of noise in the playoffs.
You talk about a team that weathered the storm this year with Zion being out, and they made the trade, and they fighting for the play-in game and stuff like that, right? Didn't we?
Yeah.
Did we get that all squared up? Yeah,
they did.
They were a team after the trade deadline that started playing pretty well, and so yeah. And also a side story here that Zion is now living in another state. He's not living in Louisiana.
Okay, that'll
I'm just making that up.
Okay,
so he doesn't have to.
He brought a chef with him. Don't worry about
it. He's in a whole other state. He still has the 504 area code.
No.
They're flying him in for games. Is what they're going to do.
He moved to Kansas City. He likes barbecue now.
He's not hanging out down in Bourbon Street.
He's hanging out with Andy Reid now. Is that what you're alleging,
I'm just
Lucius?
saying he's hanging out somewhere where he can't eat all that Louisiana food. I'm sure.
He looks looks like he's one king cake short of diabetes half the time.
I told you I worry about that myself.
I am very much looking forward to seeing what he looks like in the preseason, though. And we're about just 2 weeks from getting some preseason action. And when you talk about athleticism, vision, skill set, I think it's only LeBron as far as the total package to be a great basketball player and impose your will athletically on people. Zion has greatness written all over him. You know,
he does. He's an efficiency monster.
Over him. You can't miss it.
There's a lot of greatness on that body there.
We have Doc Rivers news, don't we, Chiafalo?
We do. I did want to mention, speaking of really good bodies right now, dear God, did you see Kawhi Leonard? It's okay if you didn't. I just DM'd you, boys. I just slid into your DMs right now on Twitter, you too, Lucius, with the thighs and the quads and the hamstrings of Kawhi Leonard. It looks photoshopped to me. I don't even know if I can fully agree. Like, this is insane right now. We haven't seen Kawhi Leonard in a while because he's always banged up, but this dude has been doing everything except skipping leg day in his time out of basketball. Look at those things. Those quads are absolutely no joke. And everything else about his body looks just like what you remember it. It's like a thin, kind of lean basketball player. And then now he's what is he? He's quads Leonard.
Yeah, quads Leonard.
I like that a lot.
I think what you have here is physical therapy legs. Dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're doing all that work to be rehabilitated and all the other muscles are coming along for the ride.
If you put your thumb on the picture and cover up his upper half and you just look at the lower half, I'm looking at AJ Dillon of the Packers. Like, that's what I feel like I'm looking at right now. Or say Quadzilla, Nick Bosa. Please take a look at these quads. Kawhi Leonard is he looks like a fullback.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we're throwing out Gifford. We need to give Kawhi Leonard a call. Sure. For just short yardage stuff.
There's not a happier man in the association for it to be Hoochie Daddy season. You know what I'm talking about?
Great call. Great call. Okay, you mentioned Doc Rivers, head coach, Philadelphia 76ers. We saw the beard, James Harden, sitting what would be considered courtside if it was basketball, but it was field side last night for Monday Night Football, sweet side. And he was getting a game ball from Jalen Hurts or somebody there when they scored. So he's loving the Philly sports scene right now.
Slay gave him a ball after the interception.
Oh, it was Slay. Slay was a monster last night. Jeez. But yeah, Doc Rivers had a bad weekend because his Twitter account had showed that he was just liking a lot of not safe for work kind of tweets. And so
had some time on his hands.
Seemed like it. Yeah.
You got to bookmark those joints, man. You don't like them. Everybody sees your likes, Doc.
That's the pro tip.
You got to bookmark them.
And it's understandable that a kind of an older person wouldn't understand the fact that their likes could get. I mean, it's fair. Now, he's claiming hacked. Everybody's claiming hacked.
He was hacked.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he was hacked.
He's definitely
that's a faux pas from 2012.
Yeah.
You're not getting that. Wow, that's tough.
You
know the likes are public, don't you, Brian?
Oh yeah,
because you're social media savvy.
Oh no, I get what happens though. I've been like, people have gone after me about that. Like,
for your likes?
Well, no, it's because of the likes. If you say, okay, I'm a big fan of the female broadcasters or the broadcasters that
Me too, bro.
Yeah, that have success. I mean, the girls that get opportunity and stuff like that you meet along the way and you're happy for them.
He's talking about the hot ones, isn't he, Lucius?
Yeah,
I mean, there's no. I'm just talking. There's a lot of girls at DallasCowboy.com that I've worked with through the years, and everybody's like, "Oh no, you're like a creepy guy," and all. No, I'm happy for them. I'm happy that they're getting recognized and getting opportunities.
Well, I think maybe
so you can't like something. You really want to be nice about it and like what they're doing, and you say, "Hey, great." But no, you're.
I hear you, man. I'm really, really happy for Michaela Andrews. You know,
I think.
Yeah, you should be. She's doing a great job.
Is she showing off her necklace in the photo? I got a brand new necklace, and it's leaning over in the joint. It's a great necklace.
Doc Rivers,
it's amazing. I'm gonna give that a like.
Big snow bunny guy, Doc Rivers.
We got to run.
He was hacked.
We got to go around the Giants' top headlines about this week's opponent here in the G-Bag Nation. At 2-0, is this now a divisional rival the Cowboys have to respect again for the first time in years? We'll find out here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about my Yeah. All right, welcome back, Nation. Let's go around the Giants, figure out what's going on here. What has propelled them to 2-0? And should we be more worried about a team that's been a Cowboys punching bag now for years? Around the Giants here in just a minute. Dennis Houston cut by the Cowboys. So I don't know exactly what that is to make room for or what they have in mind. Obviously, you got Michael Gallup getting healthy. What do you have, Brian? What's going on there?
I reached out and because I thought maybe it was to get, Jason Peters is on the practice squad. So I thought maybe it was a chance to elevate him, but the word I got back was they're not sure yet. So,
okay.
So, yeah.
But they knew Houston had to go.
Yeah, they it was funny because to me, when, you got a couple of guys, I knew they were going to have to make a move. If they get Gallup up, he's already on the 53. So, you have him, but to get him active, you had to
deactivate somebody.
Houston or Simi Fehoko. Let's be honest here, guys. Gallup, come on up. Tolbert, you need to start playing. You need to start learning what it's like to get ready for NFL games.
For sure. Yeah.
Simi Fehoko, I'm sorry. You can stand over here and you can practice and do everything. We'll keep you there, but you're just going to be inactive every week. I think Tolbert gets it now. I think Tolbert, after the last couple of weeks, I think Tolbert's like, okay, I got to practice better. I got to be better prepared. I got to do things the right way. For me to be able to dress every week, I have to do things that they want me to do. I think 2 weeks is enough. They need to get him on the active roster.
Now, that's great stuff. Now, tomorrow in Krusty's Corner at 2:40, Brian is going to give you a film breakdown of what the Giants have been up to in their 2-0 start. They beat the Titans, who might have fallen off the map, and then they beat the Panthers. So it's possible they've just beaten two non-playoff teams, but still, that's been a challenge for them. So maybe they're a little bit better. But they did win these games by a combined 4 points.
Yeah.
And they've scored a combined 40 points themselves. So it is a bit of a bad offense still there with the New York Giants. Now, there's talk today in New York as we do go around the Giants. Tiki Barber, Giants legend, he does the show
Sneaky Tiki.
There he is. He does the show Tiki and Tyranny on CBS Sports out of New York. And they said it's possible the Giants end up trading for Lamar Jackson. So if the Ravens don't get a deal done, it looks like New York could be first in line to try to make a trade happen. And who knows, quarterbacks are traded more than ever, Brian.
Yeah, I honestly thought this was the team that needed to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, yeah.
I know when we were doing, when we were talking about, we were doing June radio and July radio, getting ready for football, and it's like, oh, well, the 49ers aren't going to sign him. I get it. Daniel Jones was not drafted by this current general manager, nor was he by the head coach. Mm-hmm. Unless you're coming in and doing the organization a favor, and they said, listen, hey, by the way, you guys need to see if Daniel Jones could actually play, and I thought the Giants should have been that team. To me, if you're really trying to change the culture, and they have, the Giants are 2-0. Right now they're changing the culture. Their coach
Lamar's got more upside than Jimmy, though.
But
if you're a team and you don't want to go with Jimmy because of limited upside, that's understandable. I get maybe you'd do it, but
yeah, but
I mean, at best you're getting like a 6 out of 10.
Okay, and I'm totally on board with. But what I'm interested to see, because the early film that I'm watching, what this Brian Daboll, the coaches with the Giants, he's trying to do things with Daniel Jones that they did with Josh Allen in Buffalo when they were at Buffalo. I mean, there's things you
get ready for a fumble record.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. To me, maybe if you go out and trade for Lamar, how much is that going to cost the Giants right there? It's going to cost them the picks. It's going to cost. Jimmy Garoppolo was a cheap option.
No, you're right. It might be better to trade for Jimmy than Lamar if you consider what you got to move.
All of a sudden, if you're in a situation in like Jimmy's proven winner.
Yeah.
He's a proven where he's not going to mess the games up.
I think I'd probably rather just wait to draft a guy, but if they're going to have like a 500 year, they might not be in position to draft one.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Brian Daboll and Lamar Jackson would scare the bleep out of me if that was ever a coach and quarterback combo in this division.
Yeah, it could wreak havoc.
Would not be cool.
Okay, let's look at their defense. They have had success with the defense, and the Cowboys are going to have to be ready for a super loud crowd. Carolina had to go silent after the new DC, Wink Martindale, convinced the fans to be rowdy and loud. He said, I know New Yorkers are loud. We need to be loud in the stadium. They have to go on silent count in here. If you want to be part of changing this culture with the Giants, be loud and have that place rocking. And the fans came ready. And after they had success, they're looking forward to turning it up a notch with the Cowboys. So the Cowboys be ready for some crowd noise.
And the Giants need to be ready for crowd noise too. Yeah. Because the Cowboy fans show up in that place as well.
I love it.
That will be there. Okay, there will be video. Chief, you'll have a great time picking all the video out of fights in the stands at this place.
Oh, I do look forward to that. I think with
the Cowboys fans. But that's what I'm saying. They show up. Cowboy fans show up at that place. Philadelphia, New York, Washington, they show up at these places.
It is fair to say, though, Monday night environment in New York versus that defense that's going to be blitzing you all night. It's going to be much different from a communication standpoint. A Monday night in New York for Cooper Rush and the offense as opposed to what it was on Sunday at home. It is going to be a much different feel for that offense on Monday night.
Hostile environment. Going to be some drunk people out there.
It's going to be OD crazy, dead ass B.
Yeah, for sure.
That's all New York slang, by the way.
Okay.
For those that understand New York slang.
I was just going
not
with
for
it,
nothing,
Yeah.
Not for nothing.
Injuries are a factor for the G-men. Leonard Williams, big defensive lineman, has not missed a game in 114 starts.
Right.
Incredible Iron Man of the position. Sprained his MCL, likely out 2 to 4 weeks. Kayvon Thibodeau, remember, he sprained his MCL when he took that hit in preseason. He still hasn't been back, even though last week he said he was very confident he would return. He is still not returned. So we'll see how that situation plays out.
No word on Ojulari, Azeez Ojulari. Yeah, that's another one they're kind of dealing with right now. I need to run that one back. But yeah, I'll tell you what, Leonard Williams, if Ojulari and Thibodeau and those guys are out, and then with Leonard Williams, all right, it's on. And I'm not feeling sorry for the Giants because nobody feels sorry for you when you lose guys. So that's tough. But I think that the Cowboys, it's a lot better matchup with all those guys I mentioned not being on the defensive side of the ball for the Giants. I think that helps a lot.
Okay, speaking of good matchups, their wide receivers are David Sills, Richie James, and Kadarius Toney, who had 2 catches for 0 yards.
Yep.
Galladay totally benched other than 2 snaps on Sunday, so they got a little bit of drama. But they're going total meritocracy, and if you were under the former regime signing, they got no time for you.
Nope.
And Pro Football Network's Aaron Wilson says the Giants are running that meritocracy after Golladay had 37 catches last season. His career as a star appears to be over, but releasing him would create a $25 million cap hit.
And they don't have any cap space, I believe. My man Dave Gettleman just ran them into the ground.
Whoopsie. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
That was good work.
Yeah, Saquon is really just their entire offense for the most part. They don't really have much else going on. Saquon is second in the league right now in terms of yards from scrimmage. So it's just like hand him the ball, throw him the ball, whatever you can do, get him involved.
I like the matchups up front from what I've seen so far. I watched the Little Giants. They'll do a lot more tonight. I do like the Cowboys defensive front seven against this Giant offensive line.
One of the best defenses we've seen for the Cowboys in a long, long time. We'll chat with one of our favorite Cowboys defensive players of all time, Barry Church. He'll step in with the G-Bag Nation, tell us what he thinks this defense and this team's potential is here in 2022. Barry Church is next here in the Nation. I want to chat about
MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. At ease. There's former Cowboy scout Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh, doing his best to keep the Gators down. Eric Chiafalo, Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers Player Show is coming up at 4:20. Big John Gray, the pitcher, is going to join us for a nice little baseball conversation. But it's time now to do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls listening from all around the world, I present to you number 42, Barry Church.
Shoot chap. Here he is, Barry Church. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's always great to have you. Where do you want to start? What are you seeing that's worked so well for the defense, and how far could it carry this team if the offense does, let's say, remain underwhelming? Could this carry you to multiple playoff victories?
If they keep playing the way they've played these past 2 weeks, without a doubt in my mind, this can be a defense that can carry this team deep into the playoffs. And to me, the biggest thing that's pretty much changed with this defense is you don't see any more solo tackles out there. You don't see any guys, one-on-one tackles out there, because to me, that's one of the hardest things to do in the National Football League is to tackle a guy open in open field like that. And we saw from this last week and the first week, there's multiple hats at the ball each and every time. 1, 2, 3, bang, bang, bang. Hats just coming to the ball and corralling, and those guys are gang tackling out there. So you don't see a lot of yards after the catch once these receivers do catch the ball. This team is flying around, and right now they're hitting on all cylinders. And that's not even without talking about, what this defensive line has been able to do to opposing offensive line so far this year. So to me, this is a defense that without a doubt can carry this team long into the playoffs if they remain healthy and if they remain playing at this extremely high level.
Now, you were on that Jags team. Did it go to the AFC title game and play the Patriots? Mm-hmm. Is that what I remember?
Yeah, we got Brady, man. We got Brady like a lot of teams out here.
You got Bortles.
Football league seem to do.
You got Bortles.
Yeah,
that's what happened to you, Barry. How much would you say that Jags defense clearly better than this defense? Are they comparable? How would you compare and contrast?
I would say they're very comparable. Our defensive line in Jacksonville in 2017, I mean, we were extremely stacked. I mean, we had a younger Dante Fowler out there, Calais Campbell, Yannick Ngakoue. I mean, we were Marcel Daria. I mean, we had a stacked defensive line. So, I mean, we didn't have we didn't have a Micah Parsons, though. So I would say that this D-line maybe gives them a little notch ahead just because they got a Micah Parsons on their D-line as well. But we were stacked. I mean, we were stacked. They called us Stacksonville for a reason because those guys were getting after the quarterback, and it definitely made my job a heck of a lot easier back there being in the secondary. So I would say these defenses are very comparable, and if Dallas's defense continues to hunt the quarterback the way they've been doing, I mean, the sky's the limit. That secondary play is going to be easy for those guys back there, and Diggs is going to be able to do what he does best, and that's keep his eyes on the quarterback and go ahead and take gambles on the ball because it has to come out fast, especially when you got 11 out there hunting. So to me, these defenses are very comparable, and hopefully they can have the same result, but take it a little step further than we did.
Now, I know you love watching your safeties. How about our guy Donovan Wilson on Sunday? The dude was all over the place.
He was flying. He was flying all over the place. And he kind of reminded me of, J.J. Wilcox, back in the day, how his ability to just fly around and make big collisions out there. To me, I thought they would miss Curse a little bit more than they did. But that defensive line, the way they were hunting, I guess his play really didn't come into effect. But, that safety room is extremely deep. When you talk about Curse, Hooker, Wilson out there, and I even seen Mukwamu getting some snaps as well. He's very versatile as well. So this is an extremely deep safety room, and I would have to say it's probably the deepest it's been since my time being with the Cowboys, and even before that. So hats goes off to that room. I mean, they're playing extremely well.
Barry, when you do watch this defense play, and then you watch Dan Quinn, what's the next thing that you could see him doing with Micah Parsons? I mean, he's going to have to be creative because of teams probably locking on to him. But is there something you think in your mind like, okay, this is the next thing you're going to see Micah Parsons do?
I mean, he's doing a lot with Micah Parsons right now. He's kind of like a defensive weapon. I mean, you see him on the outside, you see him at that stack linebacker position. But what I'd like to see just a little bit more when you're playing against, the better quarterbacks out there, I would like to see him, do more stuff up the middle. Maybe do some stunts with those defensive tackles. I mean, we've seen it last year when he blitzed up the middle. He was able to get pressure on those quarterbacks extremely quick. So I know he's doing a heck of a job at the second level with the linebacker position. He's doing a hell of a job coming off the edge and just being just fierce, just motor nonstop. But when we get to those better quarterbacks and maybe they had better tackle situations on those teams, I would like to see him do a little bit more on the inside, maybe blitzing from that linebacker position, maybe off the ball a little bit as well, just to confuse the better quarterbacks out there. But right now, I mean, Dan Quinn is hitting on all cylinders when it comes to Micah Parsons.
It's Barry Church here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Did you watch the Eagles last night?
Oh, I did. I did watch those Eagles.
What do you think? Cowboys, Eagles, who's going to win this division?
Man, you put me on the spot with that one. I mean, I really like what the Eagles are looking like offensively right now. I have to say, with Hurts, I had my doubts, thinking about his throwing the football and accuracy and all that. But I don't know who he worked with in the offseason, but it seemed to me that he kind of found it a little bit as far as throwing the football. We all knew he had that athleticism. We all knew he was going to be able to use that read option. He was going to be able to perform that well. But when you're talking about, throwing the football accurate and making, great decisions as a quarterback and keeping the ball out of harm's way, so far, I know it's early, only week 2, but, I mean, the guy looks special back there. He looks special back there, and when you got a guy like A.J. Brown, who's a bona fide number 1 out there, he can cause problems for your defense. And he's not the only one. You got Smith, the former first-rounder, and then you got a great tight end in Dallas Goedert as well. So they're loaded at the skill position offensively. Offensive line, they have a solid offensive line as well, led by Jason Kelsey. So to me, they're going to be a formidable opponent, when we go against them, I think, in week 7 or 8. And defensively, I mean, you got to like what they did on that D-line. I mean, I know we haven't seen much of Jordan Davis out there, and Cox is always going to be a beast as well. But I like what they did on the defensive side of the ball. Secondary's flying around, so they'll definitely be a tough matchup when the Cowboys face the Eagles.
Barry, you being that former, safety and big-time hitter and all those things, everything about your game was with the physicality and all that. When you have a team that has a backup quarterback, can you give us what your thoughts is? Your defense is playing well, but you got a backup quarterback running your offense. Is it even more pressure on you guys to have to perform, or is it like, no, we just got to go out there and make plays no matter what?
You got to make plays no matter what, but I'm not gonna lie. I mean, when I was playing and Romo went down or something like that, it was just a heightened sense that hey, we got to step up. We can't let these guys get an easy score, or we can't give up the big play with a busted coverage, because you just never knew what was going to happen offensively. I mean, we were out there, Matt Castle, no disrespect, but he was nowhere near the quarterback that Tony Romo was. So. Sure. When Romo went down for those times, I mean, it was definitely heightened pressure on the defensive side of the ball. We weren't, we took the ball away a little bit, but we were never, household names on the defensive side of the ball. So it was even more pressure on us to play outside of our skills. And, I think that hurt us in the long run, because everybody was reaching just to try to make that play and just try to make that touchdown saving whatever to help our offense out, and it ended up biting us in the butt. So defensively, I mean, when you're playing with a backup quarterback, it definitely gives you that heightened sense of we got to play better, but you just don't want to play you still want to play within yourself. You don't want to try to be somebody you're not, because that's when you get exposed out there. And right now, this defense is flying around, and hopefully they can continue that stellar play.
Now, what happens when the injury's on the other side of the ball and you're up against a backup? Like, how much more comfortable would you be trying to defend a Cooper Rush offense than Dak?
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we'd be sending the house at Cooper Rush, man. We would have sent the house and maybe have like a lurker somewhere in the middle to help pick up crossers, but we would make him get that ball out of his hands quick, make him think like, oh man, just speed him up a little bit, just make him not as comfortable as he is back there. Because I feel like the Bengals, for some reason, I mean, they didn't really send the house as much, and they let Cooper Rush get extremely comfortable back there, and he was efficient. He was accurate when he's comfortable back there. So to me, if I'm going against a Cooper Rush or a backup type quarterback, I'm sitting in the house. I'm speeding you up, and I'm making sure you you know that, hey, we're coming after you the entire afternoon. So, but Cooper Rush, he definitely was able to handle that, and he got the job done.
Barry Church with us here on The Fan. What'd you see from Dak in week one?
It seemed like rusty to me. He seemed like a guy that, didn't play any preseason. I know he took his reps, in those combined practices, but you'll never be able to replicate, the game in practice. And it just seemed to me, not even Dak, but just the whole offense as a whole just seemed extremely rusty out there week one. They seemed to step up a little bit when week two came around in Cooper Rush, and I just think that was just a heightened sense of, hey, everybody has to step up because we got a backup quarterback in here. So I think that's what that was. So to me, next week is really going to be, or this week coming up, is really going to be the telltale of how this team is going to, as a whole, go with Cooper Rush, because it's no longer that, all right, man, we got hyped for just one game. This is multiple games going in a row, and we'll see how this team performs.
So maybe that was the secret sauce to your great Jaguar defense that year, because you had Bortles, and so you guys just had that heightened sense. You played like you were playing with a backup quarterback every Sunday.
Yeah, and I couldn't believe they wouldn't pay the guy the next year. Like, he's the reason we went to the AFC Championship. I mean, I just couldn't believe it. I knew then, my career is coming to an end here soon.
That's bad football ops right there in Jacksonville. You're doing
bad football ops, man.
Speaking of those joint practices you guys used to do in Oxnard, though, is there any fan base that makes you less comfortable to be around than the Raiders?
Man, I tell you what, every single time we went up against the Raiders, whether it's a combined practice or a preseason game, I mean, you always had to have your head on a swivel. I mean, those fans, there's some rowdy fans over there, and the players hype it up. They feed all into it. I don't think there was one combined practice with the Raiders that I've been a part of that didn't end in a fight of some sort. I mean, you had guys that never even threw punches for the Cowboys fighting against the Raiders. I mean, it was it was definitely an experience out there, but those guys are definitely rowdy when it comes to their Raiders.
Let me ask you this. So you mentioned the name, and I have a picture on my phone of J.J. Wilcox hitting Dez that time. Barry, you remember that fight they had that time, Barry, on that field?
Oh, I was right there, man. I was playing.
I want to ask you.
Playing down.
Yeah. How many punches did Wilcox throw before Dez even knew what hit him? I think on film it looked like he hit him with 5 punches before Dez even knew what was happening.
Well, you're correct, my man. That man threw the fastest 5 punches I've ever seen in my life. Like, it was, I mean, he connected with Dez about 3 or 4 of those 5 punches.
Yeah.
And it was just like, everybody was like, whoa, what did just happen? I mean, and kudos to Dez because he had a strong chin. He didn't go down, but after those 5 punches, I'm going to tell you right now, he didn't really want any more parts of that. It was one of those situations where, hey, somebody get in front of me real quick while I yell at this guy over there. I mean, those punches that he was throwing, I mean, they were lightning quick. And ever since then, man, I've been calling that guy the Juice Man, man.
Yeah. I know one
he
thing.
was just tagging him.
We were watching tape that night, and I remember, like, and I'll tell you what, the video guys of the Cowboys, they film the fights. You see what's happening.
It's pure entertainment.
It is. And Wilcox, I mean, his hands were blurs. They were going so fast. And Dez, like, was kind of taking him, like he was getting a hit. But it's funny when you brought that name up. I have a picture on my phone of Dez just getting lit up by Wilcox.
It was one of the classics. It was a classic training camp fight, man. I think it started because he like blew him up across the middle or something.
He did.
And Dez got up chirping, and Wilcox got up throwing.
He said something that Wilcox did not like, and next thing you know, it was mayhem on that field.
So
it was a classic throwdown, man. That was a good one.
Is Wilcox the top of the list when you think of like best fighting teammates you've ever had? Like, is there anybody that compares to Wilcox in your years of playing football in the league?
I'll tell you what, there's 3 cats that, I would always want with me if I was in a bar and a squabble just happened to have out. It would be Wilcox would be one of those guys, Greg Hardy, and then Tyrone Crawford.
There you go.
Tyrone Crawford, man. That dude, if I'm in a bar fight, I'm in a foxhole, give me Crawford and we're getting out of there, man.
Okay. Yeah, there's video evidence that he can get the job done.
I like that.
Without a doubt, man.
That was impressive.
What'd you think about the way Mike Evans had Tom Brady's back on Sunday?
I'm telling you, he either loves Tom Brady or he hates Marshawn Lattimore, because those dudes, every time they suit up, they got some type of beef going on. He was protecting his quarterback out there. You got to respect that. But to me, I didn't respect the kind of sneakness he did with it. You go off to the sidelines, you stay on the sidelines, but then you coming back on there with a guy's back turned. I didn't really like that part of it, but that's just an offensive thing. Us defensive guys, we gonna say it to your face, man. But that's just how it goes,
Yeah. Well, it seemed like Tom Brady was chirping quite a bit. In your experience, do you get like trash talking quarterbacks generally?
No. Brady, he will talk to you. He'll talk to you a little bit. Phillip Rivers, man. In my time, Phillip Rivers, he won't curse at you. He won't curse at you.
A lot of dadgummits from Phil.
Yeah, he'll dadgummit you to death, man, and he'll let you know if he got you on a play. He'll definitely let you know, man. He talks a lot of stuff. Him and Sean Lee used to go at it back in the days, man. Believe it or not, those two. I mean, they get after it. But Phillip Rivers, man, he'll definitely let you know about it.
Now, is Sean Lee doing a lot of dadgummits as well?
No, see, Sean, he'll kill you with kindness, man. Like he'll kill you with the kind of, that was a good route, man. You almost got me. You almost got me. If you do this here, do that there, you might have a chance. Like he'll try to coach you up on the field while he's beating you down, man. It's kind of, you're like, man, what type of trash talking is that? But he gets under a lot of people's skin that way. And Witten as well. I mean, Witten was a huge trash talker, especially in practice, man.
Yeah.
I don't get it, man. He got open and he'll let you hear it, man.
That was one of my favorite memories of Oxnard, him telling the defensive coaches to get this safety or that safety off the field. It was incredible.
Yeah, he was probably talking to me, man, but
I don't know. I think it was Brodney Poole or something, but that's neither here nor there. Barry, thank you so much. Cowboys going to get the dub?
Yeah, we're going to get the dub. We're going to get the dub, man, against New York. I mean, I like what New York's been doing so far this year. They're playing solid defense over there. But to me, I just think Danny Dimes is a turnover waiting to happen. And I think we're going to be able to take advantage of that.
Boom. Book it. Love it, Barry. Have yourself a great week. We'll catch up with you sooner or later.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, there he goes. Barry Church right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Woolchuck for booking that. Woolchuck is on assignment with the Rangers. He is going to join you coming up in about 15 minutes or so after the Rangers player show. John Gray jumps in with you. We'll talk pitching with him next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about D&M. It's time for the Rangers Player Show. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state of the art. And the Frankels, if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Make sure you do not settle for less. The Rangers Show is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Remember to make a difference with Cars for Kids on September 22nd for North Texas Giving Day. Yes, Rangers pitcher John Gray is going to join us here in just a few minutes. It is National Pepperoni Pizza Day. Are there good pepperoni pizzas around DFW, you feel? You got to go looking for them, don't you? You're not just going to stumble upon a great pepperoni pizza in North Texas. It's one of my few complaints about the culinary scene. I think we have some of the best restaurants in the entire country. Maybe San Francisco, Chicago, New York, if I was going to pick a couple of spots. New Orleans. I feel like we're top 5, though, or at least in the hunt for top 5. But I want more pepperoni pizza spots that are like gourmet delicious. Maybe even get some by the slice action going. Mm-hmm. And then I feel like, I spent some time in Seattle, and up there's a huge Asian population, and they dominate like the teriyaki scene.
Sure.
Like you get amazing teriyaki bowls with, chopped up chicken and pork and all that good stuff. But, so I'm ready. I'm ready as soon as we want to, burst onto the scene here and enter the new era.
Yeah. Well, Friday we're going to see, right? Don't you get a place, Chief?
Yeah, we'll mess around. We'll mess around with a little NYPD. Yeah. And there's definitely some good pizza out here, but I'm with you when it comes to like the Chinese takeout, stuff like that. I don't know that we're really crushing it around here with that.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, there's a couple of chains, but I don't it's just the migration patterns. I mean, obviously we do quite well with the Tex-Mex scene and street tacos, stuff like that. It's just it's a reflection of, sort of the makeup as a community.
Yeah, some of the best in the country when it comes to the Mexican food.
Yeah.
We got the best in the country, I will say that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've had the California stuff, too much corn and weird stuff in it.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
No, we dominate a lot of items. Here, Sal's Pizza says the 682.
Oh, shout out to Cedar Hill. Yes, Sal's Pizza's great.
I don't think I've ever been there.
Downtown Cedar Hill's real good.
I need to have like a pizza tour day, DFW. 469 says New Orleans is overrated. I think you could say that if you're not into the seafood and stuff and the oysters and items like that, maybe it is. But I mean, you've made some incredible items for us over the years. I would not say they're overrated.
I think the thing about what makes New Orleans, and I think what makes any city interesting for food, is the influx of folks from around the world. There's a lot of folks that have settled down in New Orleans and stuff like that aren't from Louisiana, but they go down there, they want to learn about the culinary scene, and they open different restaurants. I think the thing that makes us great for food is the fact that so many different people from all around the world come and want to open up and say, oh, hey, like the food trucks. I think the food trucks is a great example of how people you don't have to go out and get a full meal, but you could go out and get a taste of something.
Yeah, something amazing.
Something amazing and stuff. But I think a lot of it is what's your population? And that's the thing with New Orleans is it's not just the Louisiana folks. It's people from all over the world. French cuisine comes in there, and they got Canadians. They got everybody that comes in there has got a different way of cooking. And that's what makes your city neat when you start to talk about food.
The 908 says, I'm from New Jersey, and Shiano's in Richardson is the closest I've had to New York pizza. Kraft Pies Pizza in Ennis. They're out there, What do we have? Papa Rolo's Pizza in Waco, Texas. Royal Chopsticks in Plano, Texas is great Chinese food. Yeah, I'm not talking necessarily about your classic Chinese food with your Szechuan and all that. I'm just talking about a bowl of white rice with teriyaki chicken that's chopped up and then the sauce put over the top. Sure. That's the teriyaki bowl, I guess it would be known. Jack in the Box has a cheap version of it, right? Mm-hmm. But imagine that on a gourmet level for $8. That's what I was more thinking about.
I think when I think of the Chinese food stuff, I think of the vegetables, and the vegetables with the combination with the sauce, with the protein, and then you've got to have the rice. You absolutely have to have that all together. And the fact that you can use different proteins. Well, I think I'm fascinated by wok cooking. How they use, and I can't tell you how many videos I've watched on YouTube of just a lot of those guys and gals that cooking in woks. I think it's a great way to cook. That high heat, searing things, and the way it all kind of comes together.
All right, speaking of baseball, though, Aaron Judge hit 2 more home runs. He's now closer to the record. They were off yesterday. They will visit the Rangers October 3rd, 4th, and 5th to finish the season. Yankees hosting the Pirates tonight. Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30 as they host the Angels. But 2 more home runs over the weekend. Didn't just mark his 11th multi-home run game of the season. They also put him within 2 now of Roger Maris' AL record. It's now almost certain that Judge will top the achievement as the Yankees have 16 games left to play, sitting on 59 home runs. He also hit a 2-run double in the 9th to help propel the Yankees to a 12-8 victory over the Milwaukee Brewers.
I wonder if he could get to 70. You know, that would be something. And another thing to keep an eye on, too, is Albert Pujols getting close to 700.
Okay.
He's going on a run a little bit, too. So, yeah, keep an eye on those 2 home run marks.
So from 59 to 70, 11 home runs in 16 games. I'm not like a baseball historian, but that would dang near have to be a historic type of run. 11 in 16 games. I know like Mattingly hit a home run and maybe Griffey Jr. hit a home run in like 8 or 9 games in a row. Remember that whole thing?
But if he keeps hitting like double digits.
Sure.
I mean, why not? I mean, you're playing the Pirates too. These guys have got 1 foot in the parking lot, you know, as is.
Yeah, I think it's fairly doable. And then Zach Wolchuk, I believe, is going to join us. He's down line over there at the ballpark. Help us out maybe with the top 10 list here in just a second. But Tom Brady has apologized, I guess, for breaking the tablet during the game. I don't get this getting mad at people who are venting on sidelines. Like, oh, that's violent. Apologize to people. Yeah, they're playing sports, you know?
Right.
This guy was just trying to literally knock me out. He was trying to give me a concussion. If he could legally, he would, right? So this is weird to me. Like, it happened to a basketball player, I think, during the NBA season, a baseball player, and it's like, it was Chris Sale, right? And they're like, oh, I can't believe he's exposing people to violence. He's having a temper tantrum. It's embarrassing. Shake yourself, softy, you know? Guess what? It's the history of humanity. Violence happens. Just observe it. You don't have to get all offended and be like, oh, you know, I was worried. I was scared. Shut up. Okay? You know, I don't get this whole deal right now.
You think it's for the kids?
I don't.
I'm not talking about the adults and stuff like that. Do you think that people are watching Tom Brady spike a?
I don't.
We're doing ayahuasca celebrations in the end zone now. They don't really give much a damn about the kids right now. And speaking of the kids, if you want to see a lot of iPads and stuff getting broken, catch Dawson on a soccer sideline near you on a weekend, and I would imagine you'll get plenty of those.
They know to keep all valuable devices away from me when I'm in a mode like that. Chiafalo.
We got to get a Dawson cam, coach cam on the weekends, and watch him just mother bleep these 10-year-old girls.
I have never used a real vulgar word in their presence.
You channeling Phil Rivers on the sidelines?
Joining us now is a Rangers pitcher out of Chandler High School and the University of Oklahoma, National Pitcher of the Year. He went on to the Rockies before joining the Rangers last winter and was the opening day starter. It's John Gray here on 105.3 The Fan. Afternoon, John. How you been?
Doing well. Thanks for having me, guys.
Well, yeah, thanks for joining us. Okay, so year one wrapping up. You've had a really good year, but the team is, about to lose 90 games. Are you still sure you made the right choice, John?
Yeah, I'm still sure. I know, I've been around the game enough to know, to see talent where it is, and this team is just full of talent, and it's a really young team. It's a really young team, and it's going to grow. And there's still going to be some moves made this offseason, I'm sure, and some things will get shaken up a little forward to here, and I'm excited about it. Really be a part of it and see where we're going to go.
John, I find one of the most fascinating stories about you is about what you did with the locks of love, and I wanted to ask you this question because when you were pitching with that long hair, it looks super, super cool. But you got a huge heart, and you gave your hair up for that. Do you miss pitching with your long hair?
Honestly, yeah, I do. I kind of miss it a little bit. It can get hot and heavy in the summer, but I kind of miss it. I like that primal feeling.
Yeah, it's kind of because like I said, you and your wife were talking about it. I think you would always, I was reading the stories about it. And I was like, man, this guy's got a great heart. And you made the decision. What led you to that, though? Was it just something you read, something you saw? Did something draw you to that?
It was actually one of the ground crew guys at Denver. I talked to him for quite a while one day, and he told me he donates his hair. His hair was really long too, and he asked me if I was interested in doing it. I said, yeah, I think that's something I'd be into. So there was a few companies to go through. Each one's a little bit different, but then again, they're all a really good cause, and some of them just go to children with they go through things, whether it's burns or anything like that. But or chemo, anything like that. So I think it's good to do no matter what. It's something I'm probably going to do again in the future. So.
John, I've been asking a couple of Rangers players this question throughout the season, taking a tally who's getting the most votes. The one player on the team you'd most like to have your back in some type of bar fight situation, who is that teammate?
On the whole team?
The whole team.
Adolis Garcia.
He's running away with this.
He's running away with it, no
this.
question.
Okay.
It's the biceps, isn't it?
For sure. I mean, it probably won't even be a fight if he's there.
We just take one look at him and say, I'm good.
Probably.
Do you have any teammate in the history of your career that it's more physically impressive than Adolis Garcia?
No, not that I can think of right now. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I can't think of anyone right now.
He's like a football player or a boxer, how built he is. Okay, it's John Gray here with you on 105 through the Fan. How much of a Sooners football fan are you?
I put a lot of blame over the last decade on myself because the more I watch them, the worse they do. So whenever I tend to not to watch them, they seem to be doing fine. So I try not to watch, but I do keep up.
So are you worried about the Longhorns maybe being back a little bit with Quinn Ewers? What do you say?
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. So, I think you're going to have their hands full, that's for sure.
When's the last time you did a horns down?
Oh, man, it's been a good decade. It's been a good decade, but I don't. There's a lot of schools I hate worse in Texas. So
okay, like who?
Yeah, give us a school. Who do you like more in Texas? John?
Oh gosh. I'll give you one. Oklahoma State.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Okay.
So the Bedlam game is out. Do you think that's messed up with moving to the SEC? They're not going to play that game anymore.
Yeah, that's a big piece, and that's going to be missing, and everyone's going to miss that. But I think it's definitely a step in the wrong direction.
For sure. Well, all right, John. It was good to catch up with you. We wish you nothing but the best. And seriously, I know it was kind of a weird question to open, but I'm glad that you still think it's a good decision because we really need pitching around here, and we're excited about what you guys can do next year.
Absolutely. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Take care, John. There he is, John Gray, with you here on 105.3 The Fan, Brian.
Yeah, and for being on with us, John's going to get that $100 gift certificate from Pluckers. There's 7 of those in DFW location, so hope he enjoys that and gets him some wings.
Okay, Brian heard some very interesting things at the Star today. We'll reset that for you coming up at 5:20. He saw something interesting as well, as we'll have more Cowboys content for you. But coming up next, we're going to go around the NFL and take a look at all the top stories from pro football here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation before we do anything else, though. Yes, Window Nation, the official.
folks, it's Kevin Hagelin, and I'd like you to join me as I sit down with Dak Prescott as part of the Fans I'm Listening special on Sunday morning, September 25th from 6 to 8 a.m. as together we spread awareness about mental health.
I'm Listening on the Fan is proudly presented by the Dallas-Fort Worth Hospital Council.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys are waiving wide receiver Dennis Houston. That news breaking about 45 minutes ago. He did have 2 catches, 16 yards in the first 2 games. Michael Gallup, Jalen Tolbert expected to be activated Monday night against the Giants. It's time to go around the NFL, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
There he is, Eric Chiafalo with first down.
All right, we got a great quote from Man Campbell, head coach, Detroit Lions. They asked him today, were you scouting Vikings, Eagles, Monday Night Football? Quote, normally, I watch it like any fan would. I fell over backwards in my chair, drunk after the second half. I couldn't even take notes anymore. Woke up, couldn't read my notes. But I'm back in this morning, took some aspirin, and we're good.
Wow.
That's what Dan Campbell said today. And that's what happens when the Detroit Lions get themselves a victory. It's a victory Monday. And I believe when you've had such a poor history like the Lions have, they get to, it's more of like a 48-hour rule for those guys. Usually it's a 24-hour. You get to soak in the victory ambiance as a player or coach. But for Detroit, I think they play by different rules right now because every win feels like 5 wins. So Dan
I'm ecstatic for this guy.
Me too.
I didn't believe that it could work. I thought it was going to go worse than Matt Patricia. But he's getting that thing turned around. And now I'm hoping that he's from Glen Rose, right? And he's former Cowboy. Now I'm hoping he does so well that maybe he could be the next Cowboys coach because I want that kind of honesty and entertainment value.
Oh, the entertainment value is absolutely through the roof here. I'm going to ask Stephen Jones on Friday if I have Dan Campbell in a fight to the death. Who's the head coach that you're going to choose around the league that you'd go square up with Dan? Because he knows Dan Campbell very well.
He does.
So like if I have Dan Campbell, who do you have? I don't even know who that would be. Maybe Vrabel or something.
Could a in prime Andy Reid just overwhelm him with mass? Or is there any other
like
coach
a sumo charge and hit him and knock him down kind of a thing?
Then lay on him.
Yeah.
You're going to need a prize fighting pit bull against that guy right there.
Yeah,
for sure.
Man, he's got Rottweiler in his blood.
He does. Maybe Frank Reich?
No.
I'm sorry. Mike Vrabel. Wrong guy.
Vrabel.
Wrong Patriot.
Yeah. I was thinking Frank Reich's like me, get in the face, and he goes
old.
down, he busts your glasses and your nose and all that stuff like that. Yeah, it would have to be Vrabel, I think.
So many of these guys are starting to be little twerpy dudes.
The last guy would be the Dolphins dude. You wouldn't be the Dolphins guy.
Oh, yeah. He'd eat McDaniel like I eat a French fry.
McNuggets.
It'd be very, very easy. I did want to throw this in as well, though. Most quarterback pressures in the league this season, it is Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett tied at 13. 13 pressures.
Okay.
Micah and then Myles Garrett. Then you have Max Crosby and Chris Jones at 12. So that's where things stand currently. And then also wanted to throw in that Jimmy Garoppolo made an additional $350,000 on Sunday because in his contract he's got every game he plays 25% of the snaps or more, it's 250 GBOs. And then if they also win that game, it's an extra 100 GBOs. So he could make an additional $350,000 per game this year if he, I guess, wins them all.
How about Mike McDaniel versus Pete Carroll? 70 years old versus, 37.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It might be close.
Yeah. Yeah, because Pete's a smaller, scrawny gentleman.
He's a player, though, right?
I worked with Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles at Tampa might be a little sneaky.
Get your hands on him.
As a fighter. Yeah, as a fighter. Because the first time I worked with Todd, he was a scout with us in Green Bay, and he almost got me fired.
Wow.
In Green Bay because he didn't do his reports. And then I got blamed for it. So, you got to yell at him more. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're going to yell at a man here about,
beg a guy to do his job.
And then he got it. But he owned a health club there in Alexandria, Virginia. And so I wondered if there was any, maybe some boxing stuff in his background, stuff like that.
Fantex is hitting us with Jets coach. Robert
Saleh.
Robert
Saleh.
Oh, that guy reeks of
There you
testosterone.
go.
I can smell him through my television screen.
I'd probably take prime Ron Rivera. to give Dan Campbell a match, but he's in his late 50s or 60s now, and he's had some medical issues, but he's definitely a bigger, tough guy back in the day as well. It is time now for second down around the NFL. Here's Broadus.
Yeah, thank you. Speaking of guys having drunk fun, I guess, a report from the Cleveland Division of Police says that 51-year-old Jeffrey Miller of Cleveland suburb of Rocky River was identified as the guy who threw a bottle onto the field that hit Browns owner Jimmy Haslam.
Wow.
So yeah, so
what a loser.
He says, but Miller, the surveillance photography identified him, but Miller's saying, he goes, hey, it didn't make it. I swear, I threw it, but it didn't make it. But he's like insisting it never hit the field. But he threw the bottle after Garrett Wilson caught the game-winning touchdown from Joe Flacco with 22 seconds left. And then, like I say, the bottle hit the owner, and now they're talking about like a lifetime ban.
Yeah.
For Mr. Miller and him.
I'd say lifetime ban, civil suit just to be petty, and any jail time possible. I mean, that's assault, right? We have to draw a much stronger line, whether it's what happened with Kyler Murray or here with the Browns owner. I think the NFL should send a very strong message that this behavior is embarrassing for the league. Third down around the NFL. I know why I had Frank Reich on my mind. I had a quote from him. It says, I could not be happier Matt Ryan is our quarterback. Now, they've started the season. They tied the Texans 20-20, and then they lost to the Jags in a shutout. So it is not looking good. Matt Ryan has 1 touchdown and 4 picks, 5 fumbles so far through 2 games. I was right about some things going into the NFL season. I don't know if the Colts is one of them. I picked them to win the division and be a factor for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, same here, bro.
But Frank Reich had to make a bunch of excuses for him.
Yeah, is that what it is? I thought it was. I thought Frank Reich was doing a lot of like self reflection, looking in the mirror, pointing at himself. I'm the problem, not my quarterback. Yeah. His quarterback had like a 6.5 QBR.
Ooh. Yeah.
Matt Ryan had a 6.5 QBR, which to translate is basically just he gave his team a 6.5% chance to win that football game.
Yeah, scale of 0 to 100 there.
I thought I was watching Carson Wentz. I was like, wait, Carson Wentz isn't a Colt anymore.
Yeah, exactly. They've had Carson Wentz. That's the thing about Frank Reich, and that crew. They've run through some veteran quarterbacks that haven't quite worked out.
Well, now Carson Wentz is number 2 in the NFL in yards.
Yeah,
he does have 3 picks.
He does have 3 picks,
but he's making some good throws. Carson Wentz is in Washington.
He's just so volatile. I think he had one of the worst first halves in quarterback history on Sunday, and then his second half, you were like, "Oh my gosh, we're watching a legendary." It's just a weird deal with Carson Wentz.
Yeah, hot and cold. NFL Week 3 power rankings. Is it unfair to have the Cowboys this low? We have the Expressway coming up at 5:20, LA Live at 5:40. You don't want to miss the 5 o'clock hour any day, but a special one is coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's chat about the Frankels. If you find yourself in an accident due to somebody's negligence, the Frankels is a must-know phone.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. We have NFL Week 3 power rankings and one adjustment that every team should make. What's a fair place for the Cowboys? What adjustment would you make? At 877-881-1053, where do you rank them? What's the adjustment you would make if you were in charge? General at your service. There's Broadus. He's a former Cowboy scout.
I'm thinking about that.
Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Eric Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of good text messages coming in here at the break. A lot of believers in Detka. Of course, the old SNL bit.
Oh, yes.
If he was in his prime.
Yeah, but there were some coaches that were some fighters, that, like drunks.
Yeah.
Way back in the 70s that were,
Yeah.
like the Norm Van Brocklins and guys like that,
Before you had to get all corporate.
Yeah, would you fight Vince Lombardi?
Well, yeah, I'd fight Vince Lombardi. That'd be a legendary tale,
Yeah, I think you'd take him to the woodshed, too.
John Daniels fighting Kirk Gibson,
okay.
The Tigers and Dodgers legend. He knew he wasn't going to win. He just wanted the story.
Yeah.
The guy's not going to hurt you too bad.
Oh, Vince Lombardi knocked me unconscious.
Yeah, probably. But I think that'd be a pretty cool story. If you got to get knocked out by somebody, why not Lombardi?
Yeah.
Okay, what's fair for the power rankings for the Cowboys? I was thinking somewhere between like 16 and 20 or something. It's only been 2 games. You were embarrassed against Tampa, but Dak's coming back. ESPN puts him 21st. That is up 5 spots last week from 26. So I guess they're a little bit more skeptical.
Are the Bengals still ahead of them? I didn't check.
I can, yes, they are. That's right.
Bengals are ahead.
Yes, I do have the full list right here for you.
Bengals are 0-2 and still ahead of you, right?
Yeah. So I don't know. I think they're hating on the Cowboys a little bit.
I think they are.
Yeah. The Bengals are coming in at 15th. They dropped them from 7th. That is definitely a very interesting situation that they were in the Super Bowl, but really appeared to be riding momentum and magic more than actually be like a verifiable, really good team. The biggest early adjustment that ESPN says the Cowboys should make, put Micah Parsons as a full-time pass rusher. Have you seen enough that you're willing to commit those resources down there full-time, Brian?
No, I am not. No, I have seen enough, but I'm not playing him at defensive end. I'm sorry. I mean, are you saying full-time pass rusher like he's going to play defensive end for you?
Yeah.
No, move him around.
You can with this year's team, though, can't you? I think it's a year-to-year evaluation depending on where your strengths are.
You know what? The thing about it is, though, he's going to make plenty of tackles and things like that. But, I mean, I don't want him like 49 downs or 50 downs or whatever. How many downs are you going to play him down there? Like 55 plays, whatever. Going against, and just having to deal with having to play in the run game, though, too. Now, he's already starting to get nicked up a little bit, guys. I'm trying to protect him as much as I can, but if I move him around, if I put him at end full time, I think he's gonna have to take on a ton more blocks and blockers. And so I don't know if I necessarily want to expose him to that.
The ability to affect the pocket like he has, Chiafalo, it's a total game plan wrecker. And I think it gives you a chance to beat really good quarterbacks just by him being in his face nonstop. I don't know. I think Brian makes some great points. I think I'd be happy with whatever Dan Quinn decides to do. But if it's me, I'm saying, guys, let's get him down there as much as possible, unless the matchup's just not favorable. Like if you got a stud tackle or they're helping so much and they're running it right down your throat, then we can move him around. But I'm going into every game trying to completely dismantle your ability to make plays on third down.
I'm also looking at it in a way by moving him around, you're helping others have opportunities too. That's what I'm just thinking about like wear and tear on him during a game. I mean, he doesn't come off. When he comes off the field, it's noticeable. It really is. Mm-hmm. You look at it's like, oh my God, that was a big run there. What happened? Oh, Micah wasn't on the field. There's when you're sitting there in your seat, like Ari's asking me, like, what happened? I go, look where 11's standing right now. He's over there next to the defensive line coach.
Yeah, the drop off is pretty tremendous when he's not on the field.
Yeah.
I get what they're saying just in terms of having him be a guy that you're really never seeing him drop into coverage. He's just always a going north kind of player.
Yeah.
Where even if you are playing an off-ball linebacker spot, you're basically just blitzing every time. Especially when it's like a passing play. I think a lot of it does come down to how well is Barr and Van Der Esch playing.
Yeah.
Like the Bucs game, they did not play well. And Leonard Fournette and the offensive coordinator there, Byron Leftwich, they told you that. They just ran right at those guys, and it didn't really matter. Run away from Parsons and run at Barr, run at Van Der Esch, and they had success there. Now, on Sunday, Van Der Esch and Barr played really, really well, but you're still seeing Micah move plenty. Like, I want to see him continuously on a snap-to-snap basis. You don't know where he's coming from, but I do like the idea of him basically always being a guy that is coming, whether it's on the edge or it's blitzing, the A and B gaps, whatever it is, a guy that is just always going to wreak havoc in the backfield. I think that's fair, but I don't want to, from an alignment standpoint, I don't want him just always in the same place.
I don't know how creative you can get if you just keep putting him in one spot. And I mean creative with the other players around him. And what they ran a hybrid rush or blitz where it was all basically guys that are like those 3-4 outside linebackers. It's Tank, it's Armstrong, it's Fowler, it's Parsons. All guys standing up, kind of a hybrid. If those guys were playing in the 3-4, they'd all be stand-up rush in guys. But to me, or linebackers. So I think with Parsons, if you have that ability, the flexibility to move him around, you can move others around too, to kind of like mix and match a little bit. So it might take a little bit of if you say, okay, you're just going to be a left end, it takes a little bit away that creativity I think that Dan Quinn has.
I guess I just look at the positional value, number one.
He makes a ton of plays. There's no question.
Edge player market value for a player like him is 30. At linebacker, it's 20 because you don't impact the game as much. At linebacker, you can also get hurt running sideline to sideline, getting all mixed up in that trash just as easily as you could battling a left tackle, couldn't you?
Yeah, but the thing I worry about, like I said, when you think about those guys, those edge rushers when they get tied up and stuff. What happens to guys like
the cut blocking?
The TJ Watts of the world. They're rushing. Pec damage. Pec injury, or
they're wrestling with the strongest dudes on the other team.
Yeah,
okay.
Every single down. And I don't disagree with using him as a rusher. I don't. I wonder if every single down, if he was going to be playing it when teams run the ball at him and he's hooked up with a lineman and they're running wide and then all of a sudden, the guard decides they're going to chop him. He gets hooked up that way.
Good problem to have with a player like this.
It is.
You could possibly have the single season sack record though.
He's on pace for 34 sacks right now.
Yeah,
but that tells me you're using him properly. You're using him well.
No, that's a good point.
Dan Quinn. You're talking about sometimes Dan Quinn is scheming it up in a way that has Micah Parsons being the free rusher.
Yeah.
You just can't identify all this stuff. There's too much happening. So I think they're using him very, very well, and I'm trying to find something that shows the alignment for him here. So hopefully I can find something that shows where he's playing because I feel like they're
last year were as a linebacker.
Right. Yeah. But it seems like they're playing him more on the edge and he's being more of a rusher kind of player, but it's not just always from one side. He's on the left side, then he's on the other edge, then he's coming from the middle and he's blitzing, and I think the way they're using him is great right now.
Okay, we mentioned the Bengals in at 15, even though the Cowboys just beat them and they're 0-2. They say their biggest adjustment beat the cover 2. Joe Burrow struggling with what a lot of quarterbacks are struggling with, and they're mixing it up and providing a lot more cover to try to prevent those Bengals big plays, and so far it's really working out. Okay, obviously, number one at the top of this list, the power rankings, not that big of a surprise at this point. The Bills are coming in at number one, where they are now 3 weeks in a row.
Can I make my suggestion for the Cowboys?
Sure.
Put Peters at left tackle and Smith at left guard.
I'm with it.
That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I'm 100% in favor of that whenever Peters is ready. I hope he's ready to go on Monday. It doesn't sound like he is, but that would be ideal.
More conditioning is what I'm hearing. More conditioning needed there.
And then I would also say is more Pollard.
Yeah.
Like we're still, and you're seeing it, and they're trying to get him involved, and they're putting him in motion, and there he is on the field with Zeke and different things, but I still think we could get more Pollard going on here.
He is so fast and has such good vision. He can take a nothing into a 25-yard gain, and I think you're dead balls on with that one, Chief. Okay, number 2 on the list is the only team in that conference that might be better than the Bills, and the Bills will visit them north of us. Yeah, the Dolphins. Number 2, of course. Now, the Dolphins are pretty high, but not this high. Number 2 on the list is your Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, Chiefs. I was thinking you were saying they're going to – I think Bills and Dolphins play this week. That's why I said. Yeah.
That'll be fun.
I'm sorry. That's what I thought I heard you say.
The Chiefs need to create more pressure on the pass rush, even though Chris Jones is a beast, and every time you turn on the TV, he's just like playing like it's up against little kids, like he's Aaron Donald or something. They need more pass rush because they're 28th in the league in pressures right now, which is not good. Number 3 on the list is a team the Cowboys have lost to already this season. Tampa Bay. Their biggest early adjustment is they need red zone production. They've scored only 20 points per game in their first 2. They're not able to get the touchdowns going once they get inside that 20. Number 4 on the list is a team the Cowboys are going to face in a couple of weeks.
Rammers?
Defending champs, yes. They their week 2 ranking was 5th. They moved up 1 spot to 4th. They just need to stop turning the ball over as Matt Stafford has thrown 5 picks in the first 2 weeks. And then number 5 on the list here, do you think they should be that high, Brian? You just mentioned them.
Dolphins?
The Miami Dolphins get Raheem Mostert more touches there in the running game. But it seems like Tyreek Hill has opened a lot for that offense, and Tua's having a little bit of a breakout. Okay, number 6 is the Chargers. Number 7, the Packers. 8 is the Eagles. Be more aggressive on defense. The Eagles were gashed for 35 points in the opener against Detroit, in part because DC Jonathan Gannon had his DBs playing soft in coverage and at times didn't make Jared Goff uncomfortable in the pocket. On Monday, he flipped the script. The corners gave Minnesota's receivers little room to operate. Number 9 is the Ravens, and number 10 is your 49ers, who I do believe are going to be climbing that list here pretty quick now that Garoppolo is back on board there. I don't know. I just think so much of Kyle Shanahan and their ability to play at the line of scrimmage. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Let's check in with your text. Why did they release Dennis Houston, says the 409. I mean, they liked him more than Tolbert, and now all of a sudden he's not even good enough to be on the roster at all. That's interesting. Is it just a numbers game with guys getting healthy with Peters and Gallup and stuff like that, you think?
I think it's more about I think they sent the message to Tolbert here, and they gave this is the great mystery to me about, because Houston making the team, and I'm watching practice, the times are out there, and he's getting all that work, and I'm like, where is this? Where is all this love? And it's the love of, well, he lines up right, he's in the right spot, he runs the routes right, he's on okay. But there comes to a time when you have to go make plays. I think he had 2 catches, 17 yards or something like that. The targets to him, like every time it looks like he's covered. I don't see separation with the players. If you're going to be like that, him, Simi Fehoko, move on. Move on. I mean, if you're not going out there and being productive when you get those opportunities, I don't need to see you on the field anymore. Tolbert, give him an opportunity. You're going to get, you're likely going to get Gallup back. Hopefully this week. We'll see how it goes. But you're going to get Gallup and then put Tolbert in the mix. I think the first couple of weeks of him sitting out, I think that was a big, big wake-up call for him.
All right. Are you guys buying or selling these early NFL breakout players? Number 1 on the list, Tua. He has become the second youngest quarterback since 1950 to throw for at least 450 yards and 6 touchdowns in a game, joining Patrick Mahomes on that list. He was obviously highly touted coming out of Bama. He's been hurt, but now he's healthy. And
there's still questions about his arm strength, though.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens the whole entire season when it starts to be where he's out there. I don't think he's going to get stronger. I think he's actually going to get weaker. And I think when he starts to take hits, that's when he really gets exposed. So early in the season, a lot of good things to him throwing the football. What the Ravens doing in that game? How many open throws did they give up in that game? It was amazing to me how they allowed the Dolphin receivers to get behind them in that fourth quarter. But Tua's this guy. I'm saying he's not going to get. He's not going to get stronger. He's going to take more hits. I think that's going to be more of a problem for the Dolphins.
Yeah, the cold weather will affect them greatly once you get into those November and December months and you're going to Buffalo in December or New England in December or New York, and that's what their division has in store for them. But in this offense, with the way they're doing it, I mean, it's only 2 weeks. It's a small sample, but they're second in offensive efficiency right now. That's what the DVOA says, and they've built around him. It's kind of like Jalen Hurts. It's like, how great is Jalen Hurts, but how much is it just they've built everything around him very, very nicely. Like these guys are capable.
Got skill.
They have skills.
Yeah.
Correct. They're not
Waddle,
put the team on my back skills.
Gesicki,
There's give me guys to work with. Give me a scheme that's new age and effective, and then give me a respectable offensive line, a couple of playmakers. And Tua is extremely accurate. And he will find the open guy, but he's not big. He's not strong. He doesn't have a great arm. He's not overly athletic. He's slightly mobile, but not really. It's just he is extremely accurate, and now he's got great playmakers, and he's got an offense that is conducive to his skill set. So things are working for him right now, but he'll never be one of these top 5 quarterbacks. He's right now kind of a product of what is around him, and he's good enough to run that baby. But Tyreek Hill gets hurt or whatever, then you're talking a little bit different, because like right now you're talking about wide receivers and an offense schematically that allows for great yards after the catch. Okay, boom, I can just throw it at the line of scrimmage to Jalen Waddle,
absolutely,
and he can go get me a first down. Or Tyreek Hill,
maybe
same
he
deal.
doesn't have to be strong. Maybe I'm going to be wrong about that. I just feel like that he is going to wear down as the season goes.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised if that happens. But as constructed right now, the Dolphins spent years like building a decent defense around, Brian Flores, and now to spend the amount of money they did and to have Waddle and Hill, I consider them a legit contender. I think the power ranking of 5 is a little bit high. That might be a little premature, but
they might win 11, 12 games in that division, and Buffalo just still boat race everybody else.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Again, small sample size on this, but Buffalo right now is 32% better from an efficiency standpoint than the second best team right now in DVOA, and that's Jacksonville. There's a bigger gap between 1 and 2, Buffalo and Jacksonville, in efficiency overall for the team than there is Jacksonville at number 2 all the way down to number 10.
Oh my
so
goodness.
The gap between 1 and 2 is bigger than the gap between 2 to 10.
They're setting the pace.
Yeah, we'll see Buffalo coming off a Monday night game, big win, and we'll see if they go down to Miami this weekend, and if 2 of them have success and win that football game, we'll be happy to apologize on Monday morning for sure.
This is how you win the Super Bowl, though, Joneses. You're close. You feel like, oh, man, maybe we can do it again. So you go spend money and you make your strength stronger. You make your weaknesses disappear. And now you're ready to get it before you got to pay Josh Allen. Once you pay Josh Allen, everything around him is going to look different. Their qualities and all this, it's going to be significantly different. Get the Super Bowl done now. The Cowboys so far have not really wanted to do that and feel like their cap strategy is sound. But I think cap strategy has really changed over the last decade in a way that the more aggressive you are, you can build a team that's the prohibitive favorite instead of just wanting to get into the tournament. It's kind of like the Warriors effect in the NBA. It's like, what are these teams doing? Why are you building a super team? It's a cap league. Nobody ever does this. And the Rams are like, well, championship, Tampa championship. Eagles did something similar. I'm just waiting for that light to come on. It is the G-Bag Nation. We'll hit the expressway. Half hour of uninterrupted sports content. LA Live, Bobby Belt all on the other side. Plus what Brian Broaddus saw and heard today up there at the Star. You'll find it interesting. But you know what else? Something you'll find interesting is this Sale Diamonds Direct test going on right now. It is one spectacular September. Free financing for 5 years. People are driving.